ないのどうして多分君がいないからそこそこうまくこなしたつもりでも君がいなくちゃ半分半分ピカピカ光る月が丸いから今君に会いたいよ半端なままのはぐれ者としてよかあげまで過ごそうよどんな悲しみに出会っても二人でなら上書きしちゃうほほえみで心配しないで流れたことに巻き上げそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむや変えてそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい巻き上げそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうやなかなか長く生きてるとどうして何もかも曖昧になって明らか燃える怒りがはそして消えていてしまいそうなんだだけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせら心配しないで流れたことに巻き上げてそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむや変えてそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい巻き上げてそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうや
Tá de lance maconha segurando, vai na via safada relaxando, vai na pica safada sem vergonha, vai sentando na pica doida de maconha, presta atenção que o bagulho é doidão, trava essa puta que cana safada, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, vai, senta meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhação, vai, senta meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhação.
Aquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, 7 cerveja de maconha, a novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, 7 cerveja de maconha, a novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda.
É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha. Imã de piranha, imã de piranha.
Welcome, welcome, one and all. Good to see you, Egg. Good to see you, K2. Good to see you, Frankie, in the back. Oh, didn't even see you there, Franksters. Letting you up.
All right,
How's
man,
it going,
how you
brother?
I'm doing like 20 things at once, so bear with me.
Alrighty, K2. Here's your Blue Jay once more, K2.
Oh my
and Ag,
goodness.
I'm working on it. Everyone needs to have their own little overlay. So it's coming. Oh, thank you, Ag. Thank you. I appreciate that intro myself. Although every time I play it, I get copyright struck, which is a problem. But it's timed to its song, but that song is copyrighted. So I mean, I don't think it matters because it's like it's not like the video is like monetized. You know what I mean? So I don't think it makes a difference. It's not getting like removed. It just is like, oh, if I was to monetize it, then they would be able to take the money. But it's like not enough people watch lives after where I would like ever try to monetize it. So, but yeah, every time I end stream, I get an email because every single one of my intro songs is copyright claimed. So,
Uh-huh.
So you're working, Frankie? Working hard or hardly working?
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to fucking do this dumb shit, man. Damn it.
Frankie, I hope you're ready for an insane amount of religious discussions, okay?
Well, we'll figure it. We'll see it then, man.
I had so much fun yesterday, even though we only got, 2 minutes into the video. But I kind of like when that happens sometimes. I do kind of like when that happens. And so there's a lot to talk about. I don't know how much. I can't remember when you left yesterday, Frankie, but
well, like I
pretty
just got
insane.
busy, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I think you missed out on some great discussions. Alex and Brandon and Marilyn and Big Soda and I think Emmett at some point. Although every stream I do starts to like blend in with the other streams. So, but I'm pretty sure Emmett was there. No, actually, maybe Emmett wasn't there. I think I'm thinking of the previous night when Emmett was there because Emmett would have been doing his karaoke. K2, you haven't joined the panel in a hot minute. I just want to point that out. And Egg, are you able to panel up today? Just saying. And where is Big Soda? I just assume when Big Soda's not here, I'm like, what? Where is Big Soda? Like, Big Soda, where are you at? I just assume that Big Soda is going to be like, with me on this one. I don't know. Maybe I've come to expect him. But yes, let me pull up the video. We wouldn't have started yet. That was a pretty good impression. See, Ag, you need to say something. This is what I want from you, Ag. You need to or I need to go back into records because I love those little things, So there's one of Emmett, but I don't know where he is. But when Emmett said a lot of times, when Emmett's like, it's my preferences. Like, I really want to get a clip of that, but I know he said it so many times with his little Hispanic head nod, and I need that. So at any time someone mentions preferences or something that they like, then I'll be able to pull it up. Oh, Ag is here. Ag, give me one of these, brother. That's close enough.
Like fucking earlier.
Good to see you, Ag.
What's up?
Hey, Ag. So, Confluence, earlier I was listening to Untrolled Radio Network, right? So, they're kind of like a cryptid, cryptid fucking Bigfoot, Dogman, UFO kind of channel, radio show. And there was this, God damn it, hold on, fuck.
Wait for it. No, why is my thing's broken already? No, why does StreamYards do this? Makes it so hard.
Motherfucker. I'll be back.
There we go. It doesn't let me scroll. It makes it so hard to pull up little overlays. Usually it breaks halfway through the stream. StreamYards needs to get their shit together. This shit costs me $40 a month and I can't even scroll half the time on my freaking overlays. What the fuck? But anyway, Ag, how much of the conversation did you see yesterday, speaking of? Did you see the Brandon, Alex, kind of me going at it? Did you see me and Marilyn fighting?
You, man, the last, 20 to 30 minutes I was on, I couldn't hear Brandon at all. I know it was okay for everybody else, but my shit was messing with me. That's why I would rejoin and then join back up because I couldn't hear it. It would cut you off. It cuts you off the first time. I couldn't hear anything you're saying. I could hear everybody else, but not you. So I left. I came back. All was good. Then all of a sudden the shit just flashed and glitched again. And I couldn't hear Brandon. And I was like, well, fuck it. I'll just stay. And then he began to talk more and the conversation, started getting a little bit thicker and I couldn't hear what he was saying.
I don't know how much because I do suspect I can do some stuff, and I don't know what the best thing to do, because I can like click your little buttons, and so if I notice someone is quiet, I'll like turn their volume up, whereas normally it's set to auto adjust. But sometimes people join, they're super quiet, and then I'll raise them, but then I end up kind of like raising and lowering everyone, and I don't know if I'm like doing it right, but you know, so I don't know if it's better to just leave it on the auto thing, but sometimes people are really quiet.
I think so. That
Talking balls.
Oh, K2 with the chat telling me to read chat. Thank you, K2. Indian Jesus. There we go.
It's always a good reminder to read the chat.
That is always a good reminder. You know, sometimes I'm just kidding. I don't actually do this, but sometimes I see K2's chats and he's like, read the chat. And I'm like, he'll just donate if I don't read it. And I'm just kidding. That would be a good strategy. But I don't do that. But fine. This is what you want me to read. Calming fluently 60 million Christians when his Blue Jays took control. Fine, K2. I'm not reading your earlier chat, though. I'm not reading that one. You know which one I'm talking about. Wesley, good to see you, Wesley. Good to see you. Not getting on your rails today. Pause. Praying to Jesus instead. Okay, that's probably good. And we have a prayer from Wesley, which, I mean, I guess I will read. Jesus, remove the hedge from the ashes in those tongues for a few moments, please. Then give back the hedges to their mouths, that all those feel the death, the wages of their sins in their tongues. I feel like that's a curse, so I'm actually going to disavow that real quick, because I think you're casting a Wesley on me, so I'm not really sure. But were you here when Wesley was up? I can't remember.
I don't believe so.
Okay, Wesley is an older gentleman who
no, I was watching for like part of it, but that was after I left.
Okay, because I can't remember. Wesley was during the religious chaos panel. I can't remember how many days ago. I think a week ago, and he has some very specific prophecies about very specific dates that he thinks change the course of all of humanity. Good to see you, Anson. I don't know what that means. Wesley is my Mogo. Make America great again, I think that's what that means. Not really sure. And K2, yeah, that's the message I'm not bringing up. Okay, I'm not. Emmett got mad the last time I read your message. Oh, okay. So Big Soda will be here in 20 minutes. So we got some time because, you know, Big Soda, you know, we're supposed to go through this. So we'll just shoot the shit for a little bit, if that's okay with y'all.
I mean, like, as I was talking about earlier, I was watching Untold Radio Network. And
oh, yeah, right. The cryptids, yeah.
Yeah, the cryptids. They had Jesus Penania on there. I gotta let me get his name. Let me get his name right. Jesus Penina. I think that's how his name is. He's an actual act. Yeah, Jesus Penina. He's an actual actor, right? He's an actor in Hollywood, and you know, a Chicano actor. But he has some really good information on cryptids and some really serious evidence. So when it comes to like evidence per se, because I'm like a very stickler for evidence with my prior law enforcement background, there are only 3 people on this planet that I trust with evidence. One is Jesus, and the other is Jesse and Joe Doyle from Hellbent Holler, their YouTube channel. And I believe that Jesse and Joe are in truth have the most credible evidence there is, because they don't hide it. They show the evidence. Hey, look, this is what it is.
What? Like, of what specifically? Like a chupacabra?
Possibly Bigfoot, some sort of phenomena, some Dogman, things of that nature. Like
all they have evidence of multiple of these things. Also, is it Dogman a kid's book? I actually bought the newest Dogman for my friend's kid. So is a Dogman a real thing outside of that? Anyone who has kids, Ag, you have kids. Do you know what Dogman is?
Dogman.
Dogman's
I think it's made by the same guy who made Captain Underpants. If you guys remember that.
Yeah. So my middle-aged kid just got to reading in that phase.
It's just another word for werewolf.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is.
The answer is no. K2, I'll answer your question. The answer is no. Yeah, Anson. Now, K2, we're just now. It's gonna be feet talk. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Yes. Okay. Wesley is saying a vision. We'll get back to your dogman thing. I just want to read Wesley's stuff quickly. I'll summarize it. Back in August, Jesus appeared to each and all mankind. He appeared without using TVs. So very different than Jesus the first time, who was notorious for using televisions to get his message across. After Jesus said it's time, Satan emulated Jesus' voice. Satan, not God, said sad and delicious. That's what I say when I'm eating Emmett's tears after I beat him in a debate. I say sad and delicious. So I can appreciate that. Oh, K2, let me hit you up with that Blue Jay. I haven't read your message yet, but I suspect that. Wrong one. I didn't mean to disavow that. Fuck, my StreamYards is fucked. I can't get to my soundbite. Dogman is spotted near the Ambassador Bridge around Halloween. Oh, actually, this is a totally fine message to read. Okay, that's good. Now, so this is a werewolf? Is that what we're talking about? Dogman equals werewolf?
Yeah, so, God damn it. Hold on.
Feet Talk sounds like a good channel name. It'll be like Feet Talk Fridays. Okay, that's I'll host a weekly show. Anson says, I have some ghost pepper cheese, both sad and delicious. Yeah.
I'll be right back in a minute.
Man, both of you say that, and you know I want to have my soundboard up. You know I want this.
I grabbed some food, or I ordered some food, and I got to grab it, so I'll be right back.
Why can't I scroll? I don't understand. I'm trying to play the I'll be back sound.
All right, so...
It's way too early for my streamers to get fucked.
I'm going to keep going with this.
Motherfucker,
right?
I'll be back.
Right, that was a bit delayed. That was very...
That's a bit delayed. I'm still on the fence about Bigfoot. The reason why I'm on the fence about Bigfoot is because when people say they saw Bigfoot, it's still very inconclusive because you can't really see the evidence all that well. It's so grainy. The pictures really suck because you're sort of like, okay, what am I looking at? Well, it's Bigfoot. Well, how do you know? Well, motherfucker, I'll be back.
Motherfucker, I'll be back.
So, K2, who is, since you're the one that's saying the dogman stuff, you're saying it's his own thing, what is the difference between a dogman and a werewolf? Anson says, Wesley got internet privileges at the halfway house tonight. We don't hate Wesley here. We appreciate Wesley's visions that he has. And his very kind of capricious use of all caps at different times to just seemingly at complete random, but we appreciate it. Sometimes if you read just the capital words, sometimes it says its own message. So for example, here we have February, Jesus all, Jesus tell the vision. That's kind of prophetic in its own right. Bit of a layered message there. Wesley's just going off. Then again, Jesus appeared to all mankind and said, tell the vision and you shall heal without money. I don't know why he screamed that last part, but that's fine. That's fine.
All right. So the reason why I'm just inconclusive about it is when they say they can't find Bigfoot or they can't find skeletal Bigfoots, I kind of find that preposterous because we can go out in the middle of nowhere and dig in the ground and find dinosaur bones. You can't tell me you can't find Bigfoot, a Bigfoot skeleton. You can't tell me that.
Doesn't that probably mean that maybe there is no Bigfoot? Like, that's what I would think. I think the fact that we haven't found
the reason why I'm on the fence about it is because there is, in fact, a prehistoric creature called Gigantopithecus, which is a large ape-like creature that was bipedal. It stood like, 8 feet tall? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was called Gigantopithecus, and they found the teeth of this creature in the 1800s in a Chinese apothecary.
Yeah, but I mean, unless you're going against like the dating, right? All the stuff that they found of all the Pithecuses are all like ancient ass shit, right?
That's what I'm saying. So that what is the possibility that the species did live on, but in total secrecy? Because remember, there's still animals we still haven't even discovered.
I would say a very low possibility. First of all, the animals we haven't discovered are not living in like North America. They're usually at like the bottom of the ocean, or they're like in the Amazon, or like someplace that's kind of hard to get to.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
There's nothing living in like Michigan that like we don't know about, unless it's like maybe some species of beetle. But there's not like some large animal that like we just have never found that's just living in fucking Michigan, right? Like that's not a thing.
Well, no, there's always a possibility because what I understand about this world and what I experience, anything is fucking possible, and I believe that for a fact. But then there's some undocumented tribes or uncontacted tribes in the Amazon that literally they see you to be like, what the fuck are you? I'll be back.
So I mean, I don't know why I pull up these comments, but I do know why. It's because I enjoy them. But I have a large animal in my pants. That's it. We got Wesley saying his visions. We have Anson saying he's a large animal in his pants. We have K2 telling people to spam the chat, and also Anson. I guess they're tag teams on that front. K2, did you actually see a dog man? Okay, now I have to look up what a dog man looks like because he says not a werewolf. It's not werewolf coded, I think were your exact words. See, when I pull up dog man, I just get like the Captain Underpants fucking thing. Dog man cryptid. There we go. Yeah, it looks like a werewolf. I don't know. How is it different? How is this different? Look at this. Look at this, you guys. Chat, check this out. Chat. Check this out, chat. Like, is that not that's a freaking that's like so Twilight coded. I would just say this is a werewolf. What's the difference, K2? Well, that guy's spooky. Look at him. This looks like something I'd fight in Skyrim. This guy right here.
Okay, so I believe that Jesse and Joe Doyle, they will find hard, critical evidence of the existence of these cryptids.
Have they, or are you just saying you believe they will find it, or have they found evidence already?
I don't think they found it. I don't think they found it. They found questionable evidence that you look at it, you're like, something's there. But in terms of, hold on, damn it.
I don't know. I'm looking at these pictures and I feel like I've been doxxed. Why are you looking at pictures of me, man?
They are a little ag coded, now that you mention it. I don't even know, Wesley. I don't even know. I'm trying to follow Wesley, but all I see is Darth Kermit is Allah. I don't know. You gave me. If I didn't look at your previous messages and you just said for me to explain this, I would probably need to contemplate it for many months, many moons. Okay, the Darth Kermit is Allah. Spam the chat, says K2, in a series of letters. Thank you, K2. Thank you so much. And Marilyn. Oh, secret Marilyn in there.
Okay, so if you look up
just all these emojis for everybody,
their YouTube channel is full of evidence. Like they're out in the woods of the Southern Appalachia finding evidence. Whether it's inconclusive or not, the fact of the matter is that they're boots on the ground making it happen. While all these Bigfoot researchers or Dogman researchers, they sit their fat asses on the couch and not doing a damn thing. Just theorize. Hold on, I'll be back.
Frankie comes in, drops some lore, takes off the Frankie way. Way.
Well, never seen one of those.
Egg, this could be your emoji if I take a good thing of Dogman and put your face on it. I mean, that could work.
Man.
That could work.
All right, so
see, look at that. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this Dogman in the flesh. I found him, Frankie. I found him.
Oh shit! I gotta shave that now.
From the first day of hell, you shall have no more voting or constitution. You shall all be put under military rule, martial law. I'm sorry, martial law. You shall have no more representation in Washington, D.C. Wesley, you're on some crazy shit.
Wesley's on fire.
More important than politics.
Wesley's cooking.
All right, so you know by the guy. Okay, do you know a guy by the name of Les Stroud?
I don't think so.
Survivor Man. Like he was a guy that did a survival TV show that he was by himself in the woods.
Kind of rings a bell, but yeah.
Huh?
Is that the same as Bear Grylls, or is that a different
person? Yeah, but like different. He's Canadian.
Oh, I should know him then.
Like he was like legit did real shit. He said that he had 2 Bigfoot experiences, and one of them was on his show, the Alaskan show, where he was in Alaska. and he didn't catch it on camera. But what he said, and he's been consistent about this, that when he was like foraging for a bit of food in Alaska, he heard rumbling of trees, like somebody knocking trees out in a fast pace and making an ape-like sound.
The problem is, there was one time, this is a real story, I was in the woods at night, and I saw this thing through the branches, and it was like way too big, and it was just like this strange head moving back and forth. And I thought at the time, I was like, I think I'm seeing like a demon. Like, I don't know what this could be. And it was like so spooky. And then I ended up getting closer, and it was a fucking cow.
I mean, yeah, the mind does.
So at nighttime, I'm just saying you can like be confused. You know, I did not think it was a cow. It was a cow. From a distance, I was like, "What the fuck?" I just saw, and the branches looked like they're connected to its head, and I couldn't make out what the head was. So it looked like one of those fucking things. Like, I don't even know what to call it, but I saw a Netflix movie, a horror movie that has a creature that looks similar, where it's like, I can't remember the movie. It's a good movie though. You should watch it, even though I can't tell you the name, but it's like some big creature. It's got like antlers. It's like, and it's from, I think, some mythology, but I can't remember the name of the creature. And that's what I thought I was seeing. And I was like spooked as fuck. And then it was only when I decided to get closer and swallow my fear that I'm like, oh, it's just a fucking cow with branches that were like looked like it was on its head. So it's always hard to say. It's always hard to say with people like, you know, I heard these voices. I did this. You know, it's like, you know what I mean.
I'll give you in a personal example, right? I believe
I'm not gonna do that, K2.
I believe about what 12, 13 years ago. 12, 13 years ago, I believe I had a UFO experience.
Okay. Tell me.
So,
say more.
All right. It was at around 2 a.m. or so. I was working overnight at a security spot in Miami. And I went and exchanged golf carts. And when I changed golf carts, I look up into the sky. So I look up to my left, and look up into the sky, and I see a circular object with a green orb on the top blinking. The green light or orb, you could say, was blinking for a good, like, a few seconds, but it hovered. It hovered in the sky for a good minute and then vanished. I will say that's a UFO experience because I couldn't identify what I was seeing. So that's why I call it a UFO.
In the sense that it was an unidentified flying object. So you're not saying it was like
aliens. I'm not saying it was aliens or anything. What I'm saying is that I couldn't identify it, so I believe it was a UFO. And then have you ever had paranormal experiences before Confluence or no?
I have, yeah.
All right, hold on. I'll be back, damn it.
Yeah, Wesley says he's not worried. Imagineer. I wish I was called an Imagineer. That's a good thing to be called, I think. Who said I was worried? Do not tell you these matters would hurt. I appreciate all the engagement, Wesley. I'm not sure exactly what all of this means. Something about fire in the loins. Ag, have you had a paranormal experience? Let's punt to you. Ag's gone. I am reading the chat. I'm just not. You're spelling ginger and you're asking me to rearrange the letters. I'm not going to rearrange the letters. Okay, dude. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to. I already read it. Ginger. You could post it again. Fine. Ginger. I'm clicking the wrong letters in the wrong order. I will not click them in the order you want me to click them, though.
All right. So, like, it gets my mind thinking about all this because, like, what if somebody does find cryptids out there in the woods? But, like, and what gets me more is what about the water? Because everybody thought that giant squids were fake, but they're real.
Sure.
You know, they wash up on the shores. And the telltale sign that there were giant squids or are giant squids are sperm whales. Because if you look at the...
Well, okay, I'm just going to say, this is kind of what I was saying before, like, when you said, like, we don't know all the species that exist or find new species, that usually happens in, again, like, places that are really hard to get to with, like, large biodiversity, like the Amazon, or, like, the bottom of the ocean, right? So it's like, yeah, I could believe if someone had a hypothetical cryptid that lived at the bottom of the ocean, that's a lot easier to believe, because it's like, well, no one the fuck knows what's actually like down there. I mean, we know some of the stuff, but we there's a lot we don't know, right? That's like the main thing that's unexplored on planet Earth is all in the oceans, right? But if you're saying like Bigfoot, you know, typically seems to live in like North America and just like the fucking, you know, some like mountain on like in Colorado or some shit. It's like, I think we would have found that. We're not like discovering new large species of mammals in the United States. You know, like that's not, when was the last time that fucking happened? A large species of mammal that we just like, oh, we totally missed that one. That like never happens. I see a new large species of mammal right now. Get the camera. But when you ask about paranormal, to me, I'm a lot more, maybe it's my biases, but I'm a lot more believing that stuff is more possible. Because first of all, if it's like some like spiritual thing, that it's like, well, yeah, it kind of removes the like, why didn't we find fossils? Or, you know, why don't we have it on video? I think all of that like kind of isn't necessarily like how it works, you know? But if we're claiming like a real life cryptid, that's like that it's something that has to reproduce and it breathes oxygen and it's made of matter and stuff, then it's like, then we should be able to find that more easy. You know what I mean? Whereas the paranormal stuff is like really hard to disprove. And like a lot of people have experiences of the paranormal. And so, you know what I mean? Frankie might be gone.
I think.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, so yeah, I do agree with the confluence that, you know, everything is a very misconstrued and convoluted because we don't know. But I will go on a very big limb here. I truly believe this. I believe dragons existed. And the reason why I say that is because every single culture around the world talked about dragons, from the Aztecs to the Europeans to the Chinese. That is worldwide. You can't tell me there weren't dragons. You can't tell me that if every single culture around the world had no contact with each other whatsoever, talked about the same thing.
I hear you. I think you're overselling it a little bit. I don't think every culture had a dragon. And also the dragons looked like the Chinese dragon looks like a hell of a lot different than like, you know, than like other people's dragons.
Well, okay,
So it's
yeah,
like,
I agree with you. The Chinese dragon looked different than Quetzalcoatl from the Aztecs, but the thing is, they talk about the same thing.
Kind of, but like,
fuck, I'll be back.
Kind of look like dinosaurs.
Right. Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, is it possible that these cultures found bones and then so they build it into their mythology, like Quetzalcoatl, where it's like, you know, they find these bones and they're like kind of imagining what would this creature have looked like, and they're finding dinosaur bones, and then they're like, oh, and so they come up with something that we would now all identify as a dragon. Does that mean that they were actually seeing real life dragons at the time? I don't know. You know what I mean? That seems to be like a harder thing to sell. Testicular Johnson, good to see you. We are all God based. Based Testicular Johnson, even though I know you don't believe that, but still based. Still based. But Ag, are you dragon coded? You think dragons live among us?
I think if dragons really did exist, they were just some kind of weird species of creature, kind of like the dinosaurs that just lasted.
I believe we made them extinct. I believe we humans made them extinct. That's what I believe.
Okay, you didn't hear. I don't. Oh, damn it,
or they
Frankie.
could no longer survive in the environment.
But then it's like, then it still asks the question, I guess, of like, why do we not have bones of dragons? We like, now that we can more correctly reconstruct things, it's like, it's not like we've found
That's
some
why I
like
said they kind of look like dinosaurs.
Right. But like the traditional thing of like some flying, sometimes fire breathing reptilian giant ass thing.
Yeah.
If you look at Aztec pictograms, Quetzalcoatl was a flying feathered serpent. If you look in Chinese, they fly. Europe, they fly. Okay, like they're talking about the same thing, but in a different aspect. And I'll even go further than this. I think there was some sort of dinosaur. If I want to put it like that, I think there's some sort of dinosaur. Yes, the Bible does talk about dragons too.
Yeah, it talks about Leviathan and different mythological. Although it's hard to know. They're always. I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think every time they're mentioned, it's always in one of like the poetry books, like Job talks about like Leviathan and stuff like that. And I think maybe Psalms or something like, it's never like in like, Second Kings, they're talking about it as a real thing, right? Like, so I think if we look at the Bible in like a genre to genre thing, then I don't think it's not talking about them in the same way it talks about like, lions or sheep and stuff like that, So it's possible. But the context, I think, does matter, right? The context, if it's in a poetry book, then I think it's more easily interpreted as, as something that's mythological, even for them. Also, some scholars think Leviathan was just a whale. Because when you look at those Hebrew words, it's hard to like exactly know what all that stuff means.
The thing was, there is an ancient species of sperm whale called Leviathan. It competed directly with Megalodon. Now, we don't question...
But that's just to be clear, though, the word in Hebrew, Leviathan, that has no connection. That's like a backwards naming, right? We found something, and now we're using the Hebrew term to name it.
What I'm saying is paleontologists.
Testicular Johnson says.
Yeah, they named it after the one in the Bible because they discovered it. It's a different kind of sperm whale. It's an ancient version of a sperm whale. But the thing was, it directly competed against Megalodon. And nobody disputes the existence of Megalodon because of its teeth. I'll be back.
Marilyn thinks dinosaurs are a psyop. Marilyn, say more on that. Say more. How are dinosaurs a psyop?
Oh, man.
This goes against Testicular Johnson. Or actually, no, I guess they're on the same page. But like one is being for real. Testicular Johnson says, bones? You believe that's science nonsense? Marilyn, what do you think
who the
about
hell
the
believes
dinosaur
in all these
bones
that are like crazily just there, and we dig them all up and put them back, put them together, and they form some crazy looking beast? Who would believe that?
Who would believe that? I mean, who's to say we're not putting them in the wrong order? Who's to say that?
In the wrong order. I just got back.
Yeah, the skulls with the teeth, and that's all wrong.
Well, that's a possibility that we're putting all the animals in wrong orders. But you can't dispute the fact that T-Rex's head is a massive thing, and it's like apparently it's the muscular structure of a T-Rex was the strongest concrete.
I was being facetious. Yeah. I mean, when we find all these things,
alligators are delicious. I love eating alligators.
But there is I will say it is at least imperfect. If I'm not mistaken, either Brachiosaurus or Brontosaurus doesn't exist. And we thought for the longest time it did, and then I think we were just confused on it. I think I'm right about this. I think one of them, they realized that all Brontosaurus that they've been calling that are actually just Brachiosaurus, and they thought they were like two separate things, but they're not. I think I'm right about this.
They're part of the same genus. If the Brachiosaurus and Brontosaurus are part of the same genus,
no, I think they've disavowed that one of them, like they were just wrong and like made a mistake when they were like reassembling stuff. I think I'm right. I think one of those they've decided doesn't actually exist, and everything they were thinking was a Brontosaurus was actually just a misput together a Brachiosaurus. So I don't think they actually are like two different like species.
Not sure about that. Sounds legit though.
I'm not sure about it either. Brachiosaurus versus Brontosaurus. No, maybe I'm crazy.
Confluence.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Confluence.
They're not the same thing.
Like, let me tell you, I believe, and the reason why I believe is because it is a possibility. I believe that there are 25 to 30 foot pythons or anacondas here in Florida, in the Everglades. Why I say that? For the one primary
there is
alligators. They eat alligators.
I mean, if you look at like the Komodo dragon, it's not hard to think why. At least some people could imagine.
I got to think about Komodo dragons too. Hold on.
Who would win in a fight? The thing in your profile picture, the fucking monkey hawk or whatever it's called, or Komodo dragon, Frankie? That's what I want to know. Also, K2 says, Confluence is have a dragon in my pants. Not sure what that means, but he wanted me to read it. He said it's his message, so Confluence is have a dragon in my pants.
Understand.
4 years, people thought that the Komodo dragon's bite was just a bacterial bite. For years. because they all thought that because it doesn't clean its mouth, so it's very bacterial and it's very
No, that shit's venomous.
It's venomous.
Yeah.
Because it's venomous because the venom glands are in the bottom jaw. So when it clamps down on its prey, this venom seeps into the blood and it prevents coagulation. Now, in Australia, they found an ancient cousin of the Komodo dragon called Megalania, 3 times the size.
Megalovania? I love that song.
That in a sense was a dragon. The Aborigines looked at it as a dragon.
Well, yeah, I guess
it didn't fly though.
Yeah, it doesn't
breathe fire.
Fly.
Very important characteristics of a dragon.
But the thing is, it's quintessentially a dragon because it's a large lizard.
Okay, but if that's what we mean by a dragon, that's more believable. The flying thing has a lot of problems, like even just like aerodynamically, like to have something that big. Like there's a reason why like birds, right, have like hollow bones and shit and are like the size they are, right? Like you couldn't have an actual dragon in real life and it be able to fly in any like capacity, right? It's just like physically it's not possible.
I mean, look, I will agree with you that, but like for me, I have to go with the evidence that's being shown because I take it as evidence that if these civilizations from around the world had no contact with each other whatsoever, talked about the same thing, it had to be real. Because like, I'll take it for example. This is another example. Noah's flood. Every single civilization talked about a flood, and they had no contact with each other. The Aztecs and the Mayans talked about.
But we have evidence of the flood. Like you would think if these were such,
they'd be on top of the pyramids, so they don't drown.
We have evidence of the flood though. Like you would think if these were such like beastly creatures and knights fought them and all the countries of the world knew about them, we'd have some kind of evidence. All we have is like pictures. Which
so yeah, I agree with you.
Like,
I agree with you full-heartedly. But I believe the starting point of the evidence is in the pictograms, the hieroglyphs, and the tellings of the wall. That's what I believe.
We have all that of like creatures that even still exist now, but we don't have like both for a dragon. I don't know.
What?
We have pictograms, we have skeletal remains, we have, and some of these creatures, you know, like from cave drawings still exist today.
Yeah.
Like one thing we don't have that is even more recent than cave drawings is dragons. We don't have those. Like all we have is like newly drawn, you know, pictures. But I mean, one would assume that it's like an ancient beast and you know.
But the thing is, I wouldn't think that a pictogram from the Aztec Empire is recently new. I wouldn't think that.
No, but the problem is with the pictograph stuff. It's like if you applied that to like some cultures, right? If you applied that to Egypt, you would think that there's a species of dog-headed, you know, men walking around, or
That's
with Horus, like a hawk-headed guy. Like,
but much like
people
that,
also did like fictitious drawings as well.
Yeah,
so it sounds ridiculous. But you don't see pictures of Horus. You don't see pictograms of Horus or Anubis in the Aztec language or the Aztec pictograms. You don't see that.
But you do in some. There's like dog-headed people in multiple mythologies. Like that is true. Which maybe Dogman confirmed. Possibly.
Dogman person in the Aztec.
Dogman.
Show me.
Any Aztecs? I don't know specifically, but isn't like, what's that one tribe that all the people talk about? That's like Enki and like.
Okay, that's
Mesopotamia.
That's the Sumerians. That's the Sumerians. The crucible of civilization.
And I think they have like a dog god, right? Like so, it's like.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
One of them is a dog god.
Like, you understand
what's
what I'm going here?
Backwards? Oh, what? Oh, that's right. That's right.
You know where I'm going with that here, or am I sounding too crazy?
There is a dog god in Sumeria.
Where?
His name is Bao. Which it's funny because it sounds like Bow Wow, but no, they're actually BAU.
Am I sounding too crazy for this, or am I sounding like? Am I trying to make sense, or am I sounding too crazy for you?
No, I get what. No, you're not sounding too crazy. I think that just looking at like you'd have to know the context of like why people are drawing what they're drawing, right? It's similar to like the Bible stuff that I said, where it's like now that we kind of know the genres, it's like I think it's telling that we don't find Leviathan written in Genesis in like a normal like history kind of passage. And so I think when we're looking at like just hieroglyphs and stuff, it's like, okay, people might have, I think you went away for this, but I was saying before that it's possible with dragons that people found dinosaur bones and then kind of pieced it together. And so that's why we see a lot of like large reptiles in like different mythos and stuff. That's why we get like Quetzalcoatl and all this stuff. Like that's a possible hypothesis, is that people have found bones and they're using their imagination, they're connected to mythology. We don't know if these people actually believe that like they saw dragons or they actually like saw these things. Like even in the context, right? There's a Japanese story about a guy talking about his cat, and it's like written in like a diary thing, and it's like, yeah, it's a real cat the way he's talking about it. I don't know if we have the same stuff with dragons where it's like a non mythologized story, right? It's like it's always in the context of some like grand tale, right? Where it's like with other animals, we can find those in basic, just like some guy writing about his day and he's talking about like, oh, a lion came by, fucking ate my sheep, right? I don't see that with dragons. It's always in like the context of some grand mythos, right? So I don't know if we can take that to mean like, oh, that's literal evidence that they believe that dragons were like real
Knight
things.
slays dragon, saves princess.
Okay, so,
Right, yeah.
so on my left arm, I have the tattoo of St. George killing the dragon. Okay, of St. George killing the dragon, right? And it's symbolic for our Christian faith of good defeating evil. And so like because like in the Western society, in the Western world, dragons are viewed as evil, but in the Eastern world, dragons are viewed as good. Fuck, I'll be back. Fuck.
I mean, I like a good dragon. Okay, I just don't know if they existed in real life, especially with the flying and the fire breathing part. Those things are the closest to fire breathing we have is the bombardier beetle. If any of you guys have heard that, which is a pretty crazy thing, but it's a beetle, so I don't know if that thing I don't know if you could scale that up enough.
I don't know, but you can sense the sincere disappointment in Frankie's voice when he says, "Fuck, I'll be back."
But like, there had to be something true about these stories, though. Like, there had to be something true about these stories. And my thing is this. If you look at a skull of a saber tooth, do you believe that was real or do you believe that was made up? I believe that saber tooths actually existed.
Wait, don't most people believe they actually existed?
Well, there's some people who don't believe it. Some people, like Marilyn over here, says it's a psyop.
Well,
those are the same people that think the Earth is flat, right?
Exactly. But like,
yeah, but that's not like the consensus, though, right? Like, it's not like
but
that's the difference.
I'll put it like this: what do you believe was the biggest lion that ever existed?
Like the species, or like, do you want me to give a size estimate?
Cat species or lion? Okay. I'm sure there's like a Guinness Book of Records for the biggest lion.
It's called
Are you talking about like the biggest cat species?
It's called the American cave lion. It's a prehistoric predator that was 2 times the size of an African lion.
Okay,
than a saber tooth?
No, it had no saber teeth. It was an actual lion, but 2 times.
It was a cat species that was.
It was a cat species. But fucking hell, hold on.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it was bigger than like a saber tooth. I mean, but he did ask lion species, so I guess I digress.
I'm not sure if this is actually a lion or if it's just like called a lion either. It seems like it's just a big cat.
Yeah, the American cave lion was a big cat that was 2 times the size of an African lion. And I'll give you even something more closer to us, right? Yeah, so the American cave lion lived in caves in the United States. It hunted bears. It hunted the short-faced bear and other big flora and fauna, as well as mastodons, as
it hunted the flora.
What?
And pretty floras.
The flora is like vegetation.
Flora and fauna, dude. That's how they describe.
Fauna is animals. Flora is vegetation. So you're not really hunting the vegetation.
I see what he's saying. He's saying the vegetation eating creatures. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I'll even give you one closer to us, right? In the 1800s. There was a British Army engineer by the name of John Henry Patterson. All right, he
Bears
was
aren't real.
building it. Huh? Huh?
I got a bear rug in my basement, so I call BS.
Hold on,
It's fake. Fake. See, I can believe this is just like a large lion. Like, I can believe that. I mean, there's also something, if you guys have seen this before, okay, the giant sloth. I mean, look at this motherfucker. I mean, so
That's
this
the
guy's
shit right
real.
there.
That's a fucking sloth. Oh wait, I'm not sharing the right screen.
I want
me.
a sloth skeleton in my basement.
Yeah, I want a giant sloth skeleton. Oh, what's that? What's that head you got going there?
It's a bear skull.
It looks.
This is my bear I shot.
I would have guessed a bear skull looks like that.
Uno momento. My basement's a mess.
Oh, I saw another bear off to the left there. A still alive one though.
So that's BS. That's BS. I call bullshit.
Fucking damn it.
Man, it looks like your place looks like some like pagan ritual zone. I'm just gonna say that.
Lies. I've shown you all this shit before.
I have, and it still looks like you're doing some like ritual
That's
stuff.
bullshit.
You got like a spine
That's
there.
complete
Is that
bullshit.
a bear spine? Oh no, the bones! The bones are tumbling.
No, it was an antler.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I gotta pull this. Do you believe that there are
Big
bears out
bones.
there that are at least 14 feet tall?
Guys, we've been called out. We're fraudulent intellectuals.
You can suck
Just
my
walk
dick
a
and take
flock
a
up,
bow
like,
and leave.
We're
You can
just
suck my
fake.
dick and take a bow and leave.
The Sticker Johnson says that egg. He says, I bet he shows all his dates his bone collection.
I have no dates.
In both senses of the term, he shows them in bone collection. Okay.
Okay, so
How do I
back
pull
to
up?
the
I
thing.
want to pull up my
Look at
giant
the
sloth.
bones.
Why isn't this working?
All right, so back to what I'm saying. A guy, a British colonel in the British Army by the name of John Henry Patterson. All right, he was in Savo,
Bullshit.
Kenya, and he was building a bridge in Kenya. And okay, that's a giant sloth.
That's
A giant
badass.
sloth was prey to
I want that in my basement.
Yeah.
to American lions to dire wolves.
Topanga, what do you think about what your husband is saying? Topanga says, my husband is on. That's why he doesn't respond. Frankie, answer Topanga.
Oh my god, bro.
Waka Flocka Flank says, can't even show your eyes because you know you're shamed. That's why I hide behind my shades, okay? Because I know would you call me a fraudulent intellectual? I'm not even sure why you're saying that, but I posit I think you're missing some of what's happening, but
Okay, so this guy was building a bridge in Africa, in Savo, Kenya. All right. In 9 months, 140 people were mauled to death, were killed by lions, by 2 lions specifically. And the difference between these lions and the rest of the lions in Africa is that they were bigger. They were like 1 times the size bigger, and they didn't have a mane. They're
But
called.
do you understand? Do you understand? That's easier. It's easier to accept. Okay, I already know what a lion is. Now there's a bigger lion. I know what a sloth is. There's a bigger sloth. But with something like a dragon, it's like, okay, so now take a big dinosaur and make it breathe fire, and also it can fly for some reason. Like that's like a different level than just me being like, oh yeah, there's lions now, and lions could probably be like twice as big. That sounds like believable. Also, we have the bones of them and stuff. But even beyond that, just from like a believability point of view.
So,
Yeah, like
so then, but like the only reason why I'm saying that I believe dragons are real because of what other civilizations that had no contact with each other are talking. They're saying something that we need to look at and say, wait a minute, is this real? And I believe
But they're never
onto
talking in the normal sense, right? That I talked about. Or like, what do you think about that argument I'm saying? Is that when we find these things, they're usually in a mythologized context. They're not in like just a normal accounting of what happened. It's always like a narrative tale that's like super grandiose, or it's some like religious thing, like with Anubis, right? It's not like the Egyptians are like, oh yeah, there's like dog-headed people just walking around, and you know, it's just a normal thing. Like it's always like, oh, we look at pictographs, we look at hieroglyphs, we read a story that's like super fantastical, right? It doesn't read like normal history, you know.
And these
Yeah, I
dog-headed
agree with you.
creatures from
And
like
maybe that's the
Egyptians,
part of
these
it.
were supposed to take place in the afterlife. These weren't taking place in the physical realm.
Right.
Like we're talking about something like believing in something that has taken place in
Damn
the
it.
physical. My bad. I took his time.
Frankie's time is very uncertain.
Shit.
I don't see Alex O'Connor. Was he here, or is it okay? Alex O'Connor is not on my panel. I don't know if that's yeah. We are going through an Alex O'Connor video. Alex O'Connor probably doesn't deign himself to join a six person watching panel. Although maybe, inshallah. But no, I didn't intend to clickbait you. I think it should have been obvious, in my opinion, that Alex O'Connor was not physically present with me. Okay, but. Just saying, Waka. I think you're the fraudulent intellectual now. Okay. K2 says penis, and Thumping Weevil says calm down, Waka Flocka. Yeah, this is the actual size of K2's penis. Okay, sorry, not the, but you know, I'm just gonna say that. Just a tip and balls. Just a tip and balls. You don't need any of that shit in the middle. Where's Big Soda? We're supposed to be starting this. Big Soda told me 20 minutes. It's been 50 minutes.
All right. Now,
okay, Waka Flocka, you are actually retarded. It even says he's collaborating the description. Read the description again, brother. Read the description. Why don't you like read it? You can even post it in chat if you want, okay? Does it say he's collaborating with me? No, I'm saying Alex O'Connor collaborates with Big Think. Those are two. I even at them. They're two big channels that have like millions of viewers. I'm not saying you have a comprehension problem, brother. Okay, with all due respect, and I'm glad you're gone. But but you don't have to be gone if you don't want to. I accept you, even though I think you're low key a retard. Okay, just saying. Who else is clicking on this thinking that Alex O'Connor is live in my basement with me? I mean, okay, is Frankie back? Because I have to take a pee real bad. Unless you feel okay, you guys hold down the fort. My pee happened way too early, but I have to do it before.
I'm waiting on something, and I might have to mute for a minute. Go pee.
Okay.
Motherfucker. I'll be back.
Well, anyways.
okay, but like, Agapose, you motherfucker. Well,
You're good. Go ahead. So I'm running the show, it seems like. So I don't know about dragons being real or ever existing. We know dinosaurs existed. First thing I can come up with is plausible physical evidence. We find evidence of dinosaurs, but we haven't really seen much evidence of dragons physically, like bones and such. I don't know.
all right, Agapose, I'm here.
All right.
Okay, look. I do believe that there probably are bears out there that are 14 feet tall on their hind legs because of how big. Huh?
Yeah. I mean, for sure.
Like, and I also believe that in the Amazon, there's probably 30 to 40 foot anacondas that we haven't seen yet.
I believe it.
Motherfucker, I'll be back.
Like in the Everglades where they find these fucking 30-foot goddamn snakes that have eaten alligators and died because they couldn't digest them. So yeah, I mean, these creatures do exist and we find evidence of them all over the place, but We just don't have any physical evidence of dinosaurs. Or I
Waka,
mean,
sorry
I'm
to
sorry,
interrupt.
dragons.
Waka, if you want to, you're happy to join. As Thumping Weeble said, link is in the description. Link is in the pinned comment. You're welcome to join. We're just shooting the shit. We're not like. So you might know way more about bones and cryptids. We're just like talking about something right now. So like but you're welcome to join. I'm not claiming to be an expert on paleontology. To be clear.
To be fair, I come slightly dumber when I get on live panels, so there is that. I mean,
All right. So then, where was I on this?
You were saying how we find we can find 30-foot anacondas in the Everglades, and we can find.
I think so. But I think we could find a 30 to 40-foot anaconda in the Amazon. And I think they prey on
Amazon, I'm sorry.
fish and whatever else comes into near the land, caimans, other snakes. Like there has to be a substantial amount of food source for them, and maybe even humans.
Yeah, like they're pretty invasive species. That's why they try to kill them when they see them in the Everglades.
Yeah, no, like we have to kill them in the Everglades. But then it gives me also this other aspect, like 30-foot crocodiles. Like I think it was in the Philippines, the biggest crocodile was like what, 27 feet. His name was Lulong. I don't know. Fact check me on that. Confluence. I'm probably got the link mixed up, but like he was nearly 30 feet. His name was Lulong.
Yeah, but that's not too far off from normal, like for crocodiles, right? I mean,
well,
crocodiles are bigger than alligators.
There's some. Wait, do you mean Lululemon? Because that's all that's coming up when I search
No, crocodile in the Philippines named Lulong.
Look, all I see, Lulon, when I type it in, it's just saying Lululemon.
Okay,
with a G, Lulong.
Crocodile in
Lulong with the G?
in the Philippines. Yeah, there we go.
Lolong.
Lolong, okay.
He's not 30. He's 6 meters. Okay, brother, settle down. That's like 18 feet.
Meters,
That's
like
18 feet.
Right?
You said
That's
30
not
feet.
very huge that's big for a crocodile, though. I mean, an alligator, but that's not really big for a crocodile, I don't think.
It says it's the largest crocodile, at least held in captivity. So probably not the largest ever.
Can you look up real quick how big crocodiles get?
Oh, this. If we trust Gemini, it's saying over 20 feet. Oh yeah, and that's what Wiki says too. So yeah, so Lolong was just
Because
I killed a giant one in Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't know if you guys have played that game, but there's a quest where you fight a very large crocodile. Oh, Big Soda in the house. Big Soda.
Shit.
There we go.
Wah, 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 wah.
I don't have a thing for Big Soda either, okay? And Big Soda's here all the time, and I don't just want to do a big bottle of soda. I need like something. I need like
That's
my
fucking perfect. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah. What's more big soda than a big bottle of soda?
Some arms and legs coming out of it, man. That's perfect.
Maybe, but with you, I've been thinking like, do I do something hand related because everyone always sees you as a hand? But then I'm like, is that too on the nose? You know?
Do like some skeleton hands.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like some like. With like Marilyn, the magnets in the shape of a heart, that just like came to me, and it's like obviously that's what Marilyn should be. You know, with Frankie with the sock puppets, Topanga with her baking, right? There's some that it's like, okay, I at least added some creativity. It's like I need some inspiration to. I
made it difficult for you. Sorry.
I can send you the image of the little big soda guy.
Who's like your profile picture?
Yeah, that's the thing Emmett made.
But it has to be creative. It can't just be like your profile picture. It's got to be like I got to figure out something to do with it to like add a little humorous
large
twist
glass of
onto
bubbly soda with a big straw coming out.
Yeah, it could be that.
On the top.
I'm trying to think like what is big soda? Like Frankie is known for his hand puppets, right? He's known for that. He's very famous.
Put like the
like
Star of David, and then put like a circle and then a slash through it.
Well, see, but I already have with K2. I don't want to have like two like Blue Jay coded type things, So K2's okay. Always mentions Blue Jay, so and he has a Ted Cruz. So this was like an easy W,
Yeah, but that's a pro image. I'm thinking of like an anti image. No,
I don't want to necessarily have an anti-Semitic image that I'm
Anti-ag
pulling
image.
up. Okay, Waka Flocka Flank says he would eat and listen and see if I could join up. He says he would love to. This is a detractor of Big Soda. Big Soda, meet the detractor, Waka Flocka Flank, who thinks we are pseudo intellectuals. I'm not really sure why exactly, because we're just shooting a shit and talking about
It's a pretty epic name.
cryptids and stuff. Yeah, Waka Flocka Flank. It's fun to say. I do like saying it
I
a
wish
lot.
I would have thought of that.
I think he said that because I wasn't here, but he's wrong about ag. I would consider ag an intellectual. A moderate,
He's
a
on the
moderation.
nose with me and Frankie.
Nah,
Okay,
I'm
well,
just trying
okay.
to stay neutralized.
No,
He
just
also,
you,
though,
Tom.
Waka Flocka Flank feels misled because Alex O'Connor isn't actually here presently, which I don't think I necessarily clickbaited anyone into thinking that. But Waka Flocka Flank, in his defense, he thought Alex would be live
Is he in the
with
wrong
us right now.
Wrong panel or wrong chat? Maybe.
It's
Yeah, I don't know how
possible.
much we have to pay to get him on.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that kind of budget, but inshallah, one day he'll come on the panel. So Big Soda, I've been waiting for you. Okay, I've been waiting to
Yeah,
start
you got his
I had
panties
my
in the
last
wad
Christmas
waiting.
thing of the year on my dad's side of the family.
Like I thought for some reason I read it as like a Christmas party, like a work party.
No, we don't celebrate the pagan holiday.
Wait, what? I don't know what that means.
We don't celebrate the pagan holiday.
What's the pagan holiday?
You know, where Santa comes and sneaks in your
said you
house.
did like your work doesn't, because
Santa
you just said
delivering
you were
all
at a
these
Christmas
gifts that
thing.
you mark as you know they come
I
from
did
Santa, but
not.
they really came from the parents.
Big Soda,
Yeah.
actually, are you open about this? I was thinking this the other day, and I don't know if I'm like my memory's so bad, but what do you do for work? Have you ever, or do you not talk about that, or have you
No,
talked
I
about that
work-
and I'm retarded?
I work for the company Coca-Cola. That's kind of where the Big Soda trope comes from.
Like, what do you do for them? I don't want you to like dox yourself, but if
didn't
you
see
can
anybody
say it,
deliver
I'm
anything.
curious.
I'm on the distribution side of it.
Like a driver kind of thing.
No.
Okay.
I was gonna say that's what peasants do.
Oh, don't let K2 hear you saying that, or Mr. Mister. Okay,
Yeah, I probably should take that back. I've got good friends that are peasants.
We love our truck drivers. Obligatory Mr. Mister soundbite.
Chinese wife would think.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, I'll be
No.
right back.
No, I mean our drivers make good money. I'm just I never leave the warehouse that I'm at.
Okay. The Coca-Cola thing that awakens an ancient memory. So I think you have said that to me before, because I think I remember that being tied to the origins of Big Soda.
And it's also a trope on all the conservatives that were like, no, don't take soda off food stamps. That's not right. So it's kind of a double entendre.
Oh, like in the same way, like Big Pharma, you're like Big Soda.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, hang on, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
All right. There's a guy named King Pepsi that I know. So maybe I can get him and Big Soda together and they can really fight it out, because Coke versus Pepsi. Battle as old as time. Okay, once Big Soda joins back, we will start this. And Waka Flocka Flank, we can always move back to the paleocryptography or whatever the fuck it's called if you want. I know you're eating, but or you could join and talk to us about God, and Alex O'Connor and why he's not physically present with us right now. But whatever we happen to be talking about. I have never eaten gator. I wouldn't feel bad about eating a gator because a gator would eat me. And so why would I give a shit?
Fucking great.
But I wouldn't eat a kangaroo, for example. Never have eaten one, never will.
I'd do it.
I was gonna say I've had well, okay, not kangaroo. I've had an ostrich burger, and it was different.
Wow, I'm jealous.
I've been thinking, and tell me if this is crazy or not. So I'm an aspirational vegetarian. Okay, I know everyone's gonna say that's cucked, but I used to be a vegetarian for a couple of years, and then I was a pescatarian where I'd eat fish. But now I'm kind of making up a new thing in my mind where it's like with the crocodile, I don't feel bad about eating something that, if given the chance, would definitely eat me. So is there a type of vegetarian where you only eat meat that would eat you? So like I wouldn't eat a cow because a cow's not going to like
That would?
kill me, but I might eat like I don't know, a tiger, because a tiger would eat me if given the chance. You know?
Well, so a pig's counted in there because a pig would eat you if it has a chance.
But not
Yeah,
if I'm
for
like
sure.
already dead. Like I mean like would if I just encountered
it
a
would
random
definitely tear you to
pig.
pieces.
Well, like
I'm
a
gonna be
boar,
honest.
probably like a big
If you knocked
pig
yourself
piggy.
out if you knocked yourself out in a pig cage and you stayed in there long enough, they would eat you alive or not.
Right, but I more mean like, yeah, I would have to try to parse this out because that's true. But like, if a cats famously, when they, not famously, but kind of famously, if their owner dies, right, the cat will eat them. And if the cat probably could, I mean, it would. And I mean, I think a chicken would eat me if it had the ability to eat me. Like a chicken will like peck at me as if it's trying to eat me. So I think a chicken's just retarded and doesn't think it's like small enough. Well, that's what I mean. I don't know, like capable. This is kind of the thing. Like, I don't. Yeah, I mean, maybe if everything was capable of it, but like a normal fish isn't even going to try to eat me. Whereas, like, can I make a justification that maybe, okay, if a chicken is pecking at me, then it's maybe trying to eat me. Whereas, like a shark, yeah, it'll try to eat me. I think,
Actually, I don't think so. I don't think sharks will try to eat you. I think a lot of times it's just like a curiosity thing.
Yeah, but like
from what I've heard about.
Look, correct me if I'm wrong too. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe that shark attacks, the majority of shark attacks occur in 3 feet of water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think that has to be wrong.
I know. I think he's correct. Well, I would probably say 6 feet or less. I'd probably say 6 feet or less. It's usually in the surf zone.
Yeah, but the surf zone is a lot more than. Well, it's definitely more than 3 feet. 6 feet. 6 feet, maybe. How would I Google this? What depth do most shark attacks occur?
I think dolphins attack you more than sharks do, but I could be wrong about that.
Well, it does say 6 to 10 feet. So that's what I guess I could believe 6 to 10. 3 feet is hard because that shark is like he's scraping his belly. I think if he's trying to eat you in 3 feet of water.
No, actually I don't think that's true. I think there's been a lot of sharks where it's been from 2 feet to like 4 feet that they'll swim through and they're able to glide even though the belly may be touching.
They'd be like they'd be like
scratching their. We're not talking about great whites. We're not talking about great whites. We're just talking about smaller sized sharks.
Do smaller sized sharks attack people? Because it's like I feel like I could take on a small sized shark. Oh, Alex is here. Alex,
yeah,
let me get the Indian Jesus. Why is it not working? Oh, there we go. Alex, good to see you. You should join panel. I'm just saying, Predivorian / Predivore 1 that only eats predators. Oh, so is this a real term? Because that's what I'm thinking. That's what I want to be. I could justify that. I mean, right now. All meats, but I would rather not. But I think morally I'd be totally fine with like eating things that at least would eat me. Predators, I don't know, because then that like kind of that what's a if something eats like insects, is that a predator? It has to be a predator to me, like a sapio predivore or something. I don't know,
Yeah, it sounds gay.
But I'm just saying there's something inside me that feels bad about eating a kangaroo because kangaroo is not going to eat me. So why would I eat him?
Shit out of you.
Yeah, he will, but he's yeah, that's true. He would. Yeah, actually, maybe that is true. Yeah, they're pretty like vicious things. We've all seen that video of the kangaroo that's like drowning that guy's dog. And then the guy like goes up to it and like starts and like that. Kangaroos are fucking assholes. Even they are my favorite animal, but I do think if I lived in Australia, they probably would stop being my favorite animal.
Yeah, they'd mug you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 13% of Australian
kangaroos commit 50% of the
crime. Yeah, so a kangaroo definitely would take me out. For sure, but he wouldn't eat me though. Whereas a crocodile would both mug me and then eat my corpse and do what do they call it? A little death spiral thing that they do.
Death roll.
Yeah, the death roll. Yeah, fuck crocodiles. I'll eat them. I've never eaten one, but I would in a second. I would eat one.
Kangaroos are marsupial, right?
They are. Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
What do
is
kangaroos eat?
I was going to say, is it not a mixture?
I thought they just eat like plants.
I mean, you could be right, but I
They eat
know.
bugs. I don't think they eat anything like beyond bugs. I don't think they're like eating mice
Yeah, but
and stuff.
they're eating a source of like direct protein and not vegetables and vegetation. So they're not.
Yep.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I wouldn't want to extend it to just like only eating predators. Because if we talk like bugs, then it's like you could almost eat anything, right? Because like almost like not almost anything. It has to be something that would eat me.
Well, you can't. You can eat almost anything. You're just applying like your own preferences to what you want to eat.
Yeah, you're just making it
preferences. Okay, it says they're vegetarians, kangaroos.
Okay, because I know most marsupials are kind of omnivorish, the way they'll eat a little bit of both.
I mean, in my mind, a kangaroo, let's say he's eating some grass and there's like a little ant. He might like slurp up that ant, like he doesn't.
He's an omnivore. Instantly an omnivore.
Bears
I don't know if that
omnivores.
happens. I just could imagine that happens. Yeah, bears are omnivores.
So like, that's some of the best damn shit I've ever eaten.
And I would eat a bear because I think a bear would.
Yeah, I want to try a bear.
But like a deer is not going to eat me, so I don't want to eat it. I've never eaten a deer.
Deer's
I wouldn't want to eat a deer.
really good too,
I'm sure it's tasty, but like, let's say human meat was really tasty. It doesn't mean I'm going to eat it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but deer's going to run out and cause you to have a car accident.
Wait, and under my newfound ethical framework, could I eat like a cannibal? Because that cannibal, like if it's some weird tribe, they would eat me. So could I eat them?
No.
I guess so, right? Like under at least my
thing.
You
gotta stay principled.
Yeah.
You gotta stay principled.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll eat like an Amazonian, or they're cannibals there. It's not all of
So
them.
are you digressing your logic, or
Amazonians.
you are continuing on with this argument?
Yeah, no, I'm like 10 toes down. 10 toes down. I'll eat an Amazonian cannibal, absolutely. But then that would make me a cannibal. So then could other humans that follow my ethical framework eat me? Because I don't want to
eat you first because you've already you know. They would rather eat you that's eaten another person than eat somebody that hasn't.
Right, but let's say you and me, Ag, let's say we both have this theory. So I eat an Amazonian cannibal. Would then you look at me and be like, hey, that guy is eating people, so he might eat me. So now you're eating me. But I wouldn't have eaten you, but I would eat a different human. Do you know what I mean? Like, how far does this extend?
Following that line, I would only eat you if you've eaten another person, right?
Right, but I'm saying, but I've only eaten the cannibal because he's an actual cannibal and he would have eaten me. But now you might look at me and say, well, that guy ate a person, so maybe he's going to eat me too. So then you eat me, but I wouldn't have eaten you. I'm only eating the guy because he would have eaten me.
Yes.
Do you see
but since you ate the cannibal, the other person believes that you would eat them, so they might eat you too. Following your train of logic.
That's the problem. That's the problem with it.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
It is a slippery slope.
Is it things that are guaranteed to eat you, or is it just a potential to eat you?
I think it has to be like a high potential. I don't know where to put the cutoff, but it can't just be like, oh, in some circumstance, maybe a deer would eat me in some if it was hungry enough, or like a coyote. Like a coyote is like almost never eats people, but if you're like a small person, like a child, coyotes have eaten those people.
Coyotes would eat just about anything.
Well, but they just usually, like, if you're dead, but like if you I don't know if there's ever been
if you happened upon a coyote alive and you were alive, it probably would run away scared more than you would. But if you were dead, I mean, it would still eat you though. I mean,
yeah, but then a cat would eat you if you're dead, or a pig would eat you if you're dead. It has to be like if you're alive and like a full grown human. Because I think a lot of things will eat like a child, like a dingoes.
We only eat things I would guess most people nowadays eat things when they're dead too, right?
That's usually
not those Asians though. Those Asians sometimes eat things while they're still alive. Not all Asians, but some Asians, right?
The fucking octopus.
Octopus, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, the octopus.
Yeah, but they don't just like take a living octopus and take a bite out of it like Ozzy Osbourne and a fucking
they
bat.
do. No, they do.
I won't be honest, Ag. I've seen some videos of them. Where they stick a live octopus in their mouth and then they crush the head.
Yes,
and it kills it.
That's some disgusting shit.
Yeah, it is. There was some Twitch streamer that everyone was like hating on because they did that, and yeah, you can see the tentacles move, and they like literally put it in their mouth and just start chewing it. It's disgusting.
No,
it's
thank
defensive cannibalism, testicular.
That's like that argument right there is aside from what we're talking about, because that's just a total level of fucking just grossness. Like you have to like appreciate that feeling in your mouth too much for me. Thank you.
I know. Yeah, you want to. Oh yeah, I won't go into details, but yeah,
flopping tentacles in your mouth and shit.
Yeah, you're gonna crush the life out of it with your teeth. Feel
That's
its live squirming. Ugh, not what I want.
That's why we nuked them in 1945.
Okay, Flocka is in the back chat. Flocka, so you don't have to cam up on panel, but you have to cam up in the back, so I can see that you're like.
Just give like a 1-2 or
webcam. Like no one can see you. Yeah, so you have to cam up. You're not on stream, and you have to give me one of these. There's going to be a series of instructions because you're a new person. I'll try to make it brief. I have to be able to see you. You have to do one of these. So I'll wait until you do that. There's 3 steps. They're all easy steps. Right now you've cammed up, and I just see blackness. I see some moving in the blackness. Again, no one will see this. Only I can see this, and the live stream won't see this. It's just a safety check that we have to do.
The bad part about this is they can't hear you in the backstage. If they were listening in YouTube and they just click the link and they go to join, you can't hear until you.
No, yeah, well, I think he's watching. I think he's watching the thing because he turned his light. So Flocka, give me one of these.
All right.
Okay, and then give me 2 thumbs down. And now give me a heart.
Motherfucker.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry to put you through that, Flocka. Okay, I'm pulling you up. If you want to cam down, you can cam down. You don't have to be cammed up. So I'm about to pull you up. Okay. So Flocka, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you say your name for us? Good evening. Can you say your name for us?
Yeah, my name is Chris.
Oh, you didn't have to use your real name.
Chris, can't I call you Waka Flocka Plank? I like saying Waka Flocka Plank.
You can call me anything, but don't call me late, baby. Don't call me late.
Don't call me late for dinner. Okay, all right. That's fair.
Okay, so Flocka, tell us, I guess, why we're retarded.
Okay, so first of all, the main thing that I was saying in the first place was the clickbait, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a regular guy, just like every one of us here. Whenever I open YouTube and I see Alex O'Connor's face teamed up with Alex O'Connor, talk about, and then I expect Alex O'Connor to be here, and then I tap in and I go, come on, man, I feel like I wasted my fucking time. But I saw the conversation was interesting, so I stayed.
Okay.
He's got a point,
Respectfully, I will say, I mean, the title doesn't say Alex is here. It's me superimposed with a glow over an Alex O'Connor video. I don't think most people would click on that and think that Alex O'Connor is in the building at that moment.
I do. Yep, I personally read the prompt of the video I'm about to watch before I kind of focus on the picture. But I can see this is fair. This is a fair thing he's bringing up, though.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to be. But the main thing was just. But, and then also you guys are talking about dinosaur bones and reptiles, which, by the way, I didn't say anything in chat about. I'm not arguing about that. It's, I would assume that if you talk about Alex O'Connor, this and that, first of all, because I scrolled back in the video, I don't think that I saw you react to Alex O'Connor. I don't think that you talked about philosophy or religion. Realistically, this has really nothing to do with Alex O'Connor.
Can I explain just so, and I understand you wouldn't know this, but just if I can give you my thing. So we are going through the video. Someone on panel, Big Soda is someone on panel, right? We were waiting for him. So, and I understand that if you click in at a random time, you don't know that. I totally get that.
Right.
But yeah, so we were killing time and just talking about whatever, and now we're gonna move in. That's why you can see it on screen now. The video that's on, this is Alex O'Connor, the strongest arguments for and against the existence of God. So it's not. I understand how you might think it's clickbait. It's not. This is the video we are intending to go through. But it's just like, yeah, we were waiting for someone, so we were just killing time. And then Frankie brought up cryptids, and we started talking about dinosaurs, and then we went into the weeds, which happens a lot on my channel. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
but the intention is not to clickbait. It's not like I'm just adding Alex O'Connor. As you can see, it's on screen right now, right? Like that's
yep, I see it.
This is a part 2. Yesterday we barely got through any of the video because it got derailed. So that happens, but no part of me is like I want people to click because they think it's Alex O'Connor, but actually it's not.
And for
Like,
new
no
viewers,
part of me
it
is
can be
doing that.
Okay, well that's
like,
good
probably,
to hear. That's good to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, we get lost in the weeds a lot of times and we'll just talk about whatever, but I think that's part of the like why a lot of us like this stream.
No, it sounds like
So,
I'm not sure who the host is here. The fella that's got the camera on. What's your name, sir?
Confluence.
Well, first of all, I'll say you're not as handsome as me. Let's just start off with that, right?
Okay, valid.
I'm just kidding. But the main thing that I was really gonna say was, it sounds like you're. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Islamic, is that right? Because you're saying inshallah.
I will correct you. I will. I'm not.
Well, I heard you say inshallah, and I think I heard if it wasn't inshallah, then it was enchilada or something.
No, I did say I do like saying inshallah. I do like saying that.
Okay,
but that's more in a bit of a jest way.
Yeah,
I do mean I mean God willing,
around.
but I'm not a Muslim. Not a Muslim.
Right,
I'm a Christian.
yeah.
I'm a Christian.
Yeah, I'm big on talking about Judaism, Christianity. I like the ancient Sumerian tablets. I don't claim to know anything about the Quran, which I really, really have to study. But the ancient Sumerian tablets, big on that. Christianity, big on that. Judaism, I research it. I like those. But I was just asking just to kind of get a basis understanding.
Yeah. Okay. So what if I can turn a question onto you? What, like, are you Christian? Are you atheist? Are you probably not Muslim based on what you said? But
no. The main thing that I would put myself as, which I hate to put myself in a box, but I would more so say that I'm the person who says nobody knows, I don't know, so that would put me an agnostic.
And like a hard agnostic or like a soft agnostic?
More so like I respect the Bible more than most Christians do, and I read it and I love it, but I don't believe in it.
Okay, but you're not saying it's impossible to know if there's a God. You're just saying that you haven't been presented enough compelling evidence. That type of thing?
I think that the basis of Christianity actually says that it's impossible to know what God is, or if he was here, because that would kind of destroy the idea of faith, because faith is the idea that you have to believe in something without enough evidence. So how do you have faith? Because faith is kind of like believing something without having enough evidence, I guess you could say, or maybe I'm wrong, but believing something without enough evidence, that's kind of what I see faith as. So
I would say in our time, I think you can argue that, but I think if we look at the Bible, which I know that you seem to respect the Bible or find it interesting at the very least. It makes me think of when Jesus, when he rose from the dead, he talks to Thomas, and Thomas says, "Until I put my fingers into the holes in his hands, I won't believe." And Jesus lets him do that, and that still counts. But Jesus says, "Blessed are those who believe because they have not seen." But and so the idea is that it's still, so even though Thomas was given actual proof, he's not like he's cursed. He's still like made it, right? He still had enough faith to do it, even with being shown. And Jesus is saying it's an even higher thing to believe without evidence.
Right.
So I wouldn't say the faith component, I don't think is like necessary in the way that like, it's not like Christianity doesn't teach that you absolutely have to go in without any evidence, right? Like, because the whole Bible would kind of go against that.
I would challenge you on that though, because I think it does, because there's only a small group, call it a handful, if you will, of people who actually saw Jesus. And even those people, the apostles, the disciples, they didn't, even those folks, they didn't have full faith. Even those people, they still doubted, even though they were in the presence of Jesus.
No, I will agree with that. That's actually pretty.
I think that's a key element of faith and of religion, especially Christianity, that you have to believe without knowing, and that's believing without knowing is faith to me.
It's a leap of faith.
I think, especially if by knowing you mean absolute knowledge. I think if we're taking like the Bible story like sincerely, or at least for this conversation, it's like Thomas would have seen like, I don't know, like 20 something miracles, and he still doubted. I think what that tells me is that even when presented evidence, it's not a for sure thing. So you still have to choose to believe. But I guess I would just say I don't think the theme of Christianity is the lack of evidence is required. I just think that no amount of evidence will convince all the people. And we even hear, you've probably like heard famous atheists, right, say that like even if God showed up to them and did X, Y, and Z, they would just think that they're insane. They would think that they're having a delusion. They would think that they would always look for some other explanation. So
suckers. God damn it! I'll be back.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely hearing you. I definitely think that if even the disciples doubted, it's understandable that we would doubt.
Yeah,
it's totally understandable. You know, it's totally understandable to doubt, to question, and to maybe not have full faith, which, you know, I guess we're maybe just misunderstanding each other on what the definition of faith is, which, by the way, speaking of Alex O'Connor, he does talk a lot about basically the whole idea of philosophy and, you know, these conversations is to get to the definition of things, which trying to get to the definition of faith is tough to do. You can look it up on Merriam, you know, Webster Dictionary. You can look it up on here and there, but what about your definition? What about my definition? And sometimes our definitions won't line up, and that's fine. But, you know, to specifically say that faith is to believe something without the full hard truth knowledge, that's my definition of it. But I wouldn't say that that's the theme of Christianity either. The theme of Christianity is about redemption. It's about giving your heart to God and to be redeemed through fully accepting God into your heart. And that doesn't include accepting God because you're scared of hell. That doesn't include accepting God because you don't want to burn, you know, for eternity. It's only because you genuinely have faith. It's not about being scared. It's about having faith. You know, that's what I would say the theme is. The only reason I bring that up is because you said the theme, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I agree with this guy. I like this guy.
I think I agree. The only thing this you can tell me if you disagree with this. When I think when the Greek talks about faith, like pistis, I think it's used to mean both belief but also trust. And I think is a pivotal thing. I don't know if you would disagree with that, because I don't think it's like people atheists will say, well, what would I have to
even more, because
right? Okay, so
is believing in something without evidence.
Okay, but I guess I just want to make sure we don't mean like an intellectual. Like if I told you, I know atheists have said this before, if I said that door behind me, I have a unicorn behind there, and you must make yourself intellectually believe it, that's impossible. You could maybe choose to trust me, but you can't make yourself believe something that you don't think is true. So that's why I would hinge on the trust part of it.
Yes, I don't know what the difference that I would put between trust and faith, but I think that you and I are kind of on the same page here, where trust and faith are in the same basket there, where I personally believe that it's believing something without the actual hard evidence. Same thing with trust, same thing with faith. And I think that's the theme of especially the New Testament. The Old Testament is different because the Old Testament has actual there's many times in the Old Testament where God actually appears in front of people. The New Testament, there's only one lifetime, but in the Old Testament, he appears in front of generations after generations after generations, and he shows Abraham, he shows Moses that he's real. It's very tangible. It's right in front of your face. So it's not really about faith necessarily as much as the New Testament is, where Jesus is only shown before, say, you know, the disciples, the apostles, and the 500 women after he got revived, and some other people, you know, the Pharisees, they saw him, other people saw him. Those people, that's only one lifetime.
Yes. The only thing I would say is, like, I agree with you with the Old Testament when it comes to the individuals, but with like Moses, it's like Moses is the only one who, like, you know, in that story, who actually like saw, right, who saw it. Everyone else is kind of trusting when Moses comes down from the mountain and stuff, and they're just trusting what he said. Whereas Jesus, in some ways, might be more people in the sense that if he fed the 5,000, that's 5,000 people that witnessed an actual miracle.
No, that number is actually misconstrued, Confluence, because he fed the 5,000 men, but then you have to add the women and the children there. So then the number from 5,000 actually increases maybe to 10.
Yeah.
And then he fed another 7,000 afterwards. So then you're looking at, hold on, some bitch. I'll be back. Hold on.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't. I would have to look at the passage, but yeah, it might specify that it's that they fed 5,000 men, and then they also fed women and children.
Yeah, I don't expect you to memorize passages. As a matter of fact, I don't like when people bring up specific individual passages because they're often taken out of context. So that's fine. I don't expect you to memorize passages. Let me give you an example of one that I went over the other night with a couple of buddies of mine. A passage that gets taken out of context. I think it's Genesis chapter 1, something. I forgot which verse it is, but it's in Genesis for sure at the very beginning.
Okay.
And he says, all the herbs, the trees, and everything else that lives upon the earth, or whatever he says, I give to you. And then they stop right there. And that makes people who smoke weed say, well, he gave us all the herbs, so we can do whatever we want with it. But what people forget,
because like if you're looking at a specific passage,
let me finish here. But what people forget is that at the end of that passage, because they take it out of context, is that at the end of that passage he says, I give you all the herbs, the trees, the seeds, the plants as meat. He says as meat, meaning that you can eat it, or you can use it for your sustenance, or you can use it for survival. He doesn't say I give it to you to do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Yeah. But also remember, like he's telling us, God is telling us these things of what we can do, but he's also ensuring the fact that he makes us curators of the earth as well. Because it's like, I give you dominion over all the animals and the plants of the earth. That does not mean you rule over them. That means you take care of them.
Right.
So
yeah.
Then that's when people get misconstrued a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess that was just an example to say that
that's a perfect example, though. That's a perfect example because people who don't understand it, or how I like to say, they don't see past the smoke and mirrors, that they see it for face value and not truly understanding what's saying behind it.
Yeah, they don't read the passage before it and the passage after it, so they just see the one passage and they think that they know what they're talking about.
I think there's two problems. I think, I mean, not problems with you. Problems that people run into. Yeah, one I think is a bad hermeneutic approach where they're not reading it in context. They're not reading it in context of other scripture. But I think the other thing is also just a logical failing, because like the people that say that, and I've heard people say the same thing to justify various drug use and stuff.
Right.
And it's like, there's a bunch of plants that if you ate them, you would just die instantly.
I literally
right?
made the same example the other night about poison ivy.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, so obviously it's like God probably didn't intend us to eat every single plant, because then we would be just not alive right now. So
like poison sumac. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's stuff that causes fatal arrhythmias. There's stuff that causes all sorts of nonsense to happen in your body. I
don't know if this is really relevant, but while we're talking about it, it kind of reminds me. I don't actually think it's that relevant, but it kind of reminds me of the Ark of the Covenant when they're carrying it, and a man drops his part of, because they're supposed to all carry it together. One of the men drops the Ark of the Covenant and he tries to reach out to grab it. God told him,
and God smites Uzzah.
Yeah, they said, yep, exactly. He said, don't touch it, don't touch it.
Yeah,
and he touches it.
My interpretation of the Ark of the Covenant is that the Bible states, I don't know if word for word, but from generality, the Bible states that whoever is not the high priest of Israel touches the Ark dies. And those who carry the Ark of the Covenant are part of the tribe of Levi, which is the priestly tribe of Israel.
You're right.
And
yes.
So if one person drops the Ark, in a sense, touches it, it kind of like, in a sense, like it has the power of God imbued in it, like an electrical conduit. So he's, in a sense, like, you don't touch a hot wire. So take that same concept. You touch a hot wire, you're going to get electrocuted.
The other thing I think important to note about that passage, that there are specific instructions, right, as you mentioned, Frankie, on how the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be carried. They in that passage, they're not following that. So I think Uzzah gets kind of fucked a bit because, he just like reaches out to like steady it, but they were carrying it improperly in the first place. I think they were carrying it with animals and stuff. It wasn't supposed to be carried that way. So that's why it fell to begin with.
That's what I was about to say. How were they carrying it to begin with? If they would be exploded or whatever, if touching it to begin with, they're carrying it though. So they touched it to begin with.
Yeah, and the way that it doesn't say in the story, but if you match it up with how the arc is supposed to be carried, and then you compare it to the story, they are carrying it improperly. So the story itself doesn't say that, but I think it's very much implied if you look at like how it's said in other passages, how it's meant to be carried. So they're doing something wrong. Maybe it gets into a thing of collective punishment or something in some ways, because Uza, you know, I think he meant well and he still gets fucking obliterated, which, you know,
I take it to mean that even if you have good intentions, if you don't actually listen to the word of God, then you will suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a possible. Yeah.
My thing is this. So if we're, I'll be back.
Yeah, Frankie's going through it over there.
Frankie's. I don't know if you heard this, but Frankie he's working right now at a security job, so he has to let people into a door. So when he says "I'll be back," that's because someone is like trying to get in, so he has to go in. Yeah.
Frankie's going through it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I gotta apologize for saying pseudo. Well, I didn't say pseudo intellectuals, but that's pretty much what I might as well have said. I gotta apologize for that because it was just kind of a knee jerk thing. Because I heard you guys say something silly that I disagreed with, and first of all, I was mad about I felt like I got clickbaited. But I gotta apologize for that, and also I think the thing that actually made me say that. Oh, you guys, which please, let's not get into this. This is way too long of a conversation. But I heard you guys say something about like, as a matter of fact, you said, as a matter of fact, you're like, yeah, so we all know that dinosaurs didn't exist. And then you guys just moved on. And I'm like, hold on.
Okay. So
I definitely didn't say that.
Flocka. Okay. So first of all, I hold nothing against you. I understand, and this is the problem. I don't know how to fix this. People join it at any moment, and what you see in the moment is like there's a lot of, I think, inside baseball. There's a lot of me pulling chats up. So someone in the chat said dinosaurs aren't real, and all of us on panel believes dinosaurs are real.
I went into smart ass mode. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's what made me say that. I was like, come on.
Yeah. So I
get that.
We pull all these skulls and bones from the ground, and they're not really dinosaurs.
No, they're made.
Well, so we were everyone on panel is being sarcastic.
Together wrong, and it's
one person in the chat believes that dinosaurs don't exist, so that's where that came from.
That's Maryland, right?
Yeah, that's Maryland. Yeah, Maryland said
dinosaurs are a psyop.
Yes, but so we're riffing off that, and I understand that. Yeah, if you just join, it's going to sound like we're saying something different. But no, just to be clear, we all believe in fossils.
We can't admit about that in defense of Maryland.
Don't.
Yeah, what I
about
can
that.
say in defense of Maryland is, we never have pulled the full dinosaur from the ground, so I can get that. All the dinosaurs that you see in museums, they're mostly a bunch of different dinosaurs put together, and then I
think there is a few though that we found whole dinosaurs though.
I don't believe that we've ever found a full dinosaur.
I don't know if it's ever fully complete. I think we found stuff that's like largely complete.
I don't think we've ever found a full one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's ever like every single bone.
Yeah, which doesn't mean that they're fake. I'm just saying in Maryland's defense,
I can't pull it up while I'm online, but okay.
Yeah, I don't believe that we've ever pulled a full dinosaur ever out of the ground.
Like, if by full we mean like every single bone, exactly. We do fill in gaps where gaps are needed. I don't think. I mean, there's a lot of bones in a dinosaur, So
for example,
I gotta.
Motherfucker.
And they're not even someone. Okay, this is where I don't know.
I took Frankie's time again. Fuck it, motherfucker.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not actually, when we find bones, my understanding is we're not even finding bones, right? Like the when we dig up a bone, it's not actually a bone, right? Like a fossil fossilized. Isn't a bone.
Yeah, it's fossilized.
Everything that's been bone is gone now. And so we're taking what we see that's been fossilized, which is no longer bone. And then I think we fill in certain gaps because I don't think we ever have exactly every single thing, because I think it's just a very rare thing to happen normally.
Yeah, hang on, I got a matter of motion. Okay. I've got a matter of motion. In 1858, there was a Scelidosaurus that was identified as a full skeleton.
Oh, okay.
Like every single bone?
I've never heard of that. That's interesting.
I can see if I can find the actual name of the art. Was it? What would be the name of a scientist that finds bones? Archaeologist?
Paleontologist?
Paleontologist,
yeah.
Yeah, I
Right.
think that
Yeah.
archaeologists find like artifacts in the ground, and paleontologists find bones in the ground.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna find some more details, and then I'll tell you the name of the paleontologist.
Also, I will say, museums, to give Maryland credit, museums are often psyops. I actually do believe that, because I went to this.
They have a lot of replicas too.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem. So I at the city I live in, which I won't dox myself, but there is a giant sloth.
Give us your address right now.
yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll put it in the back chat. There's a giant sloth. There's a giant sloth that exists in my museum. Okay, and so growing up, first of all, there was 2 cuckoldries that happened. I was told by my parents it was a T-Rex, and I believe that because it looks like a T-Rex, and I think they sincerely thought it was. Anyway, it's not. But I know we pulled up the giant sloth before. I don't know if you were here for this, Waka Flocka, but yeah, so that's a giant sloth. And then when I got older, I read the little plaque, and the whole thing is a replica. There's not a single actual bone on that thing. It's like the main centerpiece of the museum. And if you look at the fine print, it's like the whole thing is like made of like fucking like plaster or some nonsense.
Because they can't keep that the actual fossils in like normal air. They have to seal them.
It has to be preserved in a certain way.
Yeah, they'll be.
Then it is a bit of a psyop when you show when I'm shown this, and I'm like,
in museums.
Because I think I'm looking at some fucking bones.
It does feel deceptive for sure. It definitely feels deceptive.
Oh, okay, Big Soda has found his thing. Oh, CBC. Oh, you're Canadian coded. You're just trying to please the judges on this one, Big Soda.
So I do want to kind of stay on that like museum thing. So I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of the royal game of Royal game, meaning it's royal like a king, game of. And then I think that's the capital of ancient Samaria.
I think I saw a number file video on that.
It's the oldest game in the world, and I've known about this game for years. And my brother 3D printed me one because he's got a 3D printer at home, and 3D printed me one, and we played it for hours the other night. And I highly recommend anyone here, anyone listening, anything. Check it out. It's so much fun. It's part strategy and part luck.
Is that like
you can say it's
mostly or some shit?
It's kind of like it is kind of like that. It's more so like
I think I've seen.
It's more so like cribbage, or I don't know exactly what to compare it to, but it's kind of like cribbage, I guess.
Okay.
It's very fun. It's the oldest game in the world.
To add on to this though, sharks are a perfect example of this. Sharks don't have bones. They have cartilage. The only true bone that shark has are teeth. So then you look at
any living material can be fossilized, including
we find fossilized sharks.
Megalodon was right. They only are joined by its teeth, not by anything else. So they're always speculating on the true length of Megalodon, which they say was about as big as a Greyhound bus, or as long as a Greyhound bus.
Well, they say that the megalodon, the largest megalodon that they can kind of picture, would be able to eat a great white. Like,
that's not even that much of a stretch, because even today we have animals that are bigger than that. That's not a big stretch at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree.
It's not like they're saying it was the size of the Empire State Building. They're saying it's the size of a Greyhound bus, which is very reasonable.
It's pretty believable, considering the dinosaur bones we find.
Is the shark thing, does that apply to all fish? Well, when I'm like, if I'm like,
well, no, because
cutting a fish, do fish not have bones? Or there's just
fish have plenty of bones. Yeah, fish have plenty.
Sharks don't?
No, sharks have bones as well.
No, I checked it.
As far as I know,
he's right.
Bones are mostly cartilage.
As far as I know, which I'm definitely not a paleontologist, but their spines are definitely bone.
I don't think it. From what I mean, I don't know. I just Googled this quickly. The internet is saying at least that they don't have bones. That their spine is made up of.
The internet knows more than me, so.
I mean, me as well. But when I Google here, I'll put this up. So it's saying, their skeletons are made. I think I'm sharing this. Yeah, are made from cartilage. Yeah, and this is Natural History Museum. Sharks don't have bones.
Can you guys hear me? I'm telling you, it's made mostly of cartilage.
No, that's why we looked it up. Yeah.
But then what
You-
about
you
the
know-
fish? Like fish in general? Do fish have bones or
Yes,
have
just sharks.
bones.
Well,
why would it,
you
why is
know
it
what?
just sharks?
You know what's interesting? Dolphins have bones, and
What the
dolphins.
frick?
I wouldn't
Dolphins
say
are
they're
mammals.
similar. Yeah, well, I just think it's interesting that both high-speed predators that would probably rely on lighter bones wouldn't
So
have
it sounds like
both
it's
have
only
cartilage.
sharks. It sounds like it's only sharks that, well, not only sharks, but it sounds like sharks have no bones though.
Yeah,
Which is
why would
interesting to
why
me.
would a pike have bones but a shark doesn't?
Right?
confusing.
Yeah, because
I think whales
filleted
have
some
bones.
fish and they
Well,
def-
that's a mammal.
the fish that I've filleted
I think
definitely
it
have
has
bones,
something
but
to
I've
do
never
with how
filleted a shark
they.
ever.
I think it has something to do with how they like their predator behavior and how they hunt and how they swim and how they carry on. Because like sharks are different than like normal fish or even
Yeah, they're
whales
different.
or yeah they don't just like fish go into almost a dormant stage but they're not asleep. But like sharks never sleep. I'm pretty
They
sure.
constantly have to
Well,
move.
I think that
I
they
think sharks are the only ones that.
I think they swim while they sleep, and so their body just naturally moves while they're sleeping.
So it's
It
like an
has
autopilot
something to do
thing.
with that.
So it's like an
It says they,
autopilot thing.
it
Yeah, it's
says
like
they
an
belong
autopilot.
to a group of fish called the cartilaginous fishes that include rays, skates, and camaras, or ghost fish. And these are the only fish without bones.
Yeah.
Apparently, sharks enter sleep-like states, but it's different from human sleep. Not really sure what that exactly means. Periods of
They have to
rest,
keep.
but it's different
So as
from the
far
kind
as
of
I
Yeah,
sleep.
know,
well,
they have
look
to,
Yeah.
at it
they have
like
to keep.
species like
They have to
great white
keep.
sharks have to
They have to keep
continuously
moving.
move.
Exactly. They have to keep moving because that's what moves water into their gills, and then it produces
And it
air for
filters
them.
into air.
Yes, yes. It has to keep flowing water through their gills.
I think I've heard that.
Otherwise, they would literally suffocate.
But then is it just a movement thing? Because people can sleepwalk, but they're still sleeping, but they're
but we just
experiencing
breathe.
some type
We
of
breathe, on our own.
ambulescence.
Yeah, it's how they
Yeah,
breathe.
we could be unconscious and breathe. It's out of our control.
Oh, all right, that's true.
That's a good point.
Sharks, man.
Which I didn't come in, to talk about sharks. I'm more of a Bible. I'm more of a Bible nerd
I'm
than
sorry,
I
we're
am.
shark coded right now.
But I know a thing or two.
I know a little bit. Yeah,
This is a
I did
shark
marine
panel.
biology.
You've
so
been
Yeah.
I know
grossly
a little
misled,
bit.
Flocka. This is all about
We're on a shark
sharks.
stream now. It's
Yeah.
a shark stream. Yeah, no, but I did feel misled. To be honest with you, I've been recently watching Alex O'Connor talk about. I know he went on to a debate with Jordan B. Peterson, with Richard Dawkins, with Ben Shapiro, and I watched all those, and I cannot believe how eloquently he speaks. It's amazing. He's younger than all of us. The guy just speaks so fluently.
Okay, he's a smart
Well,
dude.
we're huge O'Connor fans.
So I do respect Alex O'Connor more than I will ever respect Richard Dawkins or Sam Harris. The reason why is
agreed.
because Alex O'Connor is not a hypocrite. Richard Dawkins is a fucking hypocrite.
Why do you say that?
Well,
I'm just
because
curious.
you have to remember when Dawkins was, damn it, hold on.
Okay, in the meantime, shout out Oxycat, Shark Sleep Deniers. I've heard it all. Good to see you, Oxycat.
Sharks.
And plus, like, thinking of any intellectual, I've never met someone as honest as Alex O'Connor.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
By
This
the
is
way,
what I would say
All right.
against
so
Dawkins. Oh wait, Frankie's back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
what I mean by
here's
this
a better
is
way to look it
that
up about the sharks.
Is that I caught this a few times. Richard Dawkins was debating Ben Stein. If you remember who Ben Stein is,
Ben Stiller, like Zoolander. I would love to see that debate.
I don't know why I said Ben Stiller for, but like Ben Stein, Ben Stein, the science guy, or whatever. Not the science.
Wait,
guy,
that's Bill Nye. Ben Stein is like the Jewish coded guy. Win Ben
Yeah.
Stein's money. Are you talking about Bill
They
Nye?
were discussing the Bible, and Richard Dawkins said, if you look at molecular biology and molecular biology and molecular chemistry, you will see a faint signature of a designer. I was like, you stupid fucking hypocrite. That is God right there, dude. It's like, it is 3 letters, I am. And that's the first time I caught him. And the second time I caught him was when he was like, I miss Christmas in London. It was so more homely. It was like the Christian Christmas. I was like, you stupid fucking hypocrite. You always bashing us for bullshit. You always bashing us for our beliefs and our faith. And you want to sit there and be like, I don't like this music of Christmas. It's like, they don't celebrate Christmas anyways. Like, I'm sorry. Like that's where I'm at with him.
I also heard you guys mention earlier that Christmas is a pagan holiday. Which
Well,
I've heard that
it is a pagan holiday from an original because it stems from the winter solstice. And
Well,
I said it a little tongue in cheek. I didn't really mean that.
I've heard this argument before, but I do believe that actually the Catholics believe that the saints are holy. So in a technical way, that would make it a holy holiday. Yeah, it's Saint Nicholas, right? So that would make it a holy holiday if you're a Catholic. And the Catholics, as far as I know, are the only Christian group that believe in the saints being holy. So I can see why you would think
and Orthodox.
And for me, I totally disavow that. The reason why is because the saints can't bless you. The saints can't heal you. The saints can't do anything. They are
But
dead.
the Catholics disagree with you. The Catholics disagree.
Catholics and Orthodox. Only Protestants
They
agree
can
with
disagree
Frankie.
all day
I'm
long.
a Protestant, so I also agree. But
all day long because it's only Christ who heals, teaches, and preaches.
that's not even true.
It sounds like
Frankie. That's not even true. Paul
that's
literally
not true
raised someone from the dead, and the disciples healed many people in the book of Acts.
Yeah.
So that's not even true.
Literally, Elijah could heal all the followers of Jesus Christ. Could heal people. He gave them the power to heal people. It's not only Jesus Christ who can heal.
Yeah. Saint Nick doesn't heal either. That wasn't really like the point.
But yeah, okay, I would say big. I think Big Soda was being tongue in cheek, and
I was being a little tongue in cheek. Yeah.
The true thing though is that a lot of the trappings of Christendom do come from like a pagan. That word is a bit nonsense, but pagan origins, like the date, right, based on the solstice, and putting a tree in your house and things like that. Like that stuff, is the Catholic Church has a history, right, of like tying. Taking pre-existing pagan holidays and then tying in saints and stuff into those things, right? So that's why there's a lot of like confluences, if you will, between those two things, between pagandom and
you had to put that on there, confluence. You had to do that, didn't you?
Well, I kind of get the feeling that, like even the Jews that crucified Jesus thought that, Christian.
I'm sorry, I thought it was the Romans.
That time.
Well, the Jews gave him over to the Romans.
Okay, but
this what perplexes me. All right, who crucified Christ? It was the Romans. The Jews didn't crucify Christ. Reason why? Because the Romans were overseeing the Jews. The Jews were under.
The Jews turned him over to the Romans.
The Jews were the ones who claimed he was committing blasphemy.
Yeah, not only were the Jews complicit, but they also facilitated it. I mean that. It was fully, they were totally involved,
And you could agree with me at that time that it might seem like Jesus and Christians were pagans. I can't. Okay,
Frankie, one at a time, please, please, brother.
Yeah. No, but I like your passion, Frankie. I do.
Dude, I hate the word Christian apologetics or Christian apologists. I hate that word. The reason why is that why should you apologize for being a Christian?
That's not what apologetics means.
I don't think that's what that means, though.
Also, nobody was apologizing for being a Christian.
Yeah, let's not get into semantics. But yes, I get your point, and I also don't like the word.
Yeah,
but that's just the etymology of it. Apologetics doesn't mean apologizing. It's just a similar etymology. It means a defense, giving a defense.
What I take, which I don't know if I'm right here, but what I take Christian apologists to mean is that they're not apologizing for anything. They're more so trying to make a case. It might as well be Christian supporters or Christian debaters or Christian. Yeah, I guess I'll go with supporters or something like that.
And that even is buried out in the etymology. That is what the word means. It's just we have the other word apology, and so it's easy to get them confused. But yeah, apologetics, doesn't mean apologize.
Yeah, they're not apologizing.
Even etymologically, semantically, in any domain, it doesn't mean that. Just there's a cursory similarity between that word and how we got to the word apology.
Yeah, it just sounds that way. It just sounds that way, but that's not what it means.
All right. So, like, for me, the whole crucifying of Christ, I think that's where all the Jew hate stems from. It's like, dude, no, the Jews didn't drive the nails through his fucking hand. It was the Romans.
Don't get me started, Frankie. Don't get me started.
Yeah,
you don't.
Okay.
You gotta read what the Jews say about Gentiles, and I'm not saying that,
Gentiles, dude. But the thing was, how I'm looking at it, what was being read, what was being said is that it was the Romans that were doing it. It was the Romans that lashed him 39 times. It was the Romans that put the crown of thorns on his head.
But that doesn't mean shit, because
this is such copium, Frankie. That's such copium.
That doesn't mean shit, because if I tell you, have you guys seen Star Wars?
I love Star Wars.
Yes.
Okay, think about Emperor Palpatine. Just because Anakin Skywalker, aka Darth Vader, kills a bunch of people doesn't mean that you can blame it on only Darth Vader. You got to blame Palpatine too. So Palpatine in this example represents the Jews, and which I'm not a Jew hater. I'm just making an example. But Palpatine represents the Jews, meaning do it. And then you got Darth Vader, who actually does it, which is the Romans. So you can't just blame Darth Vader. It's also the do it guy, which is the Jews in this case, who say do it.
Mm-hmm. Because it's just the Jews can't enact laws by themselves, so they have to rely on the Romans, and so they have to compel a case that Jesus was committing blasphemy, and so that's what then allowed the levying of charges of blasphemy and inciting riot.
I mean,
I don't think any of us here are trying to hate the Jews or make fun of the Jews or rip on the Jews. I mean, the Christians have some bad stuff too in their history. As a matter of fact, everything in the Jewish Bible is in the Christian Bible, just about. So I'm not saying that the Jews are horrible people. I'm just saying in that specific case, there's some blame to go around.
I agree. Okay, Ag, I agree. What were you saying?
Yeah, no, I just want to say I kind of figured when I said, like the Jews killed Jesus, like I figured you guys knew what I meant. I mean, it was a collaboration between the both of them, the Jews and the Romans, of course. But that wasn't even my point, but I was trying to get to. But I'm sorry I caused such a
No, we love it.
Yeah, that's what the panel's all about.
So what do you guys do here? What's your live stream all about? What do you guys talk about on a regular basis?
Well, and before that, can I just say my point was that at that time, even the Jews saw him as, they could see Christians and people that followed Jesus as pagan. That's that was my point to begin with.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Now, continue on.
Okay, I want to respond briefly to this, to put a little bow tie on this or whatever the expression is. But yeah, not a bow, not a bow tie, a bow. To put
That's
a,
pagan.
Put a bow on
That's
this.
pagan.
There even is the passage, and I mean, I think this is directed at Frankie, who is denying the Jewish role in this. Again, not an anti-Semite, but the Romans. Frankie, let me say my piece. Frankie, let me say my thing, and then you can respond. Okay, okay. So there is the story, as the Gospels go, where the Romans even offer. They say we can kill Christ or we can kill Barabbas, right? Who is like a known murderer and a thief. And the Jews all choose. They say no, release Barabbas, right? This is the Jew. You can't like take away the Jewish culpability, not like Jewish as in like all of Jews, but the Jews at the time, they gave him to the Romans. They when Pilate didn't want to do it, that's why he famously washes his hands symbolically. He's trying to do everything he can, and so ultimately Romans are the ones who killed him.
Well, they didn't want to get involved with the.
They were just being obsequious to the Jewish like fervor at the time, right? Like that's like very clear in the gospel stories, I think.
Okay, all right. Look, I'm not disputing none of that. I'm not disputing the fact that the Jews chose Barabbas over Christ. I'm not disputing the fact that the Pontius Pilate told Christ, "Let me help you." Christ said no. Okay, the people, you don't understand it. Christ said no. Christ knew what was happening. He knew that he had to go through this. That's what I'm saying. Christ had to go through it. He had to go through this. And
But nobody else did.
Huh?
Well, I mean, most everybody else didn't know this. They didn't.
Most everyone else
believe
didn't know
in
this, but Christ knew that he had to go through this. That's why he went through it. Damn it, I'll be back.
But okay, to answer Flacco, so I host a panel every day at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. We talk about politics and religion mostly. And so a lot of times we'll pick a video. We don't try to clickbait people, but I have to make a thumbnail. And so if I'm making a thumbnail, I'm probably going to put Alex in the thumbnail because that's who I'm talking about. But yeah.
Can I continue real quick, Pablo?
Speaking of, okay, go ahead.
No, okay. The main opponents of Christ were the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes. They were the main opponents of Christ. And they convinced the Roman government at that time and King Herod at that time to turn Christ over to the Romans. And
right.
you have to remember something too, right? You have to remember something too. The devil blinded them. You have to understand this. The devil blinded them to Christ's divinity, to Christ's teachings, to Christ's healings. The devil blinded them because the first thing that John the Baptist said to the Pharisees and Christ reiterated is that your father is the father of lies and of murder, in which he was referring to saying, "I'll be."
Yeah, they tend to fail a lot of biblical tests that God gives them. It seems like this is probably one of many.
I agree.
All right, next, if you remember the faithfulness of the centurion, if you remember that little passage right there, the faithful centurion, when the centurion requested Christ in terms of a could he. Well, the Pharisees is like he went to the Pharisees first. He said, "Hey, my servant is sick. Could Christ come and help me?" But then the Pharisee with the question says, "Oh, you should help the centurion." And then when he was heading to the centurion's house, the centurion couldn't meet Christ in person at first. He sent his servant. And the Christ was like, "Okay, what's going on?" "Well, my master said, could you?" Wait, really? Yeah, he said, "Could you," not "should you." So then this is the Pharisees lying and manipulating the situation. So then because the centurion believed that Christ's authority was higher than his authority. Because if you look at it now, a centurion was a leader of 80 men, a cohort, which in the Roman military was a cohort, which is equivalent to a platoon, leader, which is a first lieutenant, a second lieutenant, which, I'm in the army, former army, so I know those numbers. So then that's where the misconstruing and the manipulation comes in from the Pharisees, whose father was the father of lies and of murder.
Checks out.
I hope I made sense.
Yeah, I don't think you'll find any disagreements here about that.
Yeah, I think I agree.
So then I believe that yes, the Jews were culpable, but I don't believe they were the main culprit.
Of course.
I actually think they were the main culprit.
I was going to say, you take them away from the equation.
Romans in the story didn't want to do it.
That's kind of what I was trying to say.
I just want to bring you guys back to the example, which I don't know if it's a good one, but I like it. It's the Palpatine Darth Vader one. It's like, while it is Darth Vader who strikes people down, who's the main culprit?
That's
Palpatine.
That's what
that's why the big H man.
That's why the big H man gets the bad rep. It's like you think the big H man was going around taking out 6 million J people.
Cookies.
You can also use the example actually kind of in a biblical way, actually, about the tax man, because remember there's a tax man who follows Jesus. I think that's it's not Matthew, is it? Or
it is Matthew, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, yeah.
I believe so.
There's a tax man who. So think about even today, the tax man. Is it the tax man that you're mad at, or is it actually the government? So just don't think that the person who swings the sword is the one who actually is responsible for the killing. Sometimes there's
also, to be fair, I wasn't like directly blaming the Jews for Christ being I figured everybody knew what I was trying to get to. But
Yeah.
I didn't get to finish my point, and so that kind of backfired. So I apologize.
Flocka, I think I
No,
know what
it
you're
was
saying. I think I
fantastic.
know what you're saying. Where John the Baptist was baptizing people in the Jordan River, the tax collectors came to John the Baptist to want to get baptized, and John the Baptist was bashing them. But he says, "You know what? I'll baptize you anyways." And he baptized them, and then when they left the water, they were like, "I still have this lingering sense in my heart." He says, "Stop extorting people." He's not. He didn't say stop taxing them. He said stop extorting them. That was the difference.
I actually don't remember this, but I will trust that this happened. It's not recalling anything to my mind.
I mean, if you want to look up confluence, you can. So we get the right wording.
I kind of missed
No,
that.
I mean,
What?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just it's not a story. I don't remember it. That's all I'm saying.
I
But
I
it sounds
remember
like something that
along
could have
those
happened.
lines.
I will say that. Okay, since you guys are already talking about Star Wars, okay, and by the way,
I
Big
love
Soda,
Star Wars.
this is the first time I've had to go pee. Okay,
Ah,
don't let anyone.
no.
I've
That
gone 2 hours without a
shit right
pee, so don't let anyone like mislead you. This is the first time, Big Soda. Okay, just so you know.
I believe we have less than
No,
an hour,
don't
and
don't turn your camera
Confluence is
off.
bladder.
Yeah, don't turn your camera off. Let me see it.
Disavowed. Disavowed.
So where's Maryland saying disavow?
Nerf herder.
While we continue as
Yeah, I was going to say, whoa.
While we continue with Christ, because this to me is a mystery, and I think I have a theory on this. All right, so from the age of 5 to the age of 30, the Bible is silent on what Christ was doing. What I believe, and this is my theory, this is whole theory, you know what I'm saying, like a straight theory. I don't know if I'm wrong or I don't know if I'm right, but I have a hunch. I believe that Christ went into the desert like John the Baptist did, and he was picked up by the order of Melchizedek, and they protected him until he was ready to establish his ministry from the age of 30 to the age of 33.
That's
That's
totally
my
possible.
theory.
That's totally possible. I'm not sure what. I'm sorry. What's the other fellow? That's not Big Soda, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely let you go first if you have something to say. Otherwise, I also have something to say as well.
No. You go ahead. You say something. Let me collect my thoughts.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I have an opinion about this is because other religions talk about Jesus. So there's a period of time where he must have gone somewhere and done something, right? I mean, he had to have, because the Buddhists, they mention Jesus, and so does the Quran, which is the Islamics.
Well,
And
they
so
in the Quran, they mention Jesus as a prophet, not as
The
the
Quran believes in most of the lineage and most of what the Bible teaches as well.
right.
The Quran
So
is mostly the same thing.
If you want to talk
I
about
think that he
lineage,
went on a little journey over there to not only the Middle East, like across the Middle East, but I think he also, he might have even kind of went, yes, exactly. I think he kind of spread out a little bit into Asia. Nothing, I don't think he went to like, Japan super far or something like that. But I think he kind of creeped.
We're talking about Christ.
Well, and Muslims believe that any kind of Christian people are probably like from my interpretation, anyways, from reading the Quran, they kind of believe Christians are paganistic because they're like they worship Allah, whereas we worship Jesus, and there's this Trinity involved. Whereas Muslims, they don't
Whereas we
believe in
worship
that.
Yahweh, you mean?
Well, I guess it depends on your interpretation, but
they think we're blaspheming what I think Agnes is right. They think we're blaspheming by worshiping the Son of God because we call him God.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, correct.
They
Muhammad goes on in the Quran about this, but you'd have to read that.
Yeah,
we get to remember
which I would love to do.
As you read the Quran, though, just think about what you've read in the Bible, and you'll be like, "Damn, this is so familiar."
Yeah,
and a lot of the things in the Quran are the
to
same.
read that. I need to read that book. I've got a Quran actually right in front of me, but I've never cracked it open, and I've really got to get on top of that. I've read so many other books and stuff,
here are
but
my
I
2
can't.
points. So if you want to talk about lineage, you have to remember in the book of Matthew, they give Christ's lineage, earthly lineage, from David, from King David, all the way down to him. Because when Christ was walking the streets of Israel, they would say, Christ, son of David. Because David is considered the father of Israel, who united Israel, and they consider Christ Israel, he who struggles with God and wins.
Right.
And then Frankie, if I can ask, hold on,
I don't think it's he who wins, is it?
Hold on. My second point is this: Muhammad's night journey. If you remember Muhammad's night journey, he went on a golden Pegasus from Medina to Israel, or from Mecca to Israel, where he went down where a golden ladder descended down from the heavens, and he climbed up this golden ladder, and he walked up into heaven, and he saw the prophets. He saw Moses, he saw Abraham, he saw Elijah, and then he went back down. Now, the Muslims believe.
I think you might be talking about Jacob.
The Al-Ramah Mosque in Israel, where the Dome of the Rock, where this big giant rock is in the middle of there. What I personally believe that is Mount Moriah, where Abraham went to sacrifice Isaac.
Yep.
And this is another speculation, another theory of mine. All right. I believe that the Ark of the Covenant is in there. Because because during the
Egg has a Quran too.
Yeah, it's good to know. I haven't opened it, but I will be very happy to read it. Not that I'm a believer of it, but it's something that I got to read for sure.
I will say it gets progressively worse as you go. The beginning of the Quran, it sounds all good. It talks about. It even says Christians and Jews are, I can't remember the exact words, but it says that they're people of the book, I think.
The people of the book.
Right, but then later on, it says a bunch to do very untoward things to those same Christians and Jews. Because Muhammad got progressively more angry throughout his life. I mean, he was doing various war campaigns and stuff, but.
Well, yeah, he was a warlord, but then also you have to remember this too. Like, what I believe is the Ark of the Covenant is inside Mount Moriah, is inside the Dome of the Rock. The reason why I say this is because of the Roman occupation in Israel during the time of Vespasian, during the time of Emperor Vespasian, when the Jews rebelled during the Emperor Nero's time, and then the Emperor Nero sent Vespasian and Titus to quell the Jewish rebellion. And from there, they tore down or they burnt down the Temple of Jerusalem, which the Ark of the Covenant was inside. And I believe, this is my theory, that the Ark of the Covenant is inside the Dome of the Rock, because in the section of the Dome of the Rock, there's called the Well of Souls, where they believe that there is the power of God is really imbued in there. It's called the Well of Souls in the Dome of the Rock.
What is the Well of Souls?
Okay, Frankie, to be clear, I think what you're saying is nonsense, but I appreciate that you have that theory. I personally think it is nonsense. Okay, what are we looking at, Egg?
Look up the Dome of the Rock.
I know what the Dome of the Rock is. I understand your theory. I think it's nonsense. Egg, this seems like something I would like. This seems very occult coded. What is this? What are we looking at right now?
It's Hindu scripture.
So this is called The Book. It's pretty cool.
The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization.
Wait,
okay, what is this?
It's pretty cool. It's got
yeah. Let me show you guys.
Oh, I think I've heard. It's just the thing that if everyone died and you only had one book, this book posits that it could, I guess, as the title says, rebuild civilization. Like it has all the stuff you would need. Is this the same thing I'm thinking of?
Yeah, on a super basic level, yeah.
Oh man, it's very pretty.
All right, now Confluence. Look up Dome of the Rock, Well of Souls. You see what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. I disagree. I think it's I don't think it's a good theory, but it's possible. It's possible that it's true.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Roll and saw and axe.
So let me show you guys a cool book here too. How do I turn my camera on? Let me flip this around. How do I do that?
Yeah,
camera.
It's pretty cool, man.
So I've got
the other Bible.
So I've got the Bible here, right? This is just regular King James Version Bible, and then I've got the other Bible. So this is all the Apocrypha. This is all the books that got taken out of the Bible. And
Yeah,
so
that's from the Council of Nicaea in 1045 AD.
No,
after
this
the
is
Great
more
Division.
than that. This is like the
Oh,
fucking
it's
Nag Hammadi's
thick.
shit, right?
It's fucking thick. This is
Yeah.
all the Dead Sea Scrolls, all the Apocrypha, all the, all of. I have
With the Kabbalah. Oh,
I
now
have
you're
the
speaking my
Kabbalah.
language, brother.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. So it's got creation myths and it's just there's no harm in having it. It's not like it's sacrilegious,
No, I agree. Look, Gospel of
So that would
Thomas
have, like,
is
Enoch and
ironically
stuff.
goaded. Okay, I know
Well,
no
yeah,
one,
like,
no Christian
Enoch
likes when I
and
say
stuff like
that, but it is.
You have to remember, like Soda, you have to remember in 1095, in 1045 AD, the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church did the Great Schism where they split apart. And in the Council of Nicaea, they created what the Bible is today. They took books in, they took books out. They debated, they fought over all the books of the Bible. So then we don't know. So we only go by what we truly understand, what the King James Bible, and etc. But all the other books, the apocryphal texts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, etc. Those are still hotly debated because of the Council of Nicaea in 1045 AD.
Yeah, I know that.
I don't know if I would say they're hotly debated. There's not really probably any prominent Christian sect that wants to add, let's say, like the Gospel of Thomas or the Gospel of Mary Magdalene into the canon. I think they're valuable texts to read, but I wouldn't say they're hotly debated. I don't think that's. They're not even coldly debated.
And I do believe that they were taken out for a reason, because they were probably contradictory, or they were considered not reliable. So,
but there's wait. I feel like I have to clarify something. So when most people say the Apocrypha, they mean like the deuterocanonical texts. They mean the stuff that Catholics believe, but Protestants don't.
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true.
I'm saying that's what most people mean when they say Apocrypha. Like if you were to Google the Apocrypha, you will come up. I think the first result, I haven't hands in the air. The first result is going to be the books that were in the King James Bible originally, but were separated. So like things like First and Second Tobit and stuff like that, and the Maccabees, all that stuff. Those are in a distinct category from things like the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Thomas. Those were never officially canonized, whereas the other ones, at a certain point, they became less canonized. So, but I'm saying we shouldn't confuse First and Second Tobit with the Gospel of Thomas. Those are like different animals.
Yes, it's important to note why they came around and how they came around. So, and why they became Apocrypha in the first place, and also what the word Apocrypha means. So, first of all, the word Apocrypha, as far as I understand it, I'm not Google, Chat GPT, but as far as I know it, it's like it means to hide away or to put away. So they put it away from the Bible. They said, okay, this is a separate section.
I think it means the exact opposite, but I'm also not ChatGPTing. But I think like the word apocalypse, I think is like unveiling. And so Apocrypha, I think, is the revealed writings, I think.
Well, Revelation.
I'm hearing
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
That's fine. That's fine. But still, let me finish. Even if I am wrong, let me present still.
My man be wrong.
It's worth mentioning. Yeah, we can all be wrong. It's worth mentioning too that as far as I know, the King James was a man, like an actual king.
Yeah.
He hired all the most well-educated biblical scholars of his time to kind of formulate what the Bible should look like. What is non-contradictory? What is reliable? What should be considered part of the canon? And what should we put in the Bible?
No, that's not accurate.
Oh, is that not?
No, yeah. King James lived in the 17th century, I think. Pretty sure.
That's right.
And the canon was in place for like 1400 years roughly before that. The only thing King James did was
I disagree with you on that.
Well, in what way? Say more.
Well, I don't think that it was actually compiled into a really cohesive book until King James came around.
No. You're like off by like more than 1,000 years. Like from what Frankie said, like the Council of Nicaea and everything. The canon was settled in like the 4th century AD. King James came along in like the 17th century, and he was one of the people who kind of dichotomized the books that are in the Catholic Bible, and he said, well, they're still important, but they're less important. But the canon itself was decided again from like a few centuries after Christ.
No,
King
how do I
James
look
is
it
like
up?
way later on in the story.
We never understand this though. The
So how do
Bible
I
is
look that up?
started in Latin. It's like, remember, the four major religions at that time were Hebrew, Aramaic, Latin, and Greek. All right. So then they had to translate it to various different languages, from the Greek to the Spanish to the French to the German. So that a lot of words are getting misconstrued and misaligned because of the translations.
Yeah. So what I would look up to try to find this information that you guys are talking about, would I look up like kind of the history of the Castle of Nicaea?
Yeah, or history of canonization would be like a good thing. I don't know if there's a wiki page on that, but yeah, like the process of canonization would be that's the kind of word you wanna be looking at. Anson says I'm wrong, but Anson says I'm always wrong. Anton, why do you think I'm wrong? Well, okay, he thinks, okay, never mind. I'm gonna disavow. King James made the first valid church. Okay, yeah, get wrecked, Anson. Get wrecked. Anson is an atheist, in case.
Anson, get up here. We can see that beautiful shaved face.
Yeah, let's see your shaved, baby smooth face, Anson.
And then Osama bin Laden.
I haven't even been looking at the chat here. What are people saying about us, huh? They're talking shit?
Probably not.
I think it's mainly been Anson just saying nonsense. So.
All right.
Which, if you knew who Anson was, you'd understand. But
I've never heard that that it was canonized, or I guess what I think we're all kind of in agreement of what canonization is. I've never heard that it was canonized before King James. So I'll have to look that up and kind of see what you guys are talking about. I've never heard that before.
Yes, and I want to say I understand you don't know me from Adam, but I'd like to think I give confidence intervals. On this one, I'm telling you, I'm 100% confident on this. This is not a contested thing. So there's stuff I'll say if I'm like unsure, I'll tell you I'm unsure. This is actually just like for real fact. I'm still looking up, of course, but I'm just saying I'm not presenting you some fringe theory. This is actually I
appreciate that. Yeah. No, I'm on a journey of knowledge, like all of us are. Obviously, we're all here for a reason. We're all on the journey of trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And I think we all agree that, there's some things that are fringe. There's some things that are just blatantly true. And I want to know the things that are blatantly true and the things that are fringe.
Yeah,
it's fair.
And I mean, there's a lot of questions about like even the Council of Nicaea, right? They famously, some of the stuff they did was like they accepted books under certain criteria. So at the time, Hebrews was accepted. It's the reason Hebrews is in everyone's Bible, like the book of Hebrews, not like the Jewish people, right? The reason it's in there is because it was thought at the time to have been written by Paul. Now, the vast majority of scholars think Hebrews was not written by Paul. So it's a bit of a quirk of history where it was only accepted because they thought, because for something to be in the canon, it had to be written by an apostle. And Paul because he's an honorary apostle, he was included into that. But that's why stuff like the book of Barnabas, even though we actually think it was written by Barnabas, same with Polycarp, who was a disciple of John, we actually think those are legit written by the people that they claim to be written by, but they're not direct disciples of Christ. And so that was the criteria they used. But then if we applied that criteria today, we would not accept Hebrews, because now we've learned through like studying the text and the grammar and all this stuff, we think it's almost, we don't know for sure, but most people agree, most scholars agree it actually wasn't written by Paul. And so there's a bit of a weird thing that happens where it's like, I accept Hebrews in my canon. I think it's legit. And I look at God throughout history and I think that was intentional, but I also think Hebrews wasn't written by Paul. And so, yeah, applying the standard that they used at the Council of Nicaea today, then we would reject that book. So it's a weird kind of like paradox that happens there. I don't know if I'm like explaining that correctly or not, but. And it goes the other way too, where it's in the text of Corinthians, there is supposed to be another Corinthians. There is a third Corinthians, but it's been lost to time. And so if they had it at the time of Nicaea, they would have included in the canon. And so if we still haven't found it, but let's say we did find it tomorrow, it would kind of be an open question. Should that be included? Because it fits all the criteria that they used when they were canonizing the Bible. It was written by Paul. right? So should it be included, right? But would we open the canon again? Probably not. So I think the way I see it, I think God is a God of history, and so I think we work with what we're given, and so I trust the Council of Nicaea that they pick the books, the 66 books, to be canonized. But I mean, it gets messy, I guess is what I'm saying. It gets messy in both directions of what was rejected and what should have been accepted.
And how do we know that there's a third book of Corinthians?
It's internal to the text of Corinthians itself. So if you read 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Paul references another letter. So there is a third letter to the people at Corinth, but we don't have that letter. So he's like mentioning stuff that he has said to the people at Corinth, but we don't have that. So we know it's been lost to time, or Paul's lying, but like probably not, right? There probably is another letter that he wrote, and we don't have that. So someone either destroyed it, or someone didn't copy it enough, or whatever. And so let's say we had a new Dead Sea Scrolls incident where we discover the book of 3rd Corinthians. Do we add it to the Bible? How seriously do we treat it? Right? Like what kind of level of authority do we give it? Because if they had it back in the day, they definitely would have added it. But in the opposite way, Hebrews, they would have not added it. So it, like I said, it cuts in both directions.
Yeah, sure. I know it sounds so far-fetched to say, like, if we had another Dead Sea Scrolls, but I don't actually think that sounds insanely far-fetched at all. I mean, we didn't too long ago find Göbekli Tepe, which completely changed our understanding of how old civilization is.
In the young Earth creationists, they don't believe Göbekli Tepe is 12,000 years old.
Well, they don't believe in carbon dating as a whole.
That's ridiculous, though. Then how do you understand? Then how do you know how you know the pyramids are 5,000 years old? Then how do you know? You have to carbon date it.
I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but I believe that
we can actually go back on the lineage on the pyramids.
Yeah, I do believe that the pyramids are actually actually older than the Younger Dryas impact. That's an opinion. It's not. It's not.
I mean, like older than the dinosaurs?
No, the dinosaurs are millions. I'm only talking just over 10,000 years.
The Earth creationists believe that we walked with dinosaurs, that we were walking with T-Rex and Triceratops, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, one could argue we still do
with fucking crocodiles running
around.
That's what I think.
I'm not on board with
the whole
that.
psyop shit.
I don't think that's reasonable.
I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, I don't think that's reasonable. But I am down for because my opinion is the Younger Dryas, that period of time where we are well aware that about 10 to 12,000 years ago that that the Earth got really, really fucking hot. It came out of the Ice Age, and then it came into a period of warming. And that's what a lot of people would believe is the flood of Moses, which is when the ice melted. And we know for a fact, this isn't fringe, we know for a fact that there was ice that was kind of covering Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota, that northern part of the US. And then it melted. And so now here we go to the fringe, where people think that might have been the cause of the flood of Moses. And so I don't know if that's true or not, but the point is that some people believe that that's possible. Now, continuing the fringe, I personally think that the pyramids of Giza were built before that flood.
Okay. I mean, I've heard some literature and people talking about it that says they believe the potential of another civilization before the Egyptians.
Yeah.
I'm
not going 100,000 years ago. I'm only going 12,000 years ago, which we all accept that it's 5,000 years so far. That's what we accept. I'm not going anywhere crazy. I'm just saying that instead of 5,000, I think it's about 12,000, and that's just only opinion.
I don't think it's that unreasonable, though.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Unless you're especially with Göbekli Temple.
Huh? What's
the Earth is only 12,000 years old?
No.
Oh, okay.
Who
the flood happened 12,000 years ago? Is that what?
I'm saying the flood happened 12,000 years ago.
Gotcha. Okay. My bad. I'm a little bit autistic.
I don't know. So I'm not going to give a true answer there because I really don't know. But I believe it happened.
I will make myself maybe partially heretical. I don't know if a global flood for real happened. I don't know if it did.
Well, then here's my dragon analogy for you. Like the Greeks talked about a global flood. The Aztecs, the Hopi Indians.
But no. What you're saying, you're preloading something into that, Frankie. Right? If you are an ancient civilization, by definition, you can't talk about a global flood. You can talk about a local flood. So I agree. A bunch of civilizations talked about a local flood, but they couldn't know what is definitionally global, right?
Okay.
Flocka sounds snooty. Excuse you, dented fridge. Excuse you, dented fridge.
That's Anson. That's Anson. Look, Anson has said so much nonsense. So, he said he's going to join now. So I think you'll like Anson, although, hard to say. But
He's a wild card.
Anson is a wild card, yeah. You have to take Anson with a grain of salt.
Maybe a couple grains of salt.
A heap of salt.
Yeah, just on the record.
15 grains of salt.
On the record, fuck you, dented fridge. Fuck you. On the record. Put it on the goddamn record.
I don't know who that dented fridge guy is, but
that's Anson.
Also,
God damn it! I'm being
Frankie's got the autism card now. Okay.
Oh my God.
Confluence. Let me give you an example. Right? And this is an army example. So whenever a unit is moving to a spot, they do what's called 360-degree security, meaning they go into a big circle and encompass the entire spot for security. All right. That platoon makes that circle, and then there is a gunner in every section of that circle. What that gunner does is they draw what's called a range card. A range card is where they literally draw.
I don't know how this connects. I'm down for it. I just want to say I have no idea how this is connected, but I will trust you, Frankie.
I'm gonna tell you how this is connected.
I will trust you.
I'm gonna tell you how this is connected. And what they do is they draw what's in front of them. Like I see a tree 25 meters out. I see a rock 30 meters out. I see a building 100 meters out. And they get that information, and all that information is gathered and brought to the platoon leader. So the platoon leader, it has an entire map of the entire area of operations, that they're in. Now, how it correlates to that is that the Bible talked about a flood. The Greeks talked about a flood. The Hopi and the Aztecs talked about a flood. We're taking those range cards and we're putting it together to get the full map of it. I'll be back.
Confluence. I want to point out you've been through two 2-hour streams and we've watched 3 minutes of this video.
No. Flocka's right. It's clickbait.
I can get Flocka's.
It is an actual clickbait.
I was trying to tell you. It's fucking clickbait. Next time, put Jesus Christ on there, or Donald Trump.
Hey, that's happened before. Okay. Look, we do on this channel. We do eventually get through all the videos. Okay. Sometimes it's 7 parts. I'm not going to lie to you for like a 45-minute video. That has happened a few times, but.
You got to put someone who's going to give attention. Just put like some controversial figure up there and you'll be good to go.
Hey, well, we did that before with Candace, but we actually were talking about Candace, okay? This is one of the times where we haven't even played the video. This has happened before. I'm not saying it hasn't, but we have been streaming for 2.5 hours and we haven't played a single second of the video yet, but that is at least rare, okay? You hit it on a bad day, Flocka, okay?
You said that you talk about politics and religion. I love the religion topic. Unfortunately, I hate the politics topic because, we can talk about factual things. Well, I guess in politics you can talk about factual things too, but it's just, I guess I was raised in a way where they say, don't talk about politics, don't talk about other people's income, don't ask them their income, things like that, And so I hear politics and my instantaneous feeling is like, don't talk about it because somebody's going to get offended, even though that's kind of what this whole conversation is about, is to challenge people's beliefs and to kind of move forward in the conversation and to see what's right and what's wrong, and so I guess I'm foolish for saying that, but that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
Though I
Plus,
hear
we're
you,
here to
and
bridge the gap, so we can do that without all that mess. We can talk about this stuff and
there is
not
a lot
get
of mess
pissy.
though. There is a lot of mess in the process, but
Yeah,
I think
Yeah,
the
we get
last
pissy
time we
about
did
other
it,
stuff, but
the last time we did an abortion thing, I think we went 2 episodes and we didn't watch the video the entire time
yeah,
because people hopped
yeah.
on and
Yeah, because as soon as if you put a which I'm fine with, like the video is kind of like the way I see it. I've only been like streaming for a couple months now, but the way I see it is like, the video gives us fodder. The thing I really like is the discussion that comes from the fodder that is the video. So if I make an abortion thing, if enough people join and they want to like talk about abortion, I'd rather do that, and then the video is there to provide like kind of like food for thought. And then
I was gonna say that's such a controversial, topic to say.
Yeah.
I mean, even religion too, but abortion seems like especially a hot topic, and because religion people are they've kind of already made up their mind in this and that. Abortion, I feel like people kind of are flip-flopping, and abortion is, ooh, that's a hot topic, baby. That's hot topic.
Yeah,
it is a hot topic. Yeah.
That's a hot topic.
I don't even want to engage in it most of the time. It's like, look, man, I don't even want to, man.
Yeah.
I will tell you, Confluence is pretty good. He's pretty good at defending his position on when it comes to abortion.
Yeah, this is the one time Big Soda gives me that attaboy. It was the one stream I did.
I mean, you are going to get like 3 people.
If I can give the 1, 2, 3 about my thought about abortion,
sure.
Which, by the way, I clearly haven't fleshed it out. I'll make that first and foremost. I would say there's a certain age where it feels like they have like sentience or like they can experience things.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like whatever that age might be, which I will not claim to know, but whatever that age is where they can kind of experience things, it feels like it's too late. But if it's an embryo or whatever you want to call it, like a very, very, very early stage. I forgot, zygote, is that the word? Yeah, zygote. Yeah, if it's a zygote, then it's like, then I'm okay with it. That's like a plan B, that's like taking it the morning after type of thing. I'm okay with that, but man, I feel like at some point you got to just not do it. So I just figured I would throw that out there for you guys to hear.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we ain't gonna jump on you for your opinion. I mean, to be fair, our culture, it's having a tough time deciding this one.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. That's for sure.
And I think there's a sliding scale. My opinion, I think it's all bad. Like I would still say a zygote's a human life, but I do agree with you, Flocka, that I think the farther you go along, the more I think undeniable it is that you're like actually just taking out a real person, right? Like especially if we like go to the extreme of like it's like 8 months in the womb, and it's like you're that's like actually just a baby if you think about it.
That's pretty much like non-negotiable for me. I mean, like some babies come out at 5 months old, and they're fucking crying and kicking and screaming just like any other baby at 5 months. And so at 5 months, if a baby can come out, sure, they need help, they need medical equipment to keep them alive. It's not like they're able to self-sustain, but I just don't see it as okay to kill them, because if you saw a 5-month-old baby in front of you and you
that would suck, man. I was born almost 2 months premature.
Yeah, if
so
you had to do it yourself, how would you feel then?
Yeah, I wouldn't be here, I guess, but
yeah, I mean, I'm saying just metaphorically, if you were to have to take a knife out and do it yourself, how would you feel?
Yeah.
The challenging thing I think is that, like you said, Flocka, the reason we can do 5 months at viability in certain cases is because of medical advancements. And so I guess the kind of a thought experiment, but kind of also what is really happening is as technology improves and as medical technology improves, we can push back what is viable earlier and earlier on. And so then let's say we could do that at 4 months. Then it's like, well, then that becomes viable. What about 3 months? What about 2 months? Like, where do we put the line at which it's
I love that argument. That's a great argument. I love that.
I think my youngest is 30 weeks exactly. Or no, not my youngest. My oldest was 30 weeks exactly, and so he was
30
he
weeks.
had to
Okay.
stay.
Wow.
Yeah, he had to stay in the hospital for every
Yeah,
bit
that's
of
pretty
3
early.
weeks.
WD.
Yeah,
Seven
we
and a
got
half
pictures
months
of
or
him.
something.
Yeah,
Baby
that
Big
sounds
Soda,
about
man.
right.
She,
No, it's a boy. It's my 8-year-old.
yeah, Baby Big Soda.
Oh, I thought you said she. My
Big
bad.
Soda Junior.
Yeah,
I call that one
yeah.
kid soda, and then I
Baby,
call
did you say
his
baby?
youngest
My
baby
bad.
soda.
Baby Dick Soda.
I'm trying to keep up with the lore. My bad.
Vibe, good to see you. Vibe, we are so close. You have to trust. We're so close to starting the video, Vibe. So if you want to hop on panel and discuss, you're welcome to. We're so close.
We're like this close.
We're like
this
edging.
close.
We're so close.
You can't
Yeah,
see
I've been,
me. That's the
I've been
point.
getting, I've been edging the whole time that I have been here.
Oh, me. That's what you're supposed to do. That's why I have one hand shown right now because the other hand is.
Yep, I've
That's
been
the
edging
whole point. I don't know if you joined the wrong panel, but that's a Gooner panel. Okay, it's like a Gooner philosophy, religion, politics thing. That's kind of the vibe I'm trying to hit right now.
But the main
Speaking
thing
of
is
vibe.
gooning. The main thing
that is always that's the main thing. Okay, we will.
Oh,
you know
shit.
what? Fuck it.
Yeah,
We'll
let
start the
Vibe up,
video.
man. Vibe's cool. He gives a different perspective. I like it.
Yeah, but Vibe was here yesterday.
Vibe, get up here.
Yeah, Vibe. We're gonna start for real, actually, like for real. 6-7. Okay, we're actually gonna do it. Vibe is fighting with Anson, we're well. Desiree's coming back. Desiree's coming back. Okay, and I'm not giving you her number, Anson. Only I can fix Desiree. Okay. Okay, we're gonna. Are you guys ready? I feel like it's been so long now. Like I'm nervous, but like.
Thanks, man.
Okay, here we go. Cosmological argument.
So I think probably the most powerful argument for the existence of God is the so-called first cause argument, which is quite like naive. A lot of people are familiar with the idea that we need a first cause for the universe, but I think people think about it wrong. There is what you might think of as a horizontal causal argument and a hierarchical causal argument. And a lot of people just aren't familiar with the hierarchical version of the causal argument, which I think is probably best explained with a prop, like this lovely glass of water. You might ask yourself, why is this water here? And the way that people tend to think about cause is in terms of time, what happened before what might be called the efficient cause in the Aristotelian sense, which is, well, somebody just poured the water into the glass. And then I might ask, well, why did they pour the water into the glass? Oh, well, because you asked them to. Oh, well, why did you do that? Well, because the glass was empty, because I'm thirsty, so on and so forth, back infinitely. There's just no beginning. There's just, as long as every single step is explained by the step before, then everything gets explained back in.
Because I know how gravity works.
But there's another way that you can think about causation. I can say, why is this water here? Well, because it's being held up by the glass. Right? If the glass wasn't there, the water would just, fall out, or at least wouldn't retain its space, its shape, even if we were in space. The water is in the glass right now because it's being held up by the glass. In that sense, the shape and position of the water right now is being caused by the shape and position of the glass. Okay, so why is the glass there? Because it's being held up by my hand. Why is my hand there? Being held up by my arm. My arm's being held up by my shoulder. My shoulder's being held up by my body. My body is being held up by the chair. The chair is being held up by the ground. The ground is being held up by the foundations of the building, and so on. And if you kept going, you might get to the gravity that's pulling the building down. You might get the forces of nature which are holding the earth together. But ultimately, all of this is happening now in a time slice and hierarchically. This isn't some causation that goes back in time. It sort of goes up and down, if you can see what I mean. So there is a reason why that kind of causation.
Brief pause, make sure we're all on the same page.
Like, are we supposed to be confused by this?
But okay, well, hopefully not. But do we get the distinction he's making between a horizontal cause and a vertical cause? Like horizontal being like through time and vertical being in a single slice of time.
Yeah.
Do we agree with that, or does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I totally agree.
Okay.
Cannot go on infinitely. And that is that in each stage of this causal chain, the causal actor doesn't have any causal power, except insofar as it borrows it from something more fundamental. I'll try and put that in simpler terms. The glass holds up the water, but it can't do it of its own accord. It's being held up by my hand, to the extent that if I took away my hand, the glass would no longer have the power to hold the water here, right? So the glass's power, the causal power to cause the water to be where it is right now, is literally borrowed from my hand. But likewise, if I removed my arm, my hand would no longer have the power to hold the water where it is. So my hand doesn't have on its own any kind of power to hold up the glass. It borrows it from my arm. And my arm borrows it from my shoulder, and my shoulder borrows it from my body, to the extent that if I were to remove any of those parts in the causal chain, everything further up the chain than that would instantly lose its causal power to hold the water up where it is, right? Instantly. So what that means is that
That's a Flint, Michigan sip right there.
there is no actual causal power except for whatever is at the basis of this giving the whole chain causal power. So if you think about that horizontal causation, right? Imagine a series of dominoes knocking each other over. This is causation in time. Domino 1 is knocked over by domino -1, and domino -1 is knocked over by domino -2, -3, -4, -5, and so on back to infinity. In this kind of causation, when domino -5 knocks over domino -4, and then the dominoes keep falling over, I could take domino -5 that caused, all these other dominoes to fall over. I could take that earlier cause. I could take it. I could throw it in the bin. We don't need it anymore. Those dominoes further down the chain would keep on going. Right? It's the kind of causation where you don't require the first causes, the earlier causes, to remain in existence in order for the causal chain to continue. So another example of this would be like parents and children. My grandfather caused my father to exist. Then my grandfather died. After my grandfather died, my father caused me to exist. Right? So you've got cause A, B, and C. A causes B. A then just disappears, gets in the C, and B still has the causal power to bring about C. You see what I'm saying? You don't need that first cause to remain there. But that's in this so-called horizontal causation, right? In a hierarchical series of causation, you can't get rid of the earlier cause. And when we say earlier or first or fundamental, we don't mean in time. We mean like sort of further down the chain, as it were. So if my grandfather causes my father, then my grandfather dies, my father still has the causal power to bring me about. But if my shoulder causes the position of my arm, then if my shoulder disappears, my arm no longer has the power to hold up my hand. The shoulder needs to stay there, causing the arm in order for the arm to cause the hand. So all of that causation happens all at once, right? Which means that there is no intrinsic causal power. My father has his own causal power to bring about me, but my arm only borrows it from my shoulder. It doesn't have it on its own. But my shoulder only borrows it from my body, and my body only borrows it from the chair. Without the chair, none of this would have any causal power. My hand would not be able to be here. And without the floor, none of that would be able to do anything. So there's no causal power at all in this chair.
This is what...
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of what Ag said. This is like a For Dummies presentation. I understand. I think it's good, but we get it, Alex. We get it. Am I the only one feeling that?
Yeah,
I don't know if Alex was prompted to make it the most clear it could possibly be.
When I first saw this, I was 10 seconds in. I was saying that. Not even on the stream. I saw this I don't know, earlier today or yesterday.
It's good because if you truly understand an argument, you're able to break it down as simple as just explaining the process of horizontal versus vertical. And I kind of like it. It's pretty easy to follow.
I think it is. It's just it's weird. I don't know if this is the collab he's doing with the other channel, the Big Think or whatever it's called. Because I feel like this is different than Alex normally talks. I feel like he's really making sure everyone
Breaking it
understands, which
down,
I think is
yeah.
good. But Waka has left. Waka is running, is what Anson said. Which I mean, it could be the case. I'm not sure. I'm just kidding. It's good to see you, Waka, and you can join every time we go live every day, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time.
See you, man.
Okay? But okay,
next time say goodbye.
Okay, yeah, at least we will definitely get to the end of the argument in 2 minutes, and then I want to hear our thoughts on this.
Insofar as it borrows it right now in this instant from the ground below it. So if this just goes back infinitely, well, this borrows from this, and this borrows from this, and this borrows, and that goes back on literally infinitely, then there is no causal power at all. Because it's not being borrowed from anywhere. It's like everyone is just borrowing from another thing which has no causal power. It only gets its causal power where it's borrowed it from something else, which has no causal power. So where did it get it from? It borrowed it from something else, which has no causal power. So where did that get it from? That can't go back forever, because then there would be literally no causal power in this instant right now. So unlike the temporal thing, where you can go back in time and imagine that just sort of goes on infinitely and there's no first cause, because each individual causal actor in the chain has its own causal power to knock over the next domino. The hierarchical causation in this time slice right now, this glass being held up right now, has some kind of foundational cause, which is giving life to this entire causal chain, without which the whole thing would fall apart. So it's a sustaining cause. It's causing things to exist and be as they are right now in time. Not like a billion years ago set something in motion, but right now sustaining it in existence. In the same way that like the law of gravity sustains, all of the objects in this room in position. It's a fundamental cause of why everything is being held up right now. If that just switched off, like the entire thing would fall apart. Right? And you need that now, right now, like at the basis of this sort of causal chain of floors holding up chairs and chairs holding up buildings and stuff like that. And so you might say, well, maybe the fundamental cause there then is something like the law of gravity. Fine, but you might want to ask sort of what's holding the law of gravity in place. What's making sure that it won't stop working tomorrow? And this is the sort of great debate with something like this argument. And there are lots of technical terms that you can throw in there. You can talk about contingency and necessity, and you can talk about per se and per accidens causal chains.
No, he pretty much just reduced it down to gravity.
And just think about it in those terms. What is holding
that's
up?
What I was saying to begin with. Great,
this invisible microphone that I promise our listeners is above my head right now in place. And like the depth of explanation you go to will be context dependent. If I say, what's holding up that microphone? Our audio engineer might say, well, it's the mic stand, right? But the physicist might say, oh, it's the floor pressing up against the mic stand. But the philosopher will say, it's whatever is at the foundation of that causal chain, giving causal power to it all. And that is the strongest version of a first cause argument, I think. One that's insensitive to time, and one which requires that first cause to exist right now. So this alone isn't strong enough to establish the existence of capital G God, right? Like this just establishes that there is some kind of fundamental sustaining principle of the universe. Now, there are lots of debates as to the nature of what that thing could be, but the thing that's really important to note is that there's no singular argument for the existence of God. What you have is a kind of cumulative case. You have different arguments that deal with different aspects of God. So this kind of causal argument is discussed by Thomas Aquinas in his Summa Theologica. He gives 5 famous ways of sort of showing the existence of God to be true. And the first 3 are kinds of causal arguments. You have to then do more to get the attributes of God. You have to do more to show that this thing is not material, that this thing is certainly more to show that it's like good or loving or anything like that. But so Aquinas.
Okay, wait, before we move on to this, we need an atheist on the panel. Anson, join. Because I feel like we all probably agree with him. Do we agree?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm
convinced. No, it was a great explanation.
But he is an atheist. We're listening to an atheist. So obviously he somehow doesn't find it compelling enough. But I guess he is saying he's kind of Frankie coded when Frankie. Now I understand why Frankie was talking about his like what was Frankie was talking about some like dumb military stuff. Frankie, what were you talking about? About when we were talking before. I don't know if Frankie's still here. He was talking before about how people in a 360 something. I don't know, some platoon coded thing, right? They're all like seeing different stuff, but it's kind of all of them taken together that build a picture. I think that's what Frankie was trying to say, or was saying, that I'm trying to understand. And so I think that's what Alex is saying, that this argument just gets us to something at the basal level of reality, but it's probably not what most of us on a panel would mean when we say God. It is what we mean, but we add a lot of stuff to that. Does that check out? What do you guys think about that?
Checks out.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
I was hoping people would, kind of spark something more.
He's atheist. He's a gay.
No,
There you go.
not in that way, but so is there's no, yeah, I guess, yeah, I'm not.
I mean,
not trying to make
it's a
disagreement,
strong
it's not a
argument.
disagreement.
So if he thinks that's as strong as like evidence, I don't think it's. I think that it is strong evidence, and
Yeah.
if that's what he ranks at the strongest, I mean that makes sense.
Okay, so Anson is refusing to join because he himself is running, but he will post a comment, and it says, "You still need time, but it must be unmoving for his causality to hold. He is just holding time and place and measuring everything else. It is nonsense." I would disagree. I think the argument he's making, I think, is outside of time. I don't think it's time dependent at all. So I think you're saying he's holding time and place. I don't think that is actually the argument, Anson. But you could join and prove me wrong if you wanted, but because he's talking about a different causality, not specifically like not on a time dependent basis, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of painting both like a more two-dimensional understanding of like the causal effect. So you have the horizontal, which would be time based, but you also have the horizontal, which would mean that I guess something has to cause the first motion in both instances.
Right. And in his example of like the someone holding a cup, it's like you don't need time to see that. There is time would be irrelevant in that case, right? So that's kind of the thing that I would say. But Anson doesn't like him. Anson says I don't like this guy. He thinks his brain is so big. Okay. His brain is so big, Anson. He's not creating a model of the universe pretending to. No, he's not. That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. I don't know. Yeah, that's not what's happening. He's taking, if you take any specific slice of time and you forget about the progression or the regression of time, you just look at that thing, there is still causal factors. Marilyn, yeah, okay. Next best thing to an atheist is God himself or herself. Sorry, Marilyn. Marilyn, join the panel. Join the panel, Marilyn. Okay. Wait, I got yeah, there we go. Obligatory Maryland magnet. Okay, we will keep trucking, but Maryland for sure join the panel. And also Anson, stop being such a coward, okay? Join the panel. Confluence is so eager to Gnostic that he's an apologist for this atheist dumbass. I like this atheist dumbass, okay? I do like him. Alex, if you're watching, come on my panel so I'm not clickbaiting, okay? For real.
Has an argument from
Anson and
from
Maryland
change.
both
It's
joined.
called the argument
Come
from
on.
motion, but motion just means
Pansies.
change in
Pansies.
some sort of older dialects of philosophy. So he leans quite heavily on Aristotle, and it gets a bit complicated, but he'll say something like, for something to change means that something which is potential becomes actual. That's what change is. Like a hot cup of coffee will cool down because when it was hot, it had the potential to become cool, and that potential was actualized. Potential can only be actualized by something which is already actual. Potential can't be actualized by potential. Like if the coffee cools down because it's in a fridge, the potential coldness of the coffee can't be brought into existence by the potential coldness of the fridge. The fridge has to be actually cold in order to bring about the potential coldness in the coffee, right? It can't just be you've got a potentially cold fridge and a potentially cold cup of coffee, and the potential coldness brings about the potential. No, you have to have an actual thing actualizing the potential in the coffee, right? And that's what he thinks change is. But you have another kind of causal argument then. Any instance of change where something potential becomes actual, there has to have been something actual to actualize it. But there will have had to have been something to actualize that thing, and to actualize that thing, and to actualize that thing. And so Aquinas sort of follows this causal chain and says, again, at the beginning, there must be as Aristotle might have had it, an unactualized actualizer, something which is pure act.
Okay, I think I feel
This
like
guy's
I'm eating.
insufferable.
I feel like I'm eating my words though now, because I was saying it's explained like I'm 5, but I'm not sure I fully understand what he's saying. Actualizing the actualizer, Big Soda, Egg, Frankie. I think
He's saying a
gone.
fucking word salad is what he's saying.
No, he.
Hey guys,
I mean,
I'm sorry.
he is being a little kind of.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, but he's already explained what he was
I got really
trying to
pissed
say.
off.
Now he's just adding a word salad to it.
No,
I think Ag's not wrong.
But I hear Frankie in the background, but Frankie, you're so quiet.
No, okay. Can you hear me now, man?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I got really fucking pissed off. Oh, hold on.
It sounds like Frankie might need to get back to work.
So is this a? Because I don't know if I would say this is a word salad. I feel like if I parse it fully,
I'm just saying we all get what he was trying to
so
say. He's
over explaining it.
Yes.
Okay, so he's not saying a new type of causality. Is the consensus?
He's already said what he's wanting to say.
No, he's saying if you track back like the causal, like I guess if you track the potential to actualness, there's something that has to actuate it, and so something has to change that potential to actual, and then you can track that back. But if you keep tracking it back, there has to be something that's not actualized. There's got to be something that is just potential alone, and then it has to activate the chain of all the things becoming potential to actual.
So that. Am I wrong here in thinking that's the vertical thing he was talking about before, but he's just saying it in a kind of a different way?
Yeah. Like this is the way most people would say it, and not go into the hyper explanation of it.
Again, sorry. This is kind of, it's like for dummies episode of what he's doing right now.
I barely paid attention. I barely paid attention, man. I'm fucking pissed.
Wait, why are you pissed, Frankie?
Okay.
Wait, you want to be more pissed? Marilyn is saying that. I think Marilyn's saying he's saying God doesn't virtue signal. I don't know, Marilyn. Are you talking about? Are you saying Alex is saying that? Because that is an interpretation that I don't get watching this. So I don't. Unless I'm misreading you, Marilyn. But
basically, this Thumbie posted a story, right? It's like she does. But then this person. Yeah, we follow this person that follows us. That we follow this person because I saw this person first, and from another panel, which the host of that panel I respect deeply, and this person is a female. She basically is is a fucking leftist, right? And I care less about fucking people's political fucking views, right? But if you're gonna fucking say something about my fucking children, I'm gonna rip your fucking head off. In Minecraft.
What? I feel like I missed a part of the story.
No.
What happened?
Because my wife posted something on Facebook, which she has all the right to do. But if you're going to sit there and post to say, pray for my children, you're going to have a fucking problem.
I'm lost.
Yeah, Frankie, you need...
No, what I'm okay.
Like, say more. I don't like. What do you?
I'm telling you this. My wife posted something on Facebook on her story. All right.
Okay.
Copy that.
And this person that we both follow, said something to the effect of, "I will not be following her or her family and pray for her children."
Okay. So Topanga posted something. And then this person's like, was disparaging you by saying, "Well, I pray for their kids," implying that you are raising your kids in a bad way.
No. He's
right?
saying they said. He's saying they said they will not do that.
Frankie, which one?
Right?
Frankie, you fucking left. I swear to Christ.
I can't hear Frankie.
Frankie.
No, because this person has a different political view than I do.
I understand that.
And this person said that they will not do what you're saying. Like it's like Topanga was like, we should pray for somebody, and they were like, I'm not going to do that.
No. This person said they should pray for my children. My children. Frankie too sweet.
Oh, for your children. Oh,
right. So
okay.
as in, like, you guys are like bad parents, or like you guys are something bad. So like, pray for the kids. Okay.
Oh wow.
So then I messaged this person directly on Facebook, directly, and I literally said, "Excuse you, don't you ever say anything about my children. You can say whatever you want about me or about Thumping, but whatever you want, I don't care. But you will not say anything about my children. Thank you." And I'm not going to tell her fuck you. I'm not going to tell her none of that. All right, because I guarantee you, the next time this person that I respect goes on live on YouTube, I'm going to be on her panel, and she's going to be on there too. I'm not going to say a damn word to her. I'm not going to say hi to her, nothing. Like, I don't care if you say anything about me. I really don't. But do not put my children in your fucking mouth.
Okay, Frankie, I have to ask, like, because I agree with you, but what made you think of this? I'm curious where.
What do you mean made me think of this? My
this
wife
just happened.
This.
Yeah, is this like a new thing that just happened, or like what
just happened, dude?
Oh, okay. So it's not.
I wasn't even listening to fucking Alex. I wasn't even listening to this fucker.
Oh, I see. That's why you're distracted. Okay, I understand. I got you. I sorry. In my mind, I was trying to tie this into the actualization.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
I'm like, I don't get it, but okay, I get it now.
Like, no, you don't talk about my fucking children. Leave them out of your fucking mouth. You can talk about me all the fuck you want. I care less. Leave my fucking children alone.
Frankie, given that we are Facebook friends, does this mean later on I can go look at this interaction, or will I not be able to see this? Okay, because I wanna look at this later.
I would just like to take an intermission and say, everybody hit the like button.
Yes, go to the egg. Everyone hit the fucking like button.
And unsubscribe.
And do not do that. Disavow Big Soda. And speaking of disavowing, just think of the soundbite that I have. Marilyn is saying, so everyone parse this, okay? He's saying everything needs to be actualized. So the person that does not virtue signal out of fear or an agenda would be God. I'm not sure if that's exactly what he's saying.
I don't think
I agree with the first part of your sentence, and I think I agree with the second half. I'm failing to necessarily see the connection between the period, like the stuff that goes on the right and left of the period.
Yeah,
why would that make them God per se?
Well, I think it is. Yeah, you shouldn't virtue signal out of fear or an agenda. I would say that's true. I don't know if that necessarily makes you God, but at least I can kind of get most of that. And I get the first part. He is saying everything needs to be actualized. But the main contention I have is the connection between the first clause and the second clause.
I don't even think he's connected us back to our understanding of God yet. I think he's just made the argument that Thomas Aquinas, I guess, apparently made it, where there has to be something before the first motion.
Yes.
I'm sorry, babe. I'm fucking mad at that. I'm sorry, babe. I'm fucking mad at that.
He was just saying basically there has to be a potential for an actual. That's all he's saying.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we get it.
And what Topanga is saying, this is in response to Sweet Baby Ray saying, I'm just surprised this fella has a wife. And then, shock of shocks, wife in chat. And this is actually the wife. Okay. The dude is in the back chat. The dude. Give me one of these. Actualizing the tie-up. Okay, that's good enough. The dude.
Marilyn.
Your onanistic phrasing.
Oh boy.
That will fucking pisses me off. It's a D&D shit all over again. Like, damn it, Blake, I thought you and I were fucking friends. But no, you want to put your fucking politics before fucking friendship. Get the fuck out of here,
Yo,
dog.
my man, you are giving me really big leave Britney alone vibes circa 2001 right now.
Who the fuck are you?
Leave Britney alone.
Okay, Frankie, you guys keep explaining. I have to not pee because that would be insane if I had to pee right now. I have to take
That would
care
be
of
last timing for you. It's only
some
been an hour.
important business, like unrelated to peeing. Okay.
Counselor,
Bowel
is he giving you leave Britney alone vibes? Yay or nay?
He's got to go have a bowel movement, so he'll be back.
Oh, look at him just abstaining, fucking playing Switzerland. Non-binary little politicuck.
He has to go number 2.
He had to go number 3 because he can't decide. He didn't finish it all. He had a hanging Chad back there, if you know what I mean.
He doesn't know what it identifies as.
Yeah, my man, whoever that was who was screaming about my children, I'm pretty sure the guy got the desired effect, so he wins.
That's probably true. He's probably looking for a reaction.
That's what most of those people do.
Yeah, and by you fucking crashing out on, a D-rated YouTube channel.
D plus.
Level D.
We worked hard for that plus.
I mean, okay. We can do a D plus. C minus. No, D plus.
Yeah, that's a reach. That's a reach.
Yeah, that is a reach.
How you doing tonight, that dude?
I saw Avatar, Fire and Ash. I'm bouncing back from the flu. That sucks.
Would you recommend? Not the flu.
The
but
flu? No, 0 stars. Would not recommend.
You recommend the Avatar?
It was visually striking. It was good. It was a little bit, as always, that franchise has a tendency to get a little woke for itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like a trope about like a Native American or American history with the natives.
Well, the funniest thing is there's one white kid that's a Skywalker, and they call him Monkey Boy. And I was like, nobody gets the irony that like the white bipedal savage is called Monkey Boy.
You guys talking about Star Wars slurs?
Actually, the Avatar. Or Avatar.
I just saw it today. They were asking me what I thought. I said it visually was striking, but I could live without the political agenda.
Egg, new laptop or what's good?
No, I'm just praying it finishes this. It's flashing my firmware.
He likes it for the rainbow keyboard.
It just did this by itself. I didn't tell it to do this.
Do not power down your system. That would be my one piece of advice for you.
Your laptop got terrified when you threatened that guy for not praying for your children. Your laptop was like, Control Alt Delete.
That's exactly probably what happened. I can't help but agree. That's probably what happened.
Damn, did you meet Harambe?
This fucking thing, dude. It's done this 3 times. It's went to 0% and up 4 times.
Who just left now? Big Soda left? What the fuck? That must have been an accident.
No, that's because I live near him. I knocked on his door today.
Oh yeah, Big Soda's back. All right, Big Soda, I see you. I see your hand signs, your mudras.
Yeah, I didn't get the answer.
This is what I'm waiting on. Otherwise, I'm on my damn phone. This sucks, dude.
Well, that's an expensive
Big Soda that I saw you at Papa's and beer today, Big Soda. I saw you.
Oh, hold on. Which one? We got one in Greenville, we got one in Centerville.
Not together, but you live close to each other. Not together. You live close to each other is what I meant to say.
That's coincidence.
But you guys do, right? We established that the other day, possibly yesterday. Can't really remember.
I was at Centerville, Papa's and beer, the trash one.
We're within 7 nautical miles.
I can verify that statement.
Like water?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
We both have houseboats on Lake Kiwi.
I wish I had a houseboat.
too.
Mine's more of a pontoon, but yeah, it's close.
I've been on some pretty cool houseboats. I wish I had one. They're pretty nice.
I wish I had a boat in general, to be honest with y'all.
I wish I had a house.
Marilyn,
wishes he had
join.
the
Come
car.
on,
I have a
Marilyn.
boat.
No, you know what? I was lying the whole time. I actually do have a
I don't believe you.
99 Camaro. It's just I can't show you because like the webcam cable is like only like 30 feet long, but I do
That
have a
wouldn't be any
Camaro
fun
out
if you
back.
actually showed us that. We just have to take you at your word.
Yes, you have to have
It'd be-
faith, if you will.
It'd be a video
Yeah,
of a Hot
yeah.
Wheels car.
Yeah, if I
Bro,
do
you have,
believe
a,
in
you
the
have a daily
influence.
driver that remembers when there were 2 twin towers. That's pathetic.
You don't even
mean,
have
There was
that.
what?
yeah. Well, yeah, okay. Fuck off. Fuck both y'all. Yeah, Big Soda, fuck you.
You want to because I have a car.
I can't hear Big Soda, so I'll be back.
Well,
That
Egg is
shit's
having
fucking
his stuff again. Or, well,
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Let me say a couple words. It could be
Can
me.
we all pray for that guy and his kid real quick? Because I like him. I don't want him to crash out. Let's all
Who,
pray for him
Frankie?
and his kids. Whoever was
Yeah.
crashing out.
Oh, Frankie's Gucci. He's Gucci.
Yeah. Let's pray that douchebag leaves him alone on Facebook.
I pray that
knowing him,
Frankie
he's probably
leaves that
sleeping.
douchebag alone. Frankie, I think, is probably the one who's really going at it.
You hear me now, Ag?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Man, it's my phone, dude. I have to drop off and rejoin. It cuts random people off. Sometimes it'll cut off Confluence. Sometimes it'll cut off. Last night it cut off Brandon for like the last 30 minutes I was on. I could not hear Brandon talking at all. And I'm like, everybody's
Dude, your
fucking
phone has
carrying
female
on.
hearing. It's selective on what the bitch wants to hear. That's amazing.
That's a weird
I showed
thing
you,
to
man.
shoot,
Now
to
this shit
cut off
just
certain
started
things.
up here. Like it just randomly turned back on and went to killer. I don't know why the fuck.
Well, it's better than I guess what it was before.
Yeah, but I told this to leave me the fuck alone and stop turning on. So
Okay,
I don't know
Maryland
why
will be
Killer
up in 10 minutes, you guys, if you want something to look forward to. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
We all need a StreamYard 7 in our lives, right?
Marilyn, I was in a big fight with Emmett on his channel after my channel about you specifically, Marilyn. I'm just going to say. So there was a lot of nonsense that happened. Just going to throw that out there. Okay.
You defending your woman, Confluence?
Well, Marilyn's Emmett says that he won't talk to Marilyn about theology. That was what we were talking about. And so, yeah, he was saying that you shouldn't, that if someone is so confused about theology, that in his mind, you're doing a harm to talk to them about theology. And so I guess I can, in some sense, I can see that. In a different sense, I think it's like retarded. So I don't know. But I also sang some good songs because it was a karaoke stream. So it was like a mix of like debating about Marilyn and Brandon for some reason. Marilyn and Brandon were the main topics, but then it would be like a song every so often. It's a bit of a mood.
You seem like the kind of dude who could sing Wheatus or Coheed and Cambria.
Oh, brother, I have sang Coheed and Cambria on Emmett's karaoke, so you're very much right in that case. Okay, I don't think I've sang a Wheatus song, but
I met them like way back in the day.
Who, Wheatus or Coheed?
Coheed and Cambria. Well, I met the lead singer.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That's exciting.
It's like 20 years ago, though.
Yeah, they're. I don't even know if they're still going anymore, but yeah, I actually donated to Emmett. This wasn't yesterday. This was a while ago. I donated to Emmett to allow myself to sing a Coheed and Cambria song. So
what song?
I know the words. I can't remember what it's called. Let me Google it really quick.
It's called She's a StreamYard 7, but she's always a 10 to me. That was
It's
off their
called like
live album.
Welcome Home, I want to say, but I don't know if that's right. I'm so bad with names. Well, yeah, Welcome Home. Welcome Home. Do you know that one, Egg?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was just wondering which one. Yeah.
I also donated to Egg. If you were into like kind of that type of metal, I think other time I've paid for myself to sing a song. Well, actually, no, it's maybe happened a few times, but One of the only other times was a Protest the Hero song. Do you know Protest the Hero? Because I used to be obsessed with that band. They're like prog metal.
No, I don't think I recognize them. I might have heard them. I just would have to hear maybe some songs by them.
They might be Canadian. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like they might be Canadian. But it's like it's a good mix of like you know the kind of like the really like deep metal, but then also like the screamo metal, and it also like normal singing. And so because if I listen to like a band like Opeth, if you know that,
I love
all
Opeth.
like I like it, but it becomes it's kind of like the same thing over and over of just like the low growl vocals, and it just kind of like I'm just like, okay, you know. And I really liked one of the bands I would hear.
Man, no, I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Okay, I'll be back. I can't hear you.
I think it must have been who left right now. Who was just here? The dude.
The dude.
Did he
didn't like our conversation.
Eggs thing? I'm not sure.
He was like, "Yeah, fuck this conversation."
Yeah, he's like, "I'm out." The dude does the kind of Irish goodbye. I've noticed that he'll just peace out, you know.
Yeah, Opeth does get. I can listen to them for like an hour maybe, but after that, you're right. It does kind of become repetitive. And
the one band, do you know Children of Bodom? I used to be obsessed with Children of Bodom.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, and I do like that kind of like sound, but it's still eventually it still is kind of the same sound, you know. It's always kind of the same. And Protest the Hero, it does all of kind of the metal voices, and probably other bands do that too. But I'm not like super into metal. But I like when bands can kind of go throughout all of those things in one song, because then I don't get like fatigued, you know, of just listening to the same type of like metal vocals, you know. And Opeth is, I think, very, at least from every Opeth thing I've heard, it's like I like it, but it just kind of gets to you at a certain point.
I haven't heard anybody mention Opeth in probably 10 plus years. You're the first person.
There we go.
I haven't met anybody else that even knows who that is. So that's impressive.
Yeah, well, I don't have my metal stuff.
And Children
like really,
of Bodom. I mean, both of those. Like I don't meet many people that know that like who. And if they do, they're like, why the fuck would I listen to that?
I think this isn't meant to sound degenerate, but there's only 4 people watching, so I'm going to say it. But so I was at a party, okay, and I was dry humping with a girl, okay. I'm sorry. And someone was like blaring Children of Bodom, like the album, I think Hate Breeder, if I'm not mistaken, and like so loud. So I'm dry humping, and I don't like Children of Bodom, but I think it became like a Pavlovian thing throughout the course of the night, where it just like. They were like playing it like again and again, and it was like so loud. And so in my memory, I have this clear thing of dry humping.
Did anybody else start dry humping other people?
No, I don't. Not to my. Well, I don't know. I have I have limited knowledge. I was only in my. I think I was under a kitchen table, if I recall correctly.
Were you under hallucinogenics?
No, I was drunk though, but I was not under anything else.
And
yes, I think
you
that's
got drunk
cemented.
and put you under a table.
Are you 100% positive it was a female?
I'm 100% positive. Yeah.
Okay.
I did confirm that later. It didn't just end with dry humping. At the moment, it did, but I confirmed later on. You know, the gender check, the gender reveal, if you will. I'm sorry.
You checked your license.
No, we will not.
but yeah, so I think I didn't like that type of metal before that, but I think it like did stick in my head as like a positive association, and then I started listening to Children of Bodom and Opeth all the time. No, this is not a house party, Meryl. This is not a Christian college. Okay, I'm not that degenerate. This is before. Like I was 17 at the time. I was 17 at the time, so I was a young buck. Okay, full of degeneracy. Okay,
dry humping shit, and
now he's an old buck, and he still has that degeneracy.
17-year-olds, if you think about it. So,
damn. Well, moving on.
But yeah, Children of Bodom. So a positive place in my heart. Okay.
Yeah, man, dude. I think between StarCraft and now this, I'm like, damn. I'm getting confluence based over here.
Yeah, we have some weird like similarities in that sense, eh?
Yeah. The fact that when we were
Everything's
talking about it, I could just say what I was doing and you knew what I was doing. Like, do you remember the 3 versus 3? Well, we talked about this, the micro 3 versus 3s and
yeah.
That used to be the shit, dude. And
In
BGH.
fact,
I played BGH with the infinite minerals and infinite minerals and gas. And that shit was fun too, man. People buckled down in that shit.
I think I told you I've never. I think I've tried it, but I've never. I only played the money maps when I play StarCraft 1. So I never played like Lost Temple or any of the ladder maps. Like I never. It was always like fastest map, zero clutter stuff where like the minerals are stacked or infinite. That's my whole thing. Yeah.
And see, I would play those, right? And you'd have like a 3 versus 3, like top versus bottom. And so as soon as I knew my team was winning, all my other 2 players on my team's forces would be on the other side of the map. So I would just take all my forces and just start killing them. It was fun.
You would be one of those. You would there's a non-zero chance, Egg, that you fucking betrayed me. There's a that could have happened because I encountered some people where I'm fighting the enemy. And someone else is now fucking betraying. They turn off the allied attack thing, and
I would build cannons inside of my base. So when they figured it out, they try to attack me, and I already had defense built in.
Terrible. Oh, yeah.
No, that was fun as shit, man.
It's fun if you're the one doing it. It's not the fun. It's not fun being on the receiving end of it.
Oh, shit.
Doomrank says this stream is the strongest argument against the existence of God.
Hey, Confluence. To be fair, there were several times, I would say at least 2, maybe 3, that I tried that and I was not successful.
Oh yeah, that's the best thing when someone tries to betray you, which could have been
and then
you.
The other 2 guys are like, "Oh, fuck
and then,
this."
Yeah, and then that's when I really I like sit up straight and I'm like, I'm not going to lose to this, you know. It's
and then I just leave. I would leave before they could kill me.
That's good. That's fine. That's fine. And I still think that's a W. It's the same. It happens to me today. If I'm playing with someone, because on chess.com, so I know it sounds unrelated, but it's a related emotion. My flag is set to an Israeli flag. And so sometimes I'll get someone who's from like an Arab country. Okay. And if they start, let's say, winning, they'll like start trash talking me in the chess.com chat. And that's when I'm like, have never been more zoned in my life. I will like die or I will win this chess game. And that's when I play my best. And that would happen with StarCraft when someone would betray me. That's when it's like, I'm locked in. I will do everything in my power to win this game. Okay. So same mental state.
Yeah, but it was fun. Like I said, there was a couple of times that I lost that, and but it just made me learn what to do differently the next time. I mean, I would help build like the whole defense in the center area, and I would just trail it off into my base with cannons, and because I usually do Protoss, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if most people didn't get it by then, what I was trying to do, then they kind of deserved to lose. But
yeah, that's fair. I mean, some people are trusting though, Ag. Some people like me would trust my allies and just think, oh, they're building a good fortified defense. That's good. Okay.
Just on my side.
Yeah, they're just ultra, worried. They have anxiety about being attacked. That's I was naive.
You would see me the first
Ag.
one.
It probably was you. It probably was you.
I would be the first one with 150 dragoons and like 2 or 3 arbiters and starting to like freeze up your guy.
Base.
I would freeze up your fucking drones and go in there and just annihilate you.
I
would take out your main nexus. I would take that out first.
Yeah, you would. You fucking would, Ag. You would take on my main nexus.
And sometimes I remember playing that, and I wouldn't it wouldn't even be at that time yet, but I would take some, a couple of dragoons or whatever, which is like, I love dragoons. They were great. And I would set a couple of them over to my allies' nexus. Just put like 2 or 3 of them over there right next to their nexus. You know, and they'll build around it or ask you to move it, and then you just move it and then bring them back later on when they're not paying attention.
See,
And it's all
I
good.
am not that naive. I would when someone because I've faced people like you, possibly you. If they have units in my base, because the problem is with this is that you have to like turn off the allyship. So there's like a response time where it's like if you are betraying
no,
me,
you don't have to. You can tell,
or you can manually attack with an A.
Yes.
Yeah, you can manually attack. But if I saw someone coming at me with dragoons, I would have that menu popped up to click off the allyship, like, and I would just be hovering. I'm just like the same way that when someone joins StreamYard, where I'm like hovering, where I'm like I'm ready to.
But as soon as I see the fog of war disappear, that's when I'm gonna click. I'm gonna do the same thing.
Right, but at least
you have 90% of your units on the other side of the map. That's
not if I have 15 dragoons around my nexus. Then I'm smelling Benedict Arnold. You know.
Well, you know, I mean, yeah, obviously. Then my 2 or 3, I would notice yours because I'm watching your bases. I'm not watching the enemies because theirs is blacked out. I'm watching your bases.
Sturdy.
Hey, I'm sorry.
It
was just half the fun of the game. I apologize. All right, derailing. My bad.
Speaking of derailing, we got Anson in the back chat. So Anson, give me one of these. He's got like a weird, sad teddy bear going on, but
he's gonna get up here and call us all game nerds.
Anson, I don't know if you're just like a shadow. I need more. Oh wait, I think that is. I think that's the thing I see before I die. God damn, Anson, that was terrifying. I will add you. Can you do that for everyone else? Are you willing to so they can experience what I just experienced? Is that a no, Anson?
I don't know. Like I realized that like my beard was more function than anything else, you know, because it saved the world from seeing what I actually look like. So I appreciate you agreeing with me that I looked much better with the beard. You're the only person that sees me without a beard, Confluence.
Oh, I mean, only one. Marilyn, I mean, not even Marilyn. Marilyn's saying show us. Marilyn, you said you joined in 10 minutes, Marilyn. It's been 10 minutes.
Marilyn,
damn, Anson got Confluence coded. Damn.
Yeah, Marilyn, you can see me without my beard. I mean, you know, you were going to come visit me anyway, so I mean, it's bound to happen eventually.
Wait.
Oh. The lore deepens.
Wait.
What's the vow?
There we go. Absolutely disavow that.
Well, I gotta shave it smooth because it's better for a face ride, you know.
Oh God.
What's the vow?
Lies.
Anson, what do you think about what we've been talking about?
Well,
God, metal, StarCraft. Pick your poison. Fossils, even.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you played that video, which was like, you know, a whole bunch of like really like, you know, ridiculous like logical exercises based on hypothetical worlds where facets of the universe don't actually interact with one another like they ordinarily do. Like it was an interesting thought exercise, but had absolutely zero value beyond the conversation.
I think, brother, I think you misunderstood that video, and he explained like you were 5. So I think that's a skill issue on your part. Nothing he said was hypothetical. It's for real in the normal universe.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I think that it's like ridiculous, right? Like,
but you said it's a hypothetical universes. It's not hypothetical. It's like the real universe that we occupy right now.
From his flawed presuppositional logic.
What was flaw? Okay, what was the flaw?
So humans have this really bad tendency
today, Junior.
Hold on. And this is why I love Anson. He's got a different mind. Speak up. What's up?
Yeah, no, you can't create so humans do this thing where they create models based on like what the universe's characteristics are, or what like a group of people's characteristics are. The way our mind works, we bundle facts together and create these models. And basically all he's done is say, hey, look, here goes the universe, and it's got this different ways of looking at causality. And hey, look, if you pretend like time stops then you can show how like there's causality based on all of these other dimensions, right? But in reality, like the universe, the time is not stopped, right? Like, and even if you pretend like for a moment that it is, you can't really build a model off of it because all of those pieces that he was talking about in the vertical hierarchy interact with one another in specific times.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what he's saying.
No, I'm not.
With all due respect, I think you are.
No, I think you're wrong. So, with all due respect, you're a fucking idiot.
He's not saying he's not saying you have to make a hypothetical world where time doesn't apply. He's saying he's just not talking about time. And he brought up the example: if I'm holding this, I don't need time. There's no time dimension needed to say that my arm is supporting the cup, right? My body is holding up the cup. You don't need time to say that. That's
So
a
you're not
physical
holding
fact.
that, but you're not able to hold that in a dimension without time. Is my point.
I don't know why you would say that. Unless you're just saying that the universe is space-time, so the universe can't exist without time.
Yes.
That's a fucking dumb
it's
argument. That is.
It's not. It's like
because that's like tautologically true. Like
it's
obviously that's
an interesting hypothetical. And
it's
it
not
was
a
really good
hypothetical.
thought experiment.
It's not a
based on
thought
the
experiment.
hypothetical.
It's
And
not a
it
thought
has
experiment. It's not
value.
hypothetical.
He's got
You
a
know,
point though.
You know, I just even though it's not based on a model that would reflect anything that's real, it is interesting.
It's not the thing is he has a point, but it's a bad point. It's not.
No, I mean it's interesting hypothesis, or it's interesting to talk about that. I don't know.
Well, yes, I agree with that.
I mean, to insinuate things wouldn't be like they were without time would be preposterous. I mean.
Right, but when we're talking about the vertical thing, right? We're talking about like gravity is
cause and effect.
But both are cause and effect, both horizontal and vertical, and we're dichotomizing the horizontal from the vertical.
Yes, you can't have an actual without a potential. Yeah.
Right, and so
that's
like
what he was
to
explaining.
say that gravity is holding things together. That's not. You don't need time for that unless. Anson, which maybe he said I guess is, unless you're just punting to a universe can't exist without time.
No, I'm saying gravity.
That's not what we're talking about,
right? Gravity distorts time. They're not like mutually. They exist together, right? They're in the same bundle of objects that make up the universe.
I know, but if we're talking about,
let's talk about all the colors except black doesn't exist anymore.
No,
yeah,
I don't.
It's like an equation for that too.
I guess yes.
How much matter and how much gravity an object has as opposed to the time.
Actually, Egg. I think you're hitting on an important point. If we look at like the equations of gravity, they don't have time in them because they don't need to have time in them. If you look at the gravitational constant and how it interacts with physical matter, you don't need time, right? If you look at like inverse square law, like the further something away is, then it's exponentially less attracted, right? The molecules are less attracted to one another. There's no time, there's no T in those physics equations. Some physics equations have T, the gravity doesn't. It's independent of time.
But I was just saying, yeah, I mean, true, but there is mass in that.
Yeah, but mass is independent of time.
Well, mass is dependent on gravity strength, right?
I know gravity strength is independent of time. I'm saying everything we're talking about is independent of time. Like if we're talking about speed or velocity, then yes, that is time dependent. But if we're talking about just gravity, all the equations that deal specifically with gravity do not involve time. Like just from a physics point of view, they are time independent.
Yeah, we don't know how long it took for the Earth to form completely and for it to gain its gravity, and then we came around and then discovered gravity. But
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like the pure, like the fundamental force of physics is gravity, right? Like, so like me and you, Ag, right now, we have a gravitational pull on each other, right? That is like physically true. It's very small, of course, because we're small masses, and I'm thin maxing, so I hope I'm a small mass, and we're also a distance apart, and so we don't affect each other as much. But there is an equation that you and me could do that tells us how much gravitational pull we influence over each other. That is not time dependent. We would not need to incorporate time at all. Not the beginning of time, not time in the moment. There's no time we would need.
You would.
I would think there would be.
But there's
You're
not.
right.
Like
You're making a
physically, there's
measurement
not.
in time in order to be able to do those calculations.
That
it's
could
like
be true.
it's like
You have to
saying
be-
Jupiter only has a certain amount of pull strength on Earth as it spins in elliptical orbit. And when we get closer to Jupiter, it has more pull on us, but that's only in that time that we're there in that specific time.
That's how we know. That's how we make this. We need time to discover these things, obviously, like to do a calculation. But no, the gravitational constant and how it affects stuff, you don't need time to know what the strength of that gravity is. Like that, it is
It's a
independent of
universal
time.
constant. It never changes over time. That's interesting.
Well, it is, yeah. That's why it's called the gravitational
Gravity
constant.
of Jupiter has never changed. It never will, and it never.
That's not what
has.
I said.
Thank you,
I'm saying,
for clarifying. this
that's
for
not
me
what
and
I
making my
said.
point.
In fact, I think you just walked into what I'm saying, Anson, and I think you're trying to
I think
backpedal because there is a gravitational constant, and by definition, a constant is constant. It doesn't rely on time or other factors, right? A constant.
Emmett did this the other day. Emmett was like, "Time doesn't exist." Argue with me.
Anson, you know what I'm saying is true. Everyone can look up the definition of a constant. A constant has no variables attached to it, right? A constant is a constant.
The things we're talking about are not a constant.
I'm saying the gravitational constant is not dependent on any time. It's a fundamental force, like the strong and weak nuclear forces, right? There's no time involved in the physics equations. There are some physics equations that do require time. I'm saying gravity.
For gravity.
Yeah, for gravity, it doesn't
Because
require
it's not
time.
constant. Yeah.
No, it is. The gravitational constant is definitionally constant.
But not
That's why
all of gravity.
It's
is
called the
constant.
gravitational constant.
Why?
How
How
gravity?
is it constant?
It's constant because it's just a number without I can't remember the right word. I think variable is the wrong word.
Herpes.
Like a time or a place?
It's like
Because
there's
if
some.
you're on the moon, you're like the constant's going to change.
Yeah.
No,
a
a constant by definition can never change. A constant can't change. That's the definition of a constant. It can't
So
change.
it's the constant of like
Isn't it
zero
only
gravity.
constant within a relevant range, though?
I think a constant. I'm not like Googling, so I could be wrong. I think a constant is something that doesn't have any dimension. So it's like the 1 over 137. I think it's the Fine's constant. I think I could be wrong. This is just off the dome, but that's something that it's a mathematical thing, but it doesn't have any dimensionality to it. It doesn't require any other variables that are added to it.
Give an example.
Well, so what I
In a
just said.
sentence.
What I just said. So let me figure out. I think it's the Fine's constant, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Oh, it is.
I didn't take past calculus in college, so I'm not as smart as you.
The Fine structure constant. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so it is defined as this. This is. I mean, it's an approximation.
I was joking.
This is what it is. I know you're joking. But this is what we're going at. Okay, so notice there's no time. You don't need to know time to know. It's defined right as e squared over 4 pi, blah blah blah. None of these are time numbers. You don't need time to know what this constant is. We act like time is like necessary in physics. It's not. It's not necessary at all. There's I could bring up a lot more of this, and I'm not like a physics guy, but all of this stuff, right, is not like a time-based thing, I would say. Does that make sense?
So you can understand the nature of a structure of something absent time, but you can't measure it and provide any kind of relevant or necessary information about it without time.
Yes, like your knowledge of something, of course, like obviously we couldn't discover the Fine structure constant or the gravitational constant if we didn't exist in time.
Yeah, and we can't apply it either.
That's true, but it's still time independent. It's not based on time. So obviously to know anything, we need to know time. But like logic, like I guess to if this makes sense, to say that like that the law of non-contradiction, right? That something both can't be and not be in the same time in the same way, right? You can't have like A equals not A. You don't need that. Doesn't involve time at all. But now you're asking, would we need time to know that? Of course, we would need time to know it and to say it and to express it. That's not the same as saying that thing is time dependent.
Well, it is.
It's time independent.
Time to be able to determine what the measurements are that you're going to be using with this equation that you have.
But determining something is not the same thing as that thing existing. Again, the laws of logic. I think you'd be able to agree, Anson. The laws of logic are not time dependent. But yes, to discover them, obviously, we are three-dimensional or four-dimensional beings.
I don't think that we have access to all the laws of logic because of our finite existence and limited perception. So I'm not comfortable like saying, the laws of logic require this or require that, right? I just know that like you have to have time to do shit, and this don't make a goddamn bit of sense.
Well, right.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Would we agree that like, a space or place and time is required for like events to occur?
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, then you've agreed with Einstein's theory of relativity, which requires space and time.
Yes, but I don't think I think you're. I don't think I'm saying what I think you think I'm saying.
Maybe
again,
not.
I think the clearest example is
Maybe
logic, right? Like, so let's just go to logic, right? Like A cannot equal not A, right? That's a true statement.
As far as we know.
That's as basic as the laws of logic as you can get, right?
As far as we know.
I don't think it's as far as we know, but that's fine. But at least you understand, right? Or the law of identity, A equals A. Okay, so something is itself. That's a law of logic.
A cannot equal B.
Right. Yeah, that's a law of non-contradiction, or A cannot equal not A. Law of identity would be
like a triangle, because like A plus A squared plus B squared could equal C squared.
What if something is everything?
That's a different thing.
What if something is everything, Confluence?
That's okay. Just at least agree with what I'm saying. Don't both of you guys. You guys are both psyops. You at least I'm just trying to separate the laws of logic. We know they don't require time, and I'm just saying. What Anson is saying is that, well, he's saying they require time to figure them out. And of course, but they don't require time in and of themselves. In the equation of A equals A, you don't need time in that equation. But yes, if you're talking about on a human level, well, how do I discover it? Obviously, I need time to learn about that. And if I'm going to tell it to someone else, I need time to explain it to someone. I need a difference between one event and another event. I need to have a sequence of events in order to explain something. It's not the same as a physical or logical reality.
It is important, actually, right? Because the time that you like apply that equation and measure it, right? Like if you were measuring whatever on Jupiter.
You don't measure the law of identity, Anson.
I disavow that too, because it would take me time to figure that out.
Yeah, so this is important though. This is important. I'm not saying what you're saying. So if you took the time to measure out like all of the mass of Jupiter or whatever, using that stupid equation you keep talking about, then like you would have to do it at a specific point in time, right? And so you'd have to measure exactly like all of the mass of Jupiter or whatever is the stupid equation does at that specific time, right? Well, then it'd have to be completely still, right? And you'd have to measure it exactly to get the exact number, right? In order to measure it using that equation.
Thank you. Yes, Anson gets what I was trying to say earlier.
But that would be irrelevant to the equation.
But no,
the length of time to solve an equation is irrelevant to the equation itself.
Because
that would be on you to disprove that it's not an accurate answer.
When objects stop moving, they become almost impossible to locate.
The Anson, the best thing, and I feel like Anson, you maybe or unintentionally or intentionally pivoting away. The law of logic, I think there's a reason you're going to Jupiter, because I agree, we're adding more variables. That's why I'm going to the laws of logic. Do you at least understand what I'm saying? That A equals A.
I understand.
You don't need time for that, but you do need time to observe and discover that. But you don't need time to say A equals A, right? Definitionally, you don't need that.
You can't know where something is exactly. You can only know where something is in relation to someone else.
That's
based
not
on-
an answer
Well,
to what I just asked. That's
let's
not
like
an
say
answer.
going to Mars. Okay, like so we can go to Mars and it will take what, like 6-8 months or something stupid like that. But that's only once every 3.5 years because we know that over a period of time we're closer to Mars or we're at that flight window than other times. So it's all dependent about space and time.
I know, but okay, that's why both of you. That's why I want to. Do we get what I'm saying about logic, though?
No, I'm really dumb.
Logic would say to launch in that time period.
No. I don't mean logic. I mean like the laws of logic. Like A equals A. Again, we don't need time for that at all, right? Like you don't need time for that. Do we agree with that?
Yep.
No.
You disagree with that. You think for the laws of logic you need time?
No. Oh, not for the laws of logic. No, my bad.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, you do.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, give me because the time is an integral part of the universe, and the laws of logic explain the workings of the universe. So without that integral part of the universe, the laws of logic actually don't work.
No, that's
But that'd be irrelevant to the equation of A equals not or A equals
Well,
A.
give me one of the laws of logic.
I just did the law of identity.
No,
A
do
equals
it like
A.
I'm stupid. Like I totally forgot everything you said because I don't pay attention to you.
Okay, fine.
A banana is a banana.
Yeah, the law of identity, right? So like something equals something, right? That's the law of identity. Law of contradiction would be like A cannot equal, not A, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a third one that always confuses me: the law of no something middle or something. But fuck that one. That one's
so A. Let's do this.
Excluded middle. Yeah, thank you.
So is there a situation where the sun will not equal the sun?
No, if we mean sun in the same way, like if we're talking about the actual sun.
Yeah.
So if you with various fallacies, then yes, you could say, oh, there's a sun of a different solar system.
Sun,
But that's
right?
not what we're talking about.
Right.
Yeah. So yes, our sun can never not equal our sun. No, it's not. It's always true. No, it's always it's true always. It can never not. Then can you give a conceivable example where the sun is not the sun in the same time in the same place?
No, because it's time dependent. Like that's why.
It's time dependent.
Okay, so even without that, when is the sun not the sun?
Well,
in about 4 billion years or whatever they say.
But then it's no longer our sun.
Yes, it's not the sun anymore.
It would be contradictory.
No,
if the sun doesn't exist, then it's no longer our sun, which means our sun can never not be our sun.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like the laws of logic, because they require you to pretend like time doesn't exist.
Anson, I believe you don't like the laws of logic. I actually believe that.
Yeah.
And Doomerang is also Doomerang. This is nonsense. Without time, A equals A becomes A. No, it doesn't. That's not. It's an identity. It's like
understands.
It's not equals. It's like 3 equals. It's like formal logic is not the same as like just A equals A, right? It's not the same thing. Okay, it's a different thing. It's an identity, right? A is identified like 3 horizontal lines with A. So, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but it's not just the same as just saying like one thing is another thing. It's saying something is identified with that thing. Yeah.
I get it. There's a consensus in the chat that I am making lots of sense right now. So I appreciate you, chat.
I don't think there actually is. I think Doomerang is the one person that would say that.
Oh,
I mean, no one is on my side, so I understand that, but I think everyone else is just saying nonsense. Something about Marilyn's kid, I guess. I don't know what Rage Page is talking about. But yeah, it seems.
Yeah, I really like Marilyn.
Oh, the dude agrees with me in the back chat. Constants don't require a time variable. Yes, thank you, the dude. That's
yeah, but the dude's a Fed. He doesn't count.
Well, we're all Feds if you think about it. At least according to Marilyn. Okay. Anson, I can't tell if you're like fucking with me or if you're like for real, for real.
Well, no, it's just you started out this video with like this ridiculous hypothetical thought experiment. So I figured
I didn't
I'd
make
match
the
the
video,
energy.
Anson.
I'm just matching the energy with the ridiculous hypotheticals.
It's first of all not a hypothetical. Second of all, if you want to die on a hill that the laws of logic require time, that's fine. That's a crazy hill to die on, I would say. But if that's the hill you do want to die on, that's cool. That's cool. Time is linear, logic is linear. I'm not even necessarily sure what that exactly means, Rage Page. I'm not really sure. I don't know if I disagree.
Time is not linear, it's vaginal shaped.
I think I agree with that. Okay, random question from Can't Stop Smiling. Hey, I got a completely different question about something weird I came across about a YouTube influencer from political side, some weird shit that kind of got laid on me, and cool, it just fits here. I'm in the right place. I got a some weird. Okay, ask the question. I thought this chat would lead into the question. You can ask the question. I'll put it. But these two messages are just a preamble to a question. Okay, chronofluence. Yes, no, anti-chronofluence really, because I don't think you need time, but based nonetheless. But yes, Can't Stop Smiling. Are you? Wait, is this Stacy? I think this is Stacy. Am I crazy? I think this is Stacy. I think Stacy changed his name.
Her name?
I thought, Anson, you told me Stacy was a guy.
Yeah, Stacy is a guy.
Right. So then why? So then why would I call? Is Stacy trans? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. It's hard to say at this point. It's anybody's guess.
Okay, I'm not even gonna read this. Just ask the question. What the fuck?
I've got a serious
relative subject that's kind of interesting, kind of weird. And you might have heard of this person until recently, but it gets weird. Are you interested? I am interested to ask the question, please, Christ.
I think it's a bot confluence.
No, this is Stacy, and this is like Stacy who is doing the jokes. Big Soda, you were definitely there for that egg. I can't remember if you were there for that. But yeah,
I don't think I was. No.
Stacy was like trying to say a joke, and it took like an hour to get the joke out. It took like literally an hour, and I had to read it so many times. It was like she kept asking the lead up to the joke, but then wouldn't say the punchline, but then kept saying, "Can I ask a joke?" and then saying the lead up over and over and over again. It took so long to get to the actual meat and potatoes. Is this going to be the question? That's one of the great mysteries of men. Spend the first 9 months of their existence trying to get out of that thing they spend every minute. Okay, yeah. Vaginas, I guess. Vaginas. Is that I don't know if that's really a question. But vaginas, okay. Yes. Okay. I agree with vaginas. I actually agree with Anson that time is vaginal shaped. I actually do agree with him on that, scientifically speaking. So I think we're all on the same page on that one. This is definitely Stacy. This is the most Stacy coded message I've ever fucking read. So I think I'm right about them being the same person.
You're right about it.
Marilyn, you said you were going to join. So fucking join, Marilyn. You could say something on one timeline and it'd be false, but it could be truth in the future or prior to saying it. You can say something on one timeline to be false, but it could be truth in the future or prior to saying it. We were storytellers. Time is a surveillance camera.
Marilyn said it, so I don't believe that.
Yeah. So since it sounds like another word salad.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that. I mean,
like Anson, man, you got to tell me like I've heard this for the first time. I don't understand.
Yeah, Meryl, explain like we're 5. Okay, I think I agree. It just doesn't apply to everything. Like if we're talking about basic things, like if we say the sun is like mainly composed of helium, yeah, that could be false on other timelines. That's not there's no logical contradiction there. So I agree with what Meryl is saying in that thing. I think there are some things that don't apply, and that would be like the laws of logic, or at least we cannot conceive of a universe where the laws of logic do not apply.
Damn it. So now, because Marilyn said it, now you agree. This is what
No,
me and
I'm
Anson
just
have been
no.
trying to.
I'm no with
Shake my
this
head.
specific
Yeah,
thing.
that's all it is. This is just
That's
them
not what's happening.
simping
That's not. Don't
confluence.
shake your head at me, Egg. That's not what's
Pathetic.
happening. I'm saying that's why I gave the example of the sun. If that's what both of you were saying, I agree
That's
with that.
what
That
we
it's
gave an
possible-
example. Anson
No,
gave that
you-
example.
No, you guys were going against the gravitational constant and talking about measuring Jupiter and stuff. That's a totally different.
So
it's a
the
different case.
gravitational constant of the sun would be different depending on time.
The sun doesn't have a gravitational constant. We're using words wrong. The sun has a gravity. It doesn't have a gravitational constant. The gravitational constant is universal. It's not about the sun. It's not about Jupiter. It's not about Earth. It's not about me. It's not about you. The gravitational constant is true in all of space-time. It's just true. The sun has different gravities. The moon has a different gravity. The Earth has a different gravity.
I think you're wrong. Has it ever been measured from the inside of a black hole?
Has it? No, because no humans have ever been inside a black hole.
How do you know it's universal then? You keep making these claims. I mean,
I'm trying to distinguish that if you go it's one thing to say gravity is different on Earth than it is the moon. That is true.
Yeah,
but we're not talking
that's what I'm
about
arguing. So it's not universal.
But Egg, when you say that, you're not talking about the gravitational constant. You're talking
we're
about
just
something
talking about
different.
the sun.
I know,
okay.
I know, and that's still so. Like the gravitational constant deals
Well,
with like
I'm just an
mass
idiot.
of stuff. Well, no, you're not an idiot. It's just a different thing. When we talk about when we say gravity is less on the moon and the Earth, we're not talking about the gravitational constant. We're saying the effects of gravity are felt different, and that's to do with the mass of the Earth and the mass of other objects, right? And the gravity that we feel. But the gravitational constant never changes on any planet.
It does, yeah.
No,
So
it doesn't.
You're making all these assertions, but there are sections of the universe that are unmeasurable, right? And if you
Your argument is that it could possibly be true because we haven't been to every single point of the universe. That's true, but I'm just saying that when we say
no, I'm just saying that
that's an
we
important
have a very
clarification.
limited perception.
I
right?
know we do, but I just want to make sure that we're speaking the same language. When we say the gravity of the moon is less than the gravity on Earth, we are not physicists. When they say that, they're not talking about the gravitational constant. In both cases, the gravitational constant is the same.
Yeah,
it's just the effects of gravity are felt differently on Earth and the moon and the sun.
Within a relevant range, yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. So that I'm just saying that those two things, you can talk about the gravity on the moon, and that's why when you jump, you can jump and float for a long time. But that doesn't change anything about the gravitational constant.
It does.
It doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't.
It does.
It just doesn't.
It does.
You're just wrong on that.
No.
You're fully wrong on that. The dude is in the back chat. The dude, give me one of these. I'll bring you up.
Within a relevant range, that's probably true. But when you go to areas of the universe that we don't really understand, where space and time don't really act the same way as our perception allows us to perceive it here on Earth, then that gravitational constant may be different, right?
No.
No. Yeah. No.
like inside of a black hole.
That if you want to say that there's maybe something that we can test that we haven't tested, my whole argument is I'm just saying when we talk about how the moon has less gravity, again, imagine people floating. That doesn't mean that the gravitational constant is switching between the moon and the Earth.
I already agree
that
with the relevant range, that's true. And then I tried to provide an example of something that I thought might be outside of that range.
You're providing an example of something that is just unknown. We haven't measured it inside a black hole.
Yeah,
right?
The
can't be inside a black hole.
Change, but the constant will remain the same. It's like saying that wind is a constant. Like we have different speed winds, but wind is a constant.
Right. Well, my point is that we don't have the knowledge to be able to understand the physics of a black hole and how it works. Right. And my point is that some of your assumptions about the way that our relative perception is of our nearby universe may not apply because we have very limited knowledge about what the universe.
But wait, I just want you to realize, or maybe you already realize it, but the degree of what you're saying would go against not only all models of physics that we currently know, but even all kind of conjectured hypotheses of how these laws work. There's no There's no cohesive theory of everything that would say that the gravitational constant is somehow like not a constant, right? Like they all take into account. So you're saying something that like maybe is theoretically possible, but what you're saying is so outside of science that like it could technically be true in some like far off land, like it's possible, but I just want you to understand, and if you understand it already, I want everyone else to understand what you're saying goes against everything we know of science and every hypothesized thing we know about science. That's all I'm saying. So it's a big burden. It could be true, but it's like it's so out there.
Just remember, Caitlyn Jenner is a woman.
Well, I mean.
Disavow.
Oh, Marilyn, that's pretty transphobic of you to disavow. But I think Marilyn has actually convinced me on this message. Let me pull it up. That space is a hologram. I think actually I am convinced on that.
Hey, thumbs up
and
or
also
thumbs
that
down.
Anson's about to show his black hole to the panel. So I'm just gonna pull that message up too.
On a 1 to 10, how good of a nickname are Decepticons for trannies?
Probably a solid 9.
That's been my my go-to for about the last decade. Called them Decepticons.
I would say it's StreamYard 7 is what I would say.
It's Maryland.
Disavow that. Disavow.
I mean, you set it up.
Okay, Stacy, you're saying so many messages. Okay, it is Stacy. It is Stacy. Stacy, this I can't even read all this. I don't even know. I'm just gonna put them on. You can, anyone watching in the future, time coded. You could pause and read all of these messages. But Stacy, I don't know what you're saying right now. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. I appreciate the engagement. I don't know exactly what you're saying.
What's she talking about?
I'm not sure, Anson. I'm not sure. There's a lot of messages, and it's like
She's
some about
prattling
milk,
like a
milk
woman.
up here. I'll just read this one just as a sample. In fact, him saying milk setting us up for a mysterious illness for a fucking year to even get that's bullshit, and then all of a sudden that they were saying makes sense, and all this political shit is. So that's that's the best kind of microcosm that I could paint of these messages. Okay, so this message, kind of imagine what could be beyond that if we include time, and then that's what Stacy is kind of saying.
What's the gravitational constant here?
Yeah, of the milk specifically, it's hard to kind of say.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the time you measure it.
It depends on the mysterious illness that we're talking about. In fact, him saying milk. Stacy, why are you even mentioning? Who said milk? Now I have to know. What's milk? What's the mysterious illness?
I think that what he's talking about here is me thinking about udders.
Yeah, there's a whole paragraphs of stuff that he's been typed. Or she.
Okay, Stacy, can you condense it? Can you take all your messages, put it into ChatGPT, and say condense this into 30 words?
I think that Stacy is the one who was talking about making love to me that night, but then realizing I wasn't attractive after it was over. You remember that?
I remember that. I don't think that was Stacy was there, but that was someone else.
That was a Stacy alt. They type in a very similar fashion.
It could be a Stacy alt. That is true. It could be. If you scroll, dude, if you scroll back just the last 1,015 minutes. Okay, I don't know if that's a typo, but I'm not scrolling back. Oh, 10 to 15.
Yeah,
I don't know. I would read that 1,000 minutes.
Stacy, if you think you have only sent 6 messages, I am counting 13, 14, 15, 16. It's at least 40 messages I would have to read to get to what you're saying. It's not 6 messages. Like
I
if
think
I
he's
start
saying
at
in
6,
6 messages. Like he explained it in 6 messages.
Okay, that's possible, but it's not the last 6. So I don't know where to start, Stacy. Okay, I don't know where to start.
You guys are really getting dominated by an alt in chat. This is some really
it's not really
level
asking the question. It's kind of just
okay, maybe this is Stacy alt. This is the guy who's Smokey. That's the guy who was hitting on you and has post-nut clarity. So maybe this is Stacy alt, because what's the chances they'd both be here at the same time? Or maybe Smokey's a fan now, but it was Smokey. That's who it was that was hitting on you, the dude. Smokey Swiss.
He said, "Where's Omar?"
Yeah, he wants Omar back. So he's good for you, the dude. You should cam up. So to fulfill Smokey Swiss, Smokey Swiss, $5 and it'll cam up. Okay, I promise. $5. Egg, I don't think you were here for this.
You send me 100 direct, I'll do a 10-minute StreamYard private.
I'm reading his chats from earlier.
Oh, Stacy. I don't think Stacy and Smokey is the same, although they could be. But
I'm reading "Can't Stop Smiling."
That's Stacy. Yeah,
there's a lot of it. Yeah.
Yeah, more than 6 messages, right, Stacy? Okay, I'm just saying.
Pure nonsense.
Some about milk, some about a secret illness. Hard to really say.
Name me one intelligent person named Stacy.
I can't.
Yep.
I can't.
Stacy's a bad name.
Smokey, in absence of
you
the
say who
dude
that
coming
dude?
up, you could always get off to this, okay, if you want. I'm not saying you have to, but this is just something that Anson has gratefully provided.
I mean,
Stacey
for the
Dash
sake
is pretty
of myself and moving
Okay, well,
on,
I'll take it back. I just didn't know any.
She's on Fox News, Stacey Dash. She's a contributing editor. Put some respect on Stacey Dash.
My bad.
Hashtag women of color, you uncultured swine.
Well, at first, I thought he was going to say Stacey Abrams. And I was like, yeah, that kind of proves my point.
Oh, I'm so retarded. I said Stacey Adams because I forgot it was Abrams.
Okay, the dude, you have lost the love of Smokey Swiss. He's now into Big Soda. Sorry to say, Big Soda. Nah, me and Stacy different, but I tell you what, Big Soda, your voice got my thighs sweating. So,
yeah,
I mean,
my wife tells me the same thing, so I can't blame
there
her.
you go. Yeah. Can't blame you, Smokey.
Big Soda.
Okay, so Ag, you were reading Stacy's. Do you have any more insight after you've been reading Stacy's
Well, no,
chats?
I was saying for the sake of time and my sanity, I just kind of moved on and started talking and listening.
But we just realized time doesn't have to exist for your sanity to be a constant. Why are we backtracking?
Right, for the Stacy constant to be true. We don't technically need time.
Somebody that gets my jokes. Stop.
Won't you punish me? Wasn't that a Hootie and the Blowfish song? It isn't about tomorrow and all the pain and sorrow. Is that a Hootie and the Blowfish song, Time, or am I making that up?
No. Yeah, that's Hootie and the Blowfish, man. Yeah.
That is something you would know, Anson.
Well, why would I not know that? Hootie and the Blowfish is one of the greatest bands of the last
It's
century.
like from the past, like 60 years ago. That's why, Anson. All of your pop culture knowledge is like you're a fucking dinosaur. You're like
because we can't all be cool enough to be
real.
36 podcasting to a stream of 9 live members.
Hold on.
We're obviously
Get the
the same
fuck out of
old.
here, the dude.
You
You're
guys
on
need to let him
the
every bit of-
panel. You can't disparage me if you're on the panel that has
He's every bit of
viewers.
You gotta let
41.
Anson finish what he was saying. He was trying to say they were the greatest band according to somebody.
Rashida Tlaib, go ahead. I don't know if that's Rashida Tlaib, but it's someone.
Yeah,
else.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, good.
Actually,
Marilyn,
can
you
we-
said you were going to join. Just join, Marilyn. Stop
Yeah,
edging all
Marilyn,
of
what
us.
are you
Okay, come
doing?
on. Stop
Just
catching up and just join.
Probably got the TV blaring.
Probably the fucking baby daddy's got this.
Can we all just take a moment to agree that Somalia and Somali culture sucks balls?
Yeah.
I do agree. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Ever since that Captain Phillips situation, I haven't really liked Somalia too much.
That's true. Yeah, Captain Phillips really blackpilled me. Pun not intended on the Somalian people.
Yeah, it's a shame what the United States has done to that area of the world. We ought to apologize
but they deserve it.
Yeah, I'm sure without U.S. intervention, Somalia would be a land of prosperity and peace.
We're so sorry. Moving on.
Yeah, and that state of Minnesota and Michigan
Stacey,
are really thriving.
Stacey,
Yeah,
if you
they're
want to
doing
join the panel,
fantastic.
Stacey, you can join. Okay, so if you're on mobile, it's in the description. So, yeah, it's not going to be pinned because I think the pin doesn't work. But in the description of the video, there is a StreamYard link. You can click that link, and Stacey, and we will know your gender though. I'm just going to say that, so that will not be a mystery anymore.
It's a dude.
Have you guys seen
Yeah,
Nick Shirley?
it's not much.
Have you guys seen Nick Shirley out there dominating the Somali Medicare, medical transport, child care fraud the last couple weeks?
I have not.
Wait,
Bro,
who?
Nick Shirley.
Oh, is that the guy? Wait, is that? Let me Google because I've been watching a guy do a bunch of exposés. Yes, it is the guy. Yeah, I've been watching a shit ton of that guy.
You call him a guy, I call him a kid. He can't be more than 25, 26 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I would still call it a guy, but
It's
yeah.
because you're not very manly, but we digress.
Disavow. If only I had my sound.
Ultra vow, mega vow.
But no, I was actually watching Asmongold react to him doing a whole thing because I'm too retarded, so I need someone else to be like, chat, that's crazy. Chat, that's wild.
I can't do
And
that.
ideally, I need some kinetic sand in the bottom, and I need Subway Surfers on the top right. So
Fucking kinetic sand. I hate that shit.
I don't like Asmongold.
Why not?
I don't, let me rephrase. I don't dislike him. I've just never found him like so compelling and entertaining where I'm like, oh, this is why this guy has, 200 million live followers.
Yeah, I don't know why he has the audience, but he's fun though. I would say he's fun.
I could say the same thing about Markiplier, Critical Moist.
That's a bit of a switcheroo, but sure.
What do you mean?
Moist critical, not critical moist.
Oh, did I dyslexic did I dyslexia that?
You did a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's he and there's a few other did you guys ever hear of the quartering?
Yeah, Jeremy. Jeremy.
He's
no, that's not Jeremy Boring.
No, I corrected myself.
Jeremy quartering.
Just saying Jeremy.
I'm just not a fan. Like nothing that guy does really gets me going.
The quartering though is like low key a little bit retarded, but like in a bad way. Asmongold is retarded, but kind of in a good way.
Hodge Twins is retarded in the best way.
I love the Hodge Twins.
Got a show for y'all today. Got a damn good show.
I agree. Retarded in a good way.
And you know who else? Go ahead.
I view them as like the token black people on the conservative side, kind of like Diamond and Silk used to be before, one of them croaked. I mean, I don't really view their content as being good. Like it's mid-tier content. The only reason why it's popular is because they're black. It's kind of like all the women who get extra play because they're women.
No, that's just a typical viewpoint from an incel with a high IQ with low education, but I appreciate the insight, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some truth to that. I think there is a bit of
they're alpha male athletic studs.
No, they're not. They're fucking cucks sometimes too. All right, they've made some big fucking errors and mistakes, especially about the Israel stuff. I mean, they're cucks for Israel.
Okay.
Bro, you definitely live in a single wide. You unexceptional white.
I would say I disagree with what Anson just said. But there is truth with like the Candace effect, right? She got popularity because she is black and she's saying kind of stuff that is pro-white. There is like a DEI adjacent element that's going on there, right? Like that is true. And I think with the Hodge Twins, I think that is kind of true.
Stacey Dash has been doing it. Jesse Lee Peterson's been doing it.
Right, but there's a reason those people they become kind of the, I don't want to say, well, no, I shouldn't say that.
So the Hodge Twins have been around for over a decade. They used to do like social commentary and fitness podcasting. The guy asked him he's obviously not a dumb guy. I'm busting his balls a little bit, but to say they're not talented, they're funnier than anybody on this panel, and they're super athletic. And I think the guy you're thinking of is Officer Tatum, who's been cooking for Israel.
Oh yeah, screw that guy.
I would look. I'm not going to go as far as Anson. I think they are talented. I think they're entertaining. I like the Hodge Twins, but I'm saying you do get a boost, right? If you are a Candace Owens type figure, you do get a boost by being female and black and saying stuff that is more like Fuentes pilled. You do get a bit of a boost in that way, right? Like that's all I'm trying to say.
I think you did. I don't think you do.
Like you think it applied in the past, but it doesn't apply now.
If it does, it's to a point that's so finite and minute that it no longer matters.
You don't think people cared more about Kanye and Candace when they had like the White Lives Matter shirts going on? That it was important because they're black people with shirts that say like White Lives Matter. If they were white people with that shirt, I don't think anyone would give a fuck. It's because of their race that they got a bit of a signal boost, right?
Well, I don't know if I agree with. I mean, I agree in small efforts like that dude's saying, but I don't think it's as grand scale as to be like noticeable or I guess apply a majority to it. Because I mean, I think a
But
lot of it.
in my example, Big Soda, do you at least agree with that? The White Lives Matter fiasco with Candace and Kanye. That would be nothing if that was like, I don't know, Christina Aguilera wearing that shirt, right? It would be controversial, but it wouldn't be like something that everyone like puts their flag on.
No,
right?
it would be way worse if it was white people wearing White Lives Matter shirts, because then
It would be
unacceptable
worse.
white.
So yeah, from a controversial point of view, but it wouldn't be something that you could feel safe rallying around. I think that's my point. You can rally around Kanye and Candace saying that because then it's like, hey, it's black people saying that, so we can like, it's
But I guess
safe to rally around that.
is the popularity they're getting coming from the fact that so many people are calling them out for it, or is it just kind of like is it they're gaining support for it, or is it just they're being called out more
Bro,
for it?
anytime any whistleblower from their own community steps forward, the world's going to hear. It's like when you got gays against groomers; those are the gays against pedophiles. Or if you had I don't know, like an Exxon Mobil executive going or against a BP executive. It's someone behind enemy lines that's going. It has nothing to do with them being black per se. It just has to do with them being.
It does that. I think I feel like we're saying the same thing. Like if you look at Blair White is relevant because she's a trans person who is a conservative. If Blair White was like a libtard, she would have like half the audience, right? Like no one would give a shit. Because she's like she's your everyday trans libtard, right? The fact that she's conservative makes her more relevant because then conservative people will like use her and say, hey, look, this is a trans person who's still against like grooming of children and stuff. And she gives all the conservative kind of like talking points. Right. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so I think I agree with you, dude. It's an inside perspective, but we focus on Blair White as opposed to someone else because she's trans.
What I'm saying is it's not the fact that because they're black it matters, just because we're saying the same thing, just we're highlighting a different part of it.
Right, but I'm saying, I guess I would say Blair White's transness is integral. Blair White would be nothing in conservative eyes if she wasn't also trans, and she would be nothing in the other way, right, if she wasn't conservative. It's the weird confluence, if you will, of conservative and trans that makes Blair White popular. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you disagree with that? I don't know how familiar you are with Blair White.
I think anyone that's anti-woke and rational will get a forum with conservative minds and voices. You don't have to be a conservative. You just have to.
But you know that's not true. Again, you even talked about it. You're on a panel right now with 7 people. Okay. Well, I'm conservative. I'm anti-woke. Am I getting invited onto Pierce Moria? No. But Blair White has that mix of being trans. I know, but why is Blair White a somebody? It's because she's trans and conservative. That's why she is.
It's the same reason Chris Pratt. It's the same reason Chris Pratt got brought on to conservative stuff for Bryson DeChambeau, because they already have a platform and they have a fan following. Unfortunately, my brother, you do not. And money talks in this industry. So.
I would say she was popular before this.
That's a terrible analogy. Chris Pratt was already famous. I'm saying Blair White is someone whose fame is tied to them being both trans and conservative. That's my point. What do you mean you doubt that? That's just like on.
She or he wasn't famous before the political movement.
No, I mean,
He did. If you go back and I've looked at his content a lot because. I thought he was kind of interesting. If you go back and look at it, he just did like basic like tranny nonsense for several years, and then he started talking about.
I'm thinking of Jeffree Star. Who is Blair White?
Blair White's a guy that thinks he's a woman. Anyway, he did a lot of like standard trans stuff, like going out in public, like with his female friends and walking up to random people and being like, so which one of us was born a biological male? Like doing stuff like that.
Right. And how much attention did they get when they did that? And how much attention did they get once they became conservative coded?
Yeah, the conservative thing is actually what caused his channel to like get really big, because it was like controversial, because he was like one of the like pro T people, and all of a sudden he wasn't towing the same line as everybody else. It's like the Uncle Tom effect.
Yeah, yeah.
He's a house T.
Okay, I thought Blair White was famous before she transitioned, but I see it's not.
I mean, that's at least the main boosting power, I would say.
Yeah.
And I would say the same with Candace Owens. I think, like, I'm not saying Candace Owens is not doesn't have a good personality. I'm not saying
she
she's just a
doesn't.
nobody, but you do get a boost when you do something that is like very unexpected like that. When you are a black person that is saying
You mean
white
kind of like when
talking
Tiger Woods
points.
dominates the PGA Tour, or when Luka Doncic dominates the NBA? When someone breaks the handcuffs of social normatism? Yeah,
Yes,
that's the tale as old as time.
Yeah, but it's not just breaking. It's kind of I think what you were talking about, the dude, of like you're giving an inside scoop and you're kind of going against. You are what Anson said, the Uncle Tom effect. I think I hate using that word, but I actually think it is relevant. You do get a boost with that, right? We've seen that with like certain like detransitioners, right? You would not, though. There's a lot of like detransitioner people on like Twitter and YouTube that are like have a good audience now. And it's only because they used to be trans and now they have detransed, and no one would give a shit what they said before. It's because they're in that unique circumstance where they were trans and now they disavow trans, and now they're kind of like in that field, but they're speaking out against that field, and so they're like a unique voice to listen to.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it reminds me. Have you ever been to like anti? This is going to get close to TOS. The anti-fetus deletus organizations and groups, right? So I've actually been to some pretty powerful meetings in those in those circles with people who survived the fetus deletus procedures. And it's the same sort of thing. They're in a unique spot, and they're good speakers in that circuit because they've survived the fetus deletus and they have a different perspective. It's the same sort of thing. It's like, like it's a voice that can advocate from a unique perspective. It's kind of like what Obama was when he got elected, right? I mean, we all thought he was hope and change, and hey, look, we got a colored guy in there now, so we ain't got to worry about race no more.
Yes, and I think so. I agree with that. I think with some things, I think it even goes beyond that. So I would say Blair White even goes beyond that because it becomes almost a bit like contradictory in a way, right? Like to be a trans conservative. So like already like the fetus deletus, someone who survived that would be similar to like the H event in the 1940s, right? Historically we give it a lot of voices because it's like this is a unique person. But there's also the angle of if there was like, let's say someone who is like, someone who's Jewish, and let's say they deny the H event, that's especially spicy because now it's like someone who you would think would like not be going against this, but they're going against this. We would give like special precedence to that. I think that's what we see with someone like Blair White or with Candace Owens, where it's not just like unexpected and unique, but it's also going like a step beyond that and saying kind of the counter of what you would expect them to say.
Yeah, and plus Candace has a nice looking ass.
I don't know if I ever in the fact that
her ass, but
that wow effect can get you to the dance, but talent and insight can keep you there.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to say. Look, I think Blair White is a talented speaker. I'm not a fan of Blair White, and I think Candace Owens, not a fan of her. She's obviously charismatic, obviously talented, but I'm just saying that signal boosting effect I think is undeniable. But yeah, you still what you said, the dude, you still have to have that charisma and that wow factor to keep people sticking with you. So I'm not saying any of the people I've mentioned are like not talented, but I'm just saying there is a definite. I mean, we started this from the Hodge twins. They definitely, I think, get a signal boost by being, people of color, right? They get that. They're still talented on their own right. I'm not trying to take that away. At least maybe Anson is. I'm not sure.
Who's like really unexceptional right now on panel, like immediately tried to downplay them. And I'm like, this guy's definitely like pre-diabetic. If he's not married, he hasn't been laid since the Obama administration. Like
Anson has been married multiple times and he's not pre-diabetic. Okay, so
I don't believe either of those statements.
Yeah, well, that's fine. It's okay. I mean, the Hodge twins carry water for the purple pill pseudo Christian women, and they do all sorts of leftist nonsense because they're basically just plants to
maybe if you
show up
focus
on
more on the
YouTube to
marriage,
act
you
like
would have
they're
lasted as
conservative.
opposed to
They're
YouTube
fake
personalities.
conservatives. They're basically the reason why Uncle Tom was written.
Well, one's a Marine, and what the fuck were you, cunt?
Well, I definitely
What were
wasn't
you? What were you,
that.
feminine man? I can hear the estrogen in your voice. What were you? What were you?
Is this? Is this the game now? Do I have to tell you what?
No, because I can hear him. I can hear in a guy's voice when he's bitch made. Like I can hear the femininity.
Good. I'm glad you could hear it in there. I've been eating a lot of pussy lately, and I didn't know if it had reached my vocal cords.
No, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. I can hear you shook too. They're yeah. Put a little respect on a Marine's name, pal. That's all.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck the Marines.
Just about.
The dude, them's fighting words.
This guy wouldn't fight me in a bar, bro. I two-pieced him in a fucking. I two-pieced this motherfucker in 3 seconds. Got big feminine energy. Big feminine energy.
Yeah,
and so would you be two-pieced in 30 seconds? I'm not really sure what that
sweet
means.
chin music on that fucking shallow feminine jaw that your father birthed you with.
Maybe
I separate you from consciousness.
Yeah, and it's nice how we've gotten distracted from how the Hodge twins suck and everything's about me now. I
You
do
just said
appreciate
fuck the
that.
Marines, you fucking feminine Israel shill.
Well, yeah, fuck the Marines. Yeah, fuck all of them. I don't give a fuck about them. Why would
Go
I?
down 29 Palms and say that. Go down with a sign and say fuck the Marines. I want to see you carry that big dick energy down there.
As far as I know, most of the Marines that are alive today have violated their oath to the Constitution because none of them stopped the illegal power grabs by the president, who hasn't been given a declaration of war by Congress. Right? All the armed services members violated their oath.
Absolutely not. Big Soda, I have to pee, but I've had this message on screen for so long. Can you please read it for me, Big Soda?
I don't think I'm going to read that.
Fuck the United States Marines on your panel. Any feedback? How did you feel?
Like the worst time to go pee.
I support our troops. I support the Marines. Okay. Yeah, and Marilyn herself disavow. Marilyn, join panel. Okay, now we're into Marine hatred. Although Marilyn might say Marines are psyops. I'm not sure, Marilyn. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but can I leave you guys alone for because I feel like things have gotten a little heated, but I do have to pee. Can you not be?
I need you to translate for me. Am I just misreading this guy? Am I taking it incorrectly? Is this his status quo for how he grabs attention?
You see, dude, the thing is that you started a series of ad
homs. I'll hold it down.
Dude, you started a series of ad homs against me. And so you took the conversation from something about the Hodge twins to calling me some sort of from male.
It was how.
So from my perspective, I can say whatever the fuck I want to say that gets under your skin because you're acting like a girly man.
Then you'd get slapped in the face in public.
Yeah, continue that. Continue acting like a girly man. It's fun.
No, I would love to see you do it in public. I'd love to see it.
Okay.
TV.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll do that in public. Yeah. Okay. Good comeback there, buddy.
It's not a comeback. It's a request.
Okay, good.
In a battle of wits, you're an unarmed man, pal. I'll dominate you in this way.
That's fine. I don't want to. I concede to your Marineness. Please forgive me, oh dear Marine.
Oh, I'm not a Marine.
Oh, okay.
And so back to Star Wars slurs. So
Nerf herder.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there's some nerf herding going on this panel. Mostly by Ag.
Bad Batch. That's pretty Star Wars coded.
I feel like that makes sense.
Star Wars.
What's that?
I've never seen Star Wars. I saw half of one of them with Sam Jackson in it, but I've never actually seen a Star Wars movie.
Oh shit!
It's good. I like it, but I grew up with it, so I could be biased on the fact that I grew up with it.
Sound like the Anson guy. I think most guys who would wait online to watch those movies secretly give hand jobs to other guys watching those movies. So,
I probably wouldn't disagree with you.
I could be wrong. I've never seen Harry Potter either, or Lord of the Rings. I've never
seen Harry Potter. I've seen some Lord of the Rings. Star Wars, I did like Big Soda. I grew up on that because that was made before,
We're
kind
back
of
to
before I was
Star
born.
Wars. Really, really.
I
But
like the Matrix if that's not gay.
but nobody's waiting around for a reach around or a jerk off, man. No, we just we watch movies and stuff. It's
Do we like the Matrix? Is that likable?
Oh, we
The
love the
first one,
Matrix. Although
I'm not a big
Matrix is
fan of the
it's a
others.
bit
okay.
transcoded now, but in the past we liked the
Well, because
Matrix.
the
Yeah.
first three were directed by men, and the last one was directed by the fucking Wachowski sisters.
The last
That's-
one was a fucking bullshit. That sucked. so bad.
The last one was so painful. I was so excited to watch it, and it was like it
The
was
cinematography in the
dreadful.
last one was good. If you take one thing away from it, the cinematography was
I
actually pretty
agree.
good. For the
I
movie.
agree. If you
Well,
dichotomize
yeah, they
everything
had a
else,
nice budget.
Well,
So,
I just
yeah.
saw Avatar today, and like the movie, it was a little bit woke, like the agenda, but the visuals were just fucking like the whole movie was a visual experience, and you could almost say the same thing for the Matrix 4, with the introduction of color, the way that they introduced it that had never existed before.
It's just so I know, but it's so hard to look at a movie that is shit under every other metric and isolate just one point. But I think if I did, I think I'd agree with you. But it's so like a movie to be a good movie, you need like a lot of stuff going on, and like
It was
it's
messed
like being like, oh, the audio of this one movie is so good, everything else sucks, but the audio quality, the audio engineers did a really good job. And it's like that
Social
could be
Network,
true, but
probably
it's still
one
a
of the
shit
greatest soundtrack
movie.
in history. The Social Network.
Oh, what?
Atticus Ross did the soundtrack on the Social Network. Probably one of the greatest fucking soundtracks ever. Whoever I yelled at before, I'm an entertainer by trade. Hodge twins are better than you gave them credit for. I'll stick up for my fellow service members, and I'll stick up for entertain. Like those are two funnier. Like when you look at Osmongold and you look at the quartering guy, what the Hodge twins put out is way more entertaining than like 70% of the chaff that's out there in the fucking YouTube sphere.
Yeah, I don't know. I just never liked them, so it's more of a preference thing.
That you could say that there's people that I don't like. And I get that. Like Steven Crowder, I don't like. I can't say the guy's not talented. He's just never been my guy. I've been on a really big compound media thing right now. I've been friends with, and you guys know who Anthea Kumi is by any chance?
No.
Negative.
If he does a channel right now with Gavin McGinnis. He used to have a radio show in the 90s and 2000s called Opie
I
and
like
Anthony.
Gavin McGinnis a lot.
Have you heard of Opie and Anthony?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's Anthony. That's Anthony Kumi. I've done comedy with him for the last, I guess, 20,
I think
20 years
this
ago.
got brought up before. This is like causing some memory to stir. I think we've talked about this.
No, we haven't. Not him. Or maybe because he was a voice. I think we were talking about Grand Theft Auto video games, and I said my friend was a voice actor on Grand Theft Auto 5 or 4. What? Yes.
Yeah, that could be. Because I think I remember this playing out where I said I love Gavin McGinnis, and you're like, how have you not heard of this guy? And I was like, oh, I haven't.
Maybe. Yeah, that's it. Either way, just like with the Hodge, there's a couple of people that do the horse and pony show, and they're grifting and grabbing. Those two guys, man, like, God-fearing guys. One's a Marine. They promote fitness to young men, and for
The
lack
one
of
thing-
anything, they kind of call out shitty behavior in the black community. Like,
The one thing I have to say, I have to just read a chat right now. I have to say, Marines play their fucking TVs way too loud. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
I taught jujitsu to Marines for about a year. That was an interesting experience.
You taught jiu-jitsu to Marines?
Yeah, it was part of the McMap, the Marine Corps martial art program.
Wait, are you a Marine or are you Marine adjacent?
Sure, call it adjacent. Right with
Define adjacent. Are you a special contractor?
No, it rhymes with the Navy.
It rhymes with the Navy.
Yeah. No, we're the squids. We're the women's department. No, yeah, and I was a civilian at the time. I taught some jiu-jitsu up at Fort Benning for a hot second, then in San Jose. Then it was just a fun little thing. I did it with law enforcement too. It wasn't as a special contract. It was just try to give back to blue collar people where we can. Marines are a tough bunch. Not the most emotionally enlightened group of people I've ever met.
So, Anson, why don't you like Marines?
Why? It's not that I dislike Marines. It's more that I dislike the social status of the members of our military in our society and culture because we have a overbearing militarist society, and I think that our lack of regard for what the Constitution requires of us and the lack of regard for all service members who've served since World War II for their oath is disgusting, and I don't think that they're worthy of any additional praise.
I think you placing that responsibility on an 18-year-old 0311 E1 coming out of Podunk, Alabama, who has been taught since his daddy worked at the Dollar General and took him on their monthly trip to Golden Corral after their First Baptist Church.
There's so many specifics in that statement you just said. You're like specific bombing me right now.
That's what I call academic incivility. And when I took some shots that you say in the high IQ with low education, I know when people are doing that, and it's not nice. Like, I don't like when people academically tread on other people. Having a high IQ is a gift from God. You did nothing to acquire it.
Okay.
So you're saying that you're about Anson, to be clear.
Not as a whole. Like the guy said, 800 things that I've agreed with so far. He's actually had some funny takes on things. But when someone starts academically treading on other people, like I can tell when people do that, and it's just I've never been fond of that.
Yeah, I'll what's the appropriate way to tread on them then, right? Aside from like pointing out like my logical reasons for disliking them, you prefer illogical, emotional ones. I'll try that.
No, I mean,
me don't like Marines. Me don't like Marines. There.
Dude, your response. Oh, Stacy is definitely a guy. Okay, if that was a mystery, the mystery is solved. Okay, Stacy, give me one of these. I see you in the back chat. One of these. It's got to be like it's got to be visible. This is something we go through. Like hold 2 fingers up. Okay, and now thumbs down. 2 thumbs down. Stacy, you're not doing what I'm asking. Stacy, you're sussing me. You're not doing what I'm asking you to do. 2 thumbs down, Stacy. Back up. Go away from okay, and now 2 thumbs up. Okay. You're good, Stacy. Okay. Sorry, we're on like high alert, okay?
Yeah, you could just cover us all up and then bring them back, just you and them, and then
what if they just started playing an auditory like
because then they can hear you.
Yeah. No, that is true. Yes, Stacy, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay, can I ask that? Are y'all in the middle of something? I'll wait, but I really had a weird, not a joke, but a weird fucking question.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
It's your world. We just live in it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That was kind. Okay, so there's this influencer that's he's got this podcast, whatever, is hardcore socialist, blah blah blah. I don't give a
Stacy, you're so quiet. Can you turn yourself up? I'm trying to turn you up, but it's not working on my end.
Sure. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you're like very quiet.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you're just can you turn yourself up at all, or is that not?
Yeah, I've got to get up the head. Do you have to have headphones to do this? You don't, right?
No.
No, you don't have to.
Just
I should be able to turn you up on my end, but it's not letting me. It keeps resetting when I try to bring your volume up. I'm not sure.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Here we go. That's way better. Yeah.
Okay. So here's the deal. God damn it, motherfucker. Okay. Anyway, there's this influencer, and he's hardcore socialist. Okay, cool. Whatever the fuck. And he's got. Let me get this right. God damn it. Okay. Anyway, he's got this podcast, and I didn't think that much about it. And he's real rude and shit. Okay, whatever. A lot of people are.
Is his name Destiny?
No, his name's Jimmy Snow, but that's not his real name.
Oh.
And he's from the Austin area. But the weird part's this. I just got a weird vibe off of him, and I checked, like some of his webpage or whatever. And there was just something there was some type of illness like a year and a half, 2 years ago. It's like, hey, he was a lot fatter. He looked like a different person, whatever. It's like, hey man, shit happens. And then I read a couple of weird things. And to make a long story short, this dude goes all in on like generating like a lot of friction with like, he mutes people and tells them shut the fuck up and they're a bunch of idiots, and he's borderline this hardcore socialist, like people's property needs to be seized, and he's indoctrinating. Okay, cool. You want to do that? Cool. I don't give a fuck. But the weird part's this. I get this message and I don't know who the fuck it's from, but they're basically like, you seem to know something about the Austin area. And I'm like, yeah. And so they say, well, this cat is not who you think he is. And he's got friends and family that really don't like him. And to make a long story short, he's a grifter. And what he does is he talks about he's excommunicated his family. He's no longer a Christian. He's an atheist, blah, blah. They're like, that's a bunch of bullshit. The truth is he and some former relative used to grift like people for like being cancer patients. And I was like, what the fuck? The weird part is it might be true. And I, most people say, so what? Dude, it's a major felony. And I started looking into this and I was like, it just got weirder and weirder. And on his podcast today, right at the end, he says, insurance. I have great insurance. And look, my deal, I have this thing under my arm, this growth or tumor or whatever, and I can't even get to a fucking specialist until December of 2026. And I know that sounds stupid, but all of a sudden it's like tradecraft is like he's setting up this grifting like they described, like a year before you get a specialist. Oh boy, that's bullshit. I know every insurance. I know the marketplace back and forth. I can tell you everything you need to know. I don't care if you have Medicaid, Medicare. I don't care if you have Ambetter, United, whatever, Blue Cross Blue Shield. You go to a doctor. They give
Okay,
you
wait, hold up, Stacey. You talk exactly how you type, which is not an insult, not an insult at all. Like I'm just trying to follow. I feel like you're.
I know. Okay, the dude is like an influencer that's basically under the.
You talk like Christopher. You type like Christopher Walken types, and Ivor types like H-Man types.
Yeah, Ivor does type out H-Man types. Yeah, that is true.
But it's a simple story. This influencer has got a history. It looks like of being that on the cool is really a grifter that seeks out sympathy money on the guise of fake fucking cancer victimhood. And come to find out, that's highly illegal, which I didn't know any of that. But today the dude's talking about, he said it's like it's the same pattern he did from a couple of years ago. And that's what these people are telling me. They're like, dude, not only him, but he comes from have family members that they made a living off of grifting people being cancer patients. Well, that's the lowest form of fucking humanity, first of all. And second of all, there's a pattern there that I stumbled onto that I was like, this shit's true. He did this shit like a couple of years ago with this mysterious illness. It looks like he was playing some sympathy shit. His audience has gotten a lot bigger. He doesn't give a fuck about the socialist shit. It looks like he's setting them up for this.
Okay, so who are we talking about? Can you name him?
His name's Jimmy Snow.
Jimmy Snow. Okay,
yeah,
I don't think I know about him.
But he's got a decent following. But the weird part is today he's talking and he's talking about insurance, how the system's fucked. He goes, I'm white. I got white privilege. I got, I'm a male. So I get white this, I get white that. But my insurance, and he's telling this dude how bad the insurance business is. And he says, like my growth, this illness I have under my arm. It's like, yeah. He goes, I can't get to see a specialist until fucking December 2026. I didn't think that much about it, but all of a sudden the light went off and I was like, that's exactly what the fuck they were describing. And this guy really is a grifter that sets up people to donate to him out of sympathy on the guise of like he's got cancer or some shit. And it wouldn't be that big a deal, but there's a pattern that I found, and somebody told me, said, dude, you're in that area, you know people, and that this guy, that's what he's about. And so that's fucking weird.
That is weird. Okay, Big Soda, your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are, checks out. Commies are terrible people.
Okay, Ag.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anson.
So my first thought is, how can this be monetized, and what way can we make money off of this observation? And I would suggest actually that Confluence get that channel up that he's talking about on the screen, and then he also partner with the Powder Dusty, and the two of them work on a drama takedown of this channel and tag team it
me and
together.
Flow State
And
should
yeah,
do this.
you and Flow State, yeah, you need to learn how to do it right. Flow State's the best at it. And get with Flow State on taking this guy down. And actually, you could use Desiree as your honeypot, right? And get her to go in there and do some recon work and get her hands dirty. You know, maybe some of that toilet work she's good at. You know, who
He's
knows?
got, just to let you know, he's gotten big enough that Turning Point USA has challenged him several times to a debate because he's got this hardcore view and just he's real arrogant. He's intelligent, very intelligent. But the point being is he won't if he can't hit that mute button and just block you out, he's going to be nothing. He won't do a real debate. But if you see this guy in action, he's like, he's got a lot of people following thinking he's like, socialist Jesus or something. Which
Is this who we're talking about? This guy?
Yeah, that's him. And that's after
Jimmy Snow. Okay, we're gonna take this guy down.
Yeah,
Me and Flow State with Desiree as a honeypot. We're gonna get this guy.
But here's the thing: I don't care what people do. I don't care what their political views. Fuck them. But what freaked me out was I get this message and I don't even know who it is, and it's coded. But they're basically like, "Hey, you're from the Austin area," and many years, a long time ago. I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "This cat is a bad person." So what? He's not fucking my sister. I don't care. But the problem is, the more they described it, I was like, wait a minute, what? And it's like, yeah, there's a history of being a grifter and really his deal is getting sympathy money on these mystery illnesses. And
this guy is pretty big. He's like a third of a million subs.
Yes. And he's gained a lot in the last couple of years. He had this weird illness that looks like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And by what little I saw on there, I was like, they're describing like a tradecraft, like somebody that's smart that like works this in under the guise of, hey, it's political shit. On the cool, they throw this rock out there about, I got this, oh, guys, I just found out I've got this tumor, kind of shit.
Got a tumor.
Yeah, and guess what? I didn't know any of it, but according to the law, that shit's highly illegal. You start slinging the fat.
If that was true, then Boogie would be prosecuted by now, though. So it might be against the law, but I don't know if anyone actually gets.
It is if you do it on a grand
on
scale.
it.
If you do it on a grand scale, just like if I said, "Hey guys, you might contribute to my sister. She's got, MS or whatever," and they find out that you're bullshitting. Oh yeah, you got some problems with the DA criminally. You can't do that. It's major fraud.
Yeah, you got to be honest. You got to be honest about it, right? When you're like, for example, like I could raise money off of having an average-sized cock,
yes,
right? But I couldn't raise money from having a micro cock, right? Because I don't have a micro cock. I have an average-sized cock, right? You got to be truthful.
Yeah,
that's objective. It's like if you
and all the women would come out in support of UANs, and they'd be like, "That's definitely wrong." Thousands of women, millions even. 6 million, perhaps.
I knew you guys were gonna fucking roast me on this shit.
Off in the fucking weeds.
No, I'm not roasting you. I'm not roasting you, Stacey.
I am.
I'm not.
Yes, it is. I'm not roasting you.
I'm not a crusader. I'm not a fucking a Superman trying to save people. It just fell into place, and I was like, what a piece of shit, So
Jimmy Snow, I'm coming for you, Jimmy Snow. Okay, I'm coming for you, Jimmy Snow. I'm
gonna get Confluence channel shut down.
Me and Flow State. We're gonna find you, Jimmy Snow, in Minecraft or on the internet, but like not in a bad way, in a normal way. Okay, just to be clear.
I can almost think he is an Antifa person for real. He's highly intelligent. He just says little things that you can kind of pick up on. I've only listened to him a few times, but I'm like, damn, this dude is But what he's doing is he's got a lot of followers that are in that demographics of young males, 18 to 20 or 30, and he has a hard-driven message, man, of socialism is the cure-all, and he just sells it really well. And it's just like, I know it's bullshit. He doesn't tell the whole facts about it, but he's the kind of dude that if you're from Venezuela or if you're from a country where you were under the regime of socialism, you'd cut this dude's throat. I mean, somebody that's really been under that shit. This is the guy they're like, fuck you. I mean, he's like that hardcore as far as promoting that shit. And I joke around about stuff, but I mean, this dude is like, he is for real, like anti-American, fuck you, you're a bunch of idiots, and he's good at it. But I found out this other shit, and that's what made it so weird. So anyway, that's my thing.
Okay.
Oh.
Now what is that? Where does the milk come into place?
Oh yeah. Thank you, Big Soda. Yeah. How does the milk fit into that?
The milk.
Bring up the super chat or the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to scroll up. Yes. Actually, this is Stacy. This is how I should be using your time. Is getting you to explain your often cryptic messages. Sorry, we're getting to the milk thing because Doomerang said milk constant, and milk rules. So we're close to the milk. Just wait, it's coming. Sorry, I'm scrolling. Stacy, I know you only say. Why am I calling you Stacy? What should I still call you Stacy? Even though obviously you're like not a.
Many people that call me Stacy. They call me Mr. Stockton. They call me my friends call me Maurice. Some call me the
Gangster of Love.
Some call me, no, I'm joking.
Cowboy.
Just as long as you don't call me late for dinner, call me a motherfucker.
The second time someone's made that joke, weirdly enough. But
can I call you maybe?
What?
Okay, so Stacy, explain this message. I'm just gonna call you Stacy.
Okay.
You said, in fact, him saying milk setting us up for a mysterious illness for a fucking year to even get that's bullshit. And all of a sudden, what they were saying makes sense, and all this political shit is.
When did I write that?
Stacy, I'm not sure. A while back, but this is a real message that you.
Was that like
wrote.
one drink ago or like 5 drinks ago?
It starts with a P. Okay. If you eat some of that shit, you couldn't get kind of spiritual. You might even meet your spiritual animal. And sometimes you just get on the internet and just write some shit that doesn't make any sense.
Wait, so are you saying that's this message? It just doesn't make any sense.
Touche.
I'm saying it might have really been earth-shattering, fucking deep shit at one time, but I can't uncrypt it at this point. I'd have to be in the state.
Well, we just realized time is not needed.
Yeah. Stacy is a constant. The Stacy constant. Okay.
Well, I know this. Einstein basically was saying time is just as significant as matter in space. It's like its own dimension. It bends. That's why the concept of like when you take a sheet and you take a ball and you throw it in the middle, what does it do? It does the round thing, right? That's the way he described time. It bends as mass and matter moves through it.
I agree. That is a common pictorial reference of space-time. I agree with that.
I like how you mentioned how it bends and fills up space, kind of like my cock going in a vagina.
God, this dude just got some serious fucking.
This guy does have some serious problems.
Does everyone kind of get where I'm coming from with those guys that are high IQ, low education, or maybe high IQ, low success? Like that's just a recipe for disgruntled behavior.
I mean, based on that last comment, I mean, no, not like Confluence. No, it was Rashida Tlaib, aka Anson, that had said that. Okay, so
is he talking about me?
No,
he's talking about Anson.
Are you talking to me?
Rashida Tlaib.
Are you talking to me?
No, I made that comment before me and Nansen even had a little bit.
Okay.
Although Marilyn thinks Stacy, she thinks you're a plant, an MK Ultra puppet.
Oh my God!
Your response? Because you seem a bit MK Ultra coded.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
He's Michelob Ultra coded.
Project Monarch, Stacy, come on, get with it.
Martin Luther King.
What? Like I'm a plant to assassinate somebody?
No, like an industry plant, like a Fed coded PSYOP, Project Monarch.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know. What do you need to see? Tattoos? What?
Feds don't have tattoos.
Okay, let's see the tattoos. Let's see this. What do you got? What's going on here?
Well, it's abstract. I don't have good lighting.
Yeah, your lighting is like so bad. So, describe it to us? I guess. What is the tattoo?
Here, let me see. Hold on. God damn. I'm trying to get it. Where's? I'm not very. I'm dyslexic. Hold on, please.
I'm not sure if that explains what's happening here, but
It makes perfect sense. Confluence.
Yeah, come on, Confluence. Quit being a high intellectual, low success type of person.
Yeah, really.
Where's my camera? Okay.
Does nobody understand what I meant by that? Like that high IQ, low success is a recipe for disaster.
I think you're like the common term would be like nitwit, like someone who's above average and intelligence, but like it doesn't translate to like I guess them. It's not a reality.
Like that, none of the horsepower gets down to the tires. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I think I get it. I would say I'm like a high IQ, low success person. I would say that. like for real.
Not a
lack of car, right? If you know, you know, right? So I would, I think that fits me more than probably anyone else. On the
Well, define success. I mean,
success means that you have
financially
at least one property.
I do not own property, so
a vehicle sufficient for retirement, not an automobile vehicle, but like a
bullshit. Okay, well,
pension
I
plan.
mean, I got all that, but I like.
Okay.
See, Oxycat, I'd rather be the opposite. I'm content. If you could offer me a Switch and I would be fucking retarded but high success, I would not choose that.
Ooh.
And I agree with Marilyn in that sense. Success is a psyop.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you can see
the duality of women right here.
She's killing it tonight.
And I'm gonna choose the Maryland side.
I need to know, is a psyop a psyop?
Oh, you're holding a picture of Walter White right now. Okay,
Yeah,
Walter White. Walter White coded.
when they had the last episode.
It's autographed, did you say?
Yeah, it's autographed.
Oh shit.
And then right after they did the last episode, you had 10 or it was less than 10 minutes, like 7 minutes, and I heard about it from a buddy of mine, and it was true. And they took 500 first people, but you had to be either on computer or call right in, and they took the first 500 or 550 people, and it was $75, and they Photoshop it. I mean, it's his picture, and then they make it look cool, and then he signs it. And so they had weird little stuff like that marketed right after the last episode, which was the best episode of any series ever.
Stacey, I have to ask, why do you have sunglasses on inside? I distrust anyone who wears sunglasses inside.
These are glasses that are bifocals, and they're blue. To me, everything looks normal.
Oh, okay.
But
they look.
They're not just readers. They're actually.
There's so many feds on chat right now. It's crazy. 3 feds on chat.
Well, look, if a fed's a fed, they have to tell you the truth. If you ask them directly, if you ask them, they can't deny.
That's in fact not the case. A lot of people have been prosecuted on that false thing.
Well, I know, but that's what we feds say. So no, I'm not.
That is what feds say. Yeah, you're making yourself more fed coded, Stacey, because no, a cop does not have to tell you he's a cop if he's undercover.
Yeah, no, I'm having trouble putting words together because I've got high IQ but low success. So I'm gonna try and get this out. I don't know how successful I'll be. So I think after considering that that concept for a few minutes, I think I understand what you're trying to say, because I am a high trait openness and low trait conscientiousness, right, in terms of the big 5 personality traits. And so a lot of people, when they see me, assume that I should have had more success than I have had, because on the openness side, I've been very interested in education and learning new things. But on the conscientiousness side, I really just don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. So it looks.
This is why we get along, Anson. You and me are the same in that way.
Yeah.
No, I'm not fed. But why would they fucking with y'all? Why would they care?
I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just trying to say, my agreement. But
why would
sound like you were keeping going?
What do y'all do? Are y'all doing something? You're not doing anything crazy on here. I've been on a couple of times. Y'all just fucking joking around.
Yeah, we just talk shit and keep it going.
Confluence likes the Groiper content, so we can never be too careful.
What's that mean?
It means he's a National Socialist.
Who's the National Socialist?
Confluent.
Who's that?
Me, it's me, but I'm not a National Socialist. Anson is just Anson is what some people would describe as a high IQ, low success individual. So you shouldn't listen to
Yeah, be low IQ, high.
It's very descriptive. Never mind.
Someone that can actualize their potential, very seldom does that person turn out happy. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
I think I agree with that too.
There's nothing worse than resentment.
So much.
I don't think you're a socialist, dude.
I'm not a socialist.
He is. Don't let him fool you. He's from Canada.
I'm not. I'm not from Canada.
Yeah,
I'm in
he
Canada
is.
right
Don't let
now.
him lie.
From America in Canada. Okay, the prepositional difference is massive. Okay.
He lives in a house of
Brian Adams poster behind you on the wall.
Marilyn, you said you were going to join. You promised me you would join, and Marilyn, only you can fix the chaos that's unfolding. So, Marilyn, join for real. Come on. What the fuck? There he goes with the actualization psyop. There we go. Come on, Marilyn, join. Anson, tell Marilyn to join.
Yeah, Marilyn, I would like to actualize you sitting on my face.
No. None of that. None of that.
You
stop manifesting your degeneracy on this panel, Anson, okay?
Yeah. No.
Oh, yeah, this is pretty cool. Check this out. I got
Sure, about the video.
Yeah. So how many years did you work in the prison, Stacy?
Did I work in the prison?
Yeah.
I wasn't working there. Residing there.
Oh, you were residing there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, were you Stacy? Are you a convict?
Yes.
An ex-convict?
I was incarcerated.
Okay, are you willing to say for what? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I don't mind. It was a bad choice. It wasn't intentional. A long time ago, many years ago, I loaned money to. I was doing pretty well. I had a retail broker license. I bought and sold mobile homes in San Antonio, Texas. I got to be friends with at a high-end condos. I got to be friends with a high-end stripper. She worked at the Palace. I never go to strip clubs. She had stripper friends. They find out you don't go to stripper clubs. They like you. The next thing I know, some of them, when they get about late 20s, early 30s, they get this boob job, and it's I could have been a doctor doing this. It's a lift and an hourglass. It's two procedures in one. It's like $12,000, $15,000. Most of them could get $5,000, $6,000, but they needed that extra 5 or 6. I would loan them the money, some of them, and charge them 2 points. And that was the story, and it went along good. And they always paid. These were not trippy. These chicks were like solid. But I go to pick up some money, and I was on the 3rd story, and this one stripper had this dude named Jimmy. Jimmy was a wigger. He was a ginger. He had cornrows. He's a little dude. He's wearing like, dude, I had my car stolen or whatever, lost my car, Adidas outfit. He was on that sippity syrup shit. He was talking like this. And so she met me at the door. Here comes Jimmy. She's like, Jimmy, get out of the door. And I'm like, yeah, dude, whatever. And he's about 5 feet away from me. And she's yelling, hey, Jimmy, get out. And I said, yeah. He was trying to talk to me. I was like, yeah, dude. He was so fucked up. She said something, and I responded. And Jimmy said a word, and a piece of spit came out of Jimmy's mouth and went right into mine. And I lost my fucking mind, and I threw him off a 3rd story platform.
Did he die?
Jimmy got hurt.
Did he die?
No, but he was damaged, let's say.
Jesus Christ. You really buried the lead on that one, Stacy. Holy fucking hell.
I'm not a bad guy. I'm not Mr. Tough Guy.
Yeah, no.
No, but you're talking about like strippers and the boob job, and then it leads into throwing someone off a 3rd story balcony.
22 years. And so then I pay a lot of money. Like at the time, I was like 15 grand. Got a great lawyer, good dude. He represents some people I know. Anyway, he's got a deal cut. I'm going to get 5 years probation. I'm not real happy about it, but I'm like, okay, fuck it. I get up there. It's just me, my lawyer, assistant DA, the judge. Nobody's in there. No, cool. The deal's cut. 3 times the judge said some shit to me about, well, Mr. Stocks, they haven't even finished the conclusion how much damage Mr. So-and-so. I said, no, Judge, I believe me, I feel horrible about it. 3rd time he says that shit to me, I'm like, fuck. I said, well, Judge, I don't know how smart he was from the beginning, to be honest with you. And this motherfucker just looked at me and smiled and said, we're going to take a recess. And as soon he hadn't even hit the ground, and this assistant DA said shit to me. She goes, you fucked up. And he came back and he gave me 5.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so what was the charge? Like aggravated assault or
aggravated assault? It was attempted murder, but then they took it down to aggravated assault, and then they actually cased it out, just clicked it down just a little bit. But they said, we'll click it down. We'll give you some breathing room, but you're still going to do 70% of your time. And that was, you're talking. I ended up actually only doing like 39 months, but it was enough.
I wonder how Jimmy's doing today.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. How do you know how Jimmy's doing
How
at
what?
this moment? How Jimmy is doing?
I don't know, but if I saw that motherfucker, I'd throw him under a bus. No,
He's already been thrown off a balcony, brother.
Damn it, man!
I think Jimmy
the ink is still fresh, brother.
You said he spit in your mouth by accident. Your own retelling. So why do you still hate Jimmy?
Well,
months is a long time, dude, for a fucking punk ass wigger wearing a fucking Adidas outfit, high on cocaine and talking shit. He was and so he couldn't even understand what the fuck was saying.
I know, but in Jimmy's defense, you said he accidentally said something that caused spit to go into your mouth. And your own retelling, it was an accident.
He was like, he sounded like Daffy Duck. He's like, and I was like, yeah, dude. I was just keeping away. I said, yeah, dude, I'm here. I couldn't understand. He was so high. She had him there because he was a drug dealer. That's why he was there. And so she kept him around just for that. And I didn't know that. But when I threw him off, it just was an instant. And then he hit the car and the alarm went off. Like,
God damn. Holy shit, dude.
I told her, she goes, oh, that's what like, holy fuck. I said, he spit in my mouth. I don't think he meant to, but he did. I freaked out. I just threw him up. And she was like, God damn it, he's public. I said, I don't know. She goes, you got to go. I said, you got my money? She said, yeah, and I left. And that's
the plot thickens.
Yeah. It was stupid, man. Really stupid about it, But I've never been in trouble since then. A little bit before, but not much. And I learned my lesson. You can't get your time back, man.
Oh no.
This is like a for real story.
It's for real, dude. It's for real.
Yeah. Confluence is used to being mugged every time he sees somebody, so you gotta excuse him.
No, I just don't want anybody. I just freaked out, man. It's just I got
oh god,
spit going in my fucking mouth, man. He didn't mean to, but damn, he was like, good. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. And then she said something like, yeah, kind of leaned over, bam it, and I just looked at the corner of my eye, saw it, and I was like, oh fuck, and bam it. And I was like, God damn it, and I just grabbed him and
threw him off a balcony.
That's probably what saved him because he was all like
because he hit the car.
Yeah, he hit
the I've heard that's actually better than hitting the ground because cars have a crumple zone. Like for real. Like I've actually heard that is a better thing.
I thought he was
the third story. That's calculating at least 30 feet. So that's pretty good.
Oh my god, I can't breathe.
I'm falling off the third story. The kid. I broke my ankle, but I didn't fucking land.
You weren't thrown off. Yeah.
Thrown off is probably.
Been paying attention and not so fucking high, he would have probably just broke a couple of ankles. But
wait, you think if you're thrown off and you have like an awareness, you can like.
I don't think he was
you can be like
expecting
a
to get
cat
thrown
and
off.
like use your tail to like rotate yourself because I don't think that's possible.
All I can hope is maybe Jimmy changed his life and he got an NA or something. It was like, I'm not gonna get that fucking high again. I don't know.
Probably scooting around in a wheelchair to this day.
Nah, it's not that bad. That fucker's probably a million.
It became Stephen Hawking.
Probably somewhere talking like fucked up, but he's a millionaire. So
What, did he civilly sue you? Why would he be a millionaire?
sue me.
Oh, Marilyn is here. Oh my God. Okay. Gotta take a second. I don't know if I've ever laughed this hard on stream. I didn't expect that, but something about the car alarm going off. I'm not really sure what.
He hit
but just something about everything. It was just.
He hit the car, and the car alarm went off. And my friend.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
I'm visualizing this happening like it's a movie.
What was the stripper wearing when you threw the guy off?
Yeah, I need a better mental image.
She lived in a very nice condo. That's where I met her. I
Well, yeah. We don't want to hear about her condo. We want to hear about.
Nice.
I'm just.
You know.
I'm joking.
We want to hear about the do-it-yourself self-financing implants.
Here's the thing: strippers know that you don't go to the club, and that you don't give a shit about that, and that then they find out you don't date strippers. God damn, dude, they were knocking on my door all the time. Hey, problem was it's 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I got some coke or something. I'm like, okay.
Wait, Jimmy, have you since you got out?
I'm not.
First of all, you said you did 5 years. Oh wait, did I call you Jimmy? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
that was a Freudian slip. Jimmy's the guy who fell in the car. I'm sorry, Stacy.
He did like.
I'm a bit
years.
sent.
He said,
but
he
yeah,
did like 3 years.
you said 5 years, but then you said like 39 months. So were you sentenced to 5, but then only served?
Or they told me I'd have to do 70, but it wasn't enhanced, so I got out in 39 because I didn't cause any problems.
Have you changed your life since then, would you say? Wait, how long ago was this?
22 years ago. Going on 23.
Oh, God. So like a hot minute ago.
Yeah. I've never been in trouble since. I got 1 traffic ticket since. I've been an ideal citizen.
Okay, based.
It was human trafficking, but it was only 1 traffic ticket.
Yeah, only one traffic violation.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
No.
I need a sound effect, like a little rim shot. Come on, throw me that.
If I had that, I would.
That's what it sounded like.
So, Marilyn, have you ever been a stripper before and observed someone be thrown off of a balcony?
Or are you currently a stripper and do you need financing with implants as a business?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, you don't need help with the financing part, or you've not been a stripper part?
Disavow.
That's not an answer.
Disavow all of it?
Disavow.
Or like
all of it.
a certain, okay, disavow all of it.
Well, strippers have a hard time getting financed sometimes, because they
I've been an escort before. I've been an escort.
You've been an escort, Marilyn? No.
Yeah.
Marilyn, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
But it's not
I'd
that
rather
kind.
you thrown a guy off a balcony and him hit a car and a car alarm sound than what you just said, Marilyn. Okay.
No, because
so
it
go
was
back
just...
in time and do aggravated assault.
But
That's like
listen, I've never done any sexual acts for money. It was just going to dinner. Like they would take me to nice dinners and give me like $500 or so, and that was it.
Okay. How long did you do this for, Marilyn?
That's a
I didn't do it less than a month.
You're a liberal.
Okay.
That's not an escort. That's a liberal dater.
That is not.
What is Brian call that on the whatever podcast? Anyone know? Like a foodie call. A foodie call, right? That's what you're kind of doing, Marilyn, in a way, right?
Call.
Yeah. Getting those expensive meals,
I call it like aggravated denial of completion.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you were serving up them blue balls, Marilyn, which is good, to be clear. It's good.
No, blue balls.
Well, when they ask me, like, so when are we going to have sex or whatever, I'd just be like, I've got a long list of dudes wanting to take me out for just dinner. What the hell do I look like?
Where's Confluent fall on that list?
I'm just saying at the time.
Okay. Hey guys, one last thing. This has been an honor. I gotta go to bed. Gotta wake up early tomorrow. Yeah, have a good night.
Big soda.
Have a good night, bud.
Good night.
Big
Night,
Soda's
buddy.
got to go work at BMW.
Big Soda works. He said this on stream. He is working with Coca-Cola.
Oh,
which you think you know a guy, and I mean, I don't know if I knew that about him, but I asked him tonight on stream earlier. He's a Coca-Cola distributor.
Fed related.
It's a bit Fed coded. I will say that. I will say that. It's a bit, yeah, it is. It is.
So so in other words, he drives a truck with Coca-Cola written on the side
No,
of
I actually asked that exact question, Hanson, and he says no. And I think he said something about that being lowbrow work. And I said, hey, don't defame K2 and Mr. Mister. And he's like, no, that actually is good work. But he says he works in the warehouse. So I actually clarified all this earlier.
He puts the drugs. He puts the drugs in the soda.
Yeah, he puts the Coke in the big soda. So
call that quality controller.
So he's a coke trafficker.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh. Maybe.
No, Maryland.
Yeah.
I'm not. This isn't. But it reminds me. You said you would ask these guys, "What do you think I am?" Right?
Yeah, like what? No, I didn't say what do you think I am. It's like what do I look like?
Okay.
Doing that when.
Oh man, he goes out with this young girl. But this is not about you, but it's different. He goes out with this young, beautiful girl, and he pays all this money, and he's like, "Well, let me ask you something. Would you sleep with me for $1 million?" And she was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Okay." And he goes, "Would you sleep with me for $1?" And she goes, "What do you think? I'm a whore?" And he goes, "No, we've already established what you are. We're just negotiating."
That's that's like it's not Oscar Wilde or something. That's like a famous.
Yeah. And he was gay, so the chick was really.
Well, theoretically, you don't pay prostitutes for sex. You pay them to leave, as per Charlie.
Well, that guy that I said that to, he took me on his yacht, really big yacht, and at night one time to drive around, and he was like, "What would it take to make sure you were taken care of? Like, what would it take?" And I'm like, I still didn't go for it.
Whoa.
But Marilyn, what do you like? You're saying what does this guy think I am? But if you're escorting, do you not that kind of like implies something?
Well,
no?
like I didn't want to date. I didn't want to date him. He wanted to date me. He wanted me to get my passport and all this stuff, and I just didn't want to.
What country was it?
Wait, passport? Yeah, were you in like Dubai by any chance?
He was going through a divorce, and he was an old rich man, very rich.
What country was he from?
He was white. He had to be white.
No, what
he was
country
white.
From?
I have no idea.
You mentioned a passport. Why would you need a passport?
He was wanting me to get a passport to go on vacation.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where did he go on vacation?
The what?
Where did he want to go on vacation?
I don't know. I didn't get my passport. I did not get caught up in that because I wasn't trying to have sex with him for money.
So you gave up your golden meal ticket?
I did. I gave it up. I did. I mean, if I didn't, then I would be a fucking prostitute, and who wants that on their damn list?
Out in the water, were you? Could you see the shoreline?
When we went on his yacht. When we went on his yacht.
Yeah.
We drove around a bit, a ways. It was at nighttime though, so you couldn't really see much. It was like after dinner.
A few miles away from the shoreline.
Oh yeah. It was after dinner.
Does anyone watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I wouldn't say miles. I wouldn't say miles. We didn't go miles.
A lot of dudes would have been like, "Can you swim?"
Well, that's what. Yeah, the implication, right? What's the implication?
Man, that is scary to think about.
Yes.
Hard to say no on a yacht, right?
Yes.
Lots of miles.
At nighttime.
Yeah.
At nighttime, right?
Don't spit in my mouth, dude.
I had a girl say yes in the backseat of her cell.
As long as you don't spit in my mouth.
Oh, that's so funny.
There's no car to break your fall.
But like also, like I've got to think about my reputation because you know who my grandfather is, and if I were to get into that industry,
yeah, but then why
be
get
bad
into
luck.
escorting? It's like at least like sex work adjacent. So why even get into that in the first place?
I think
But
it's a different term. Like you were, I don't know, like a casual companion, something like that. When you say escort, guys think booty, booty. I mean,
it is. It's just for food and to be company.
yeah,
Be
yeah.
company.
If I paid for an escort, I would not just be thinking that. I don't know if I'm
No.
naive, but if I like dropped a lot of money on an escort, I'd be
Yeah.
thinking more than just like go on my
Okay.
yacht and then like I give you food. Like, why would I fucking pay for that?
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you go, have you ever actually purchased a prostitute before Confluence?
I have not. No,
Okay,
no,
so
neither an escort.
like with the modern prostitution, it's actually like there's a menu available, and they have like each service has the price point depending on time and what exactly it is that they offer. And on a lot of them they offer like one of them, which is the legal service that they have, which is just like a dinner date basically, and that's the kind of service that Maryland was offering. Like it was prostitution, but it wasn't the same level as like.
But I've always like I've seen in like weird newspapers in the back section they'll have like escort ads, and yeah, they don't say they'll do sex, but I always kind of assume that's like just for like legal reasons, because that would be illegal to say you're going to do sex. So I always thought if I did call one of those numbers and get an escort and brought that bitch onto my yacht, I would assume that there's going to be something more happening. Like, I just thought that it's like, oh, we can't say. It's like when you go to do a drug deal and you're like, oh, you use like euphemistic language. You don't directly say, I want to buy a kilo of cocaine from you, sir, because like that would be illegal to advertise that, right? So that's how I thought escorting worked.
Right. Money was never talked about. It was seeking arrangements. It was sugar daddy, sugar mama website. So you can like put in the allowance you kind of want. It's sort of
that's
that
even
setup.
worse than escorting. I think that's even worse.
Why?
I think that's even worse.
My dad did that for like a decade. It worked out really well for him. He'd get chicks that were like 20, 30 years younger than him to go out with him. It was really good.
I don't disbelieve that. Yeah.
Stripper one time, a high-end stripper asked me one time, she goes, why don't you come to the club? And I'm like, do you like steak? And she said, yeah, like Morton's. I don't know if y'all know Morton's. It's high end, like $300 for just a basic two people. And I said, they make the best steaks there. And she goes, yeah. I said, well, imagine going to Morton's. You get the steak you want. You get to look at it. You get to smell it. You even have to pay for it, but you don't get to eat it. I'm not paying that much for anything I can't eat.
Yeah, that's based right there.
And so I'm just like, no, it's just mental masturbation. That's okay.
But I guess, Marilyn, you're saying that these people, they didn't pay you to hang out. They just bought you stuff.
No, she hung out with me.
Wait, what?
But like you're saying there was no money discussed. So it wasn't like $500 to go on a date with me. You're saying you just met them on a site and then they would buy you dinner, but it's not like they gave you cash to hang out. Am I understanding this right?
No, totally gave me cash money.
Just to hang out?
Yeah.
And that's escorting though, if you think about it, right? Like definitionally that is escorting.
$500, but a nice
escorting.
dinner.
That's not is that not escorting?
I never even said that he had to pay me anything. I never said a price or anything. He just gave it to me.
Okay, so you meet this guy on this weird sus website.
Yeah.
And then he gives you an arbitrary amount of money.
Yeah.
And then okay, I see. So it's not there's no negotiation. He just ends up giving you money.
Right.
So you just pay for a date and you have a date.
And how many people did you do this with, Marilyn? Because you said it was a month.
Well, I did it with that guy. I did it with that guy quite a few times, and I did it with another guy for lunches. So,
don't you think that really perpetuates whore behavior in women?
Oh, no, because these men need company. I mean, there's women, there's professional cuddlers too. Men need to be cuddled. Men need to be cuddled and touched and
she's a whore, and she
rubbed and loved on.
She's a whore.
No, she's not. She's not fucking him though.
Anyone that spends time for emotional companionship with anybody for money is a whore, one way or the other.
Wait, that would make like a therapist a whore, though, right?
No,
see, that's why I could never have sex for money, because men are like that. I think that way.
Well, we all have our different commodities, but we're all whores to a certain extent.
Stacy, you know my grandpa was Larry Flint.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Larry Flint. God, I thought he was a
Hustler,
champion for freedom of
free speech. Hell yeah.
And I love hearing they was talking about. I saw him in the interview where he talked about his wife, your grandma Fiona.
Althea. That wasn't my grandma, but yeah.
And he goes, she brought those guys home. They'd been over several times, and fuck it, they were in the house for about a week. I couldn't find them. Like, she kept them from for when they first started making it, and she scared the shit out of them. The story goes, they were at her house, and she was fixing to shoot up, and they were like, yeah, because she knew they were getting heavy into coke, and she basically they were going to use the same needle and not think twice. And she told them that she had AIDS. And she goes, do you realize how close you've come to fucking dying tonight? And
oh my God, yeah.
Scared the shit out of them. And they didn't tell it. Tommy Lee and Nikki Sixx was telling the story. And he was telling the most respectful way. He goes, that woman had wisdom beyond her years, man. He goes, you couldn't fucking get us to do anything. And he goes, she grabbed us by the nuts and fucking had us like have us thinking about our whole lives right there in that moment. And he goes, that's one of the few times somebody could get through to us. And he said, ultimately, I became a heroin addict.
Yeah.
Marilyn, is this your grandpa? Is this your grandpa?
No, that's the guy from The Sandlot. That
Yeah.
says like a girl.
Yeah, that's my grandpa.
That's Larry Flint.
That's Hamilton.
Yeah.
Dude, you ought to see his story, man. Woody Harrelson.
They had a movie called The People versus Larry Flint. Like the guy was an advocate.
I didn't think a man could have a 1,000-yard stare in the same way that women can.
That's a terrible picture.
That's a 1,000-yard stare right now. Like, holy shit.
He's in the movie.
He ran for president.
Yeah, he ran for president.
So did Kanye.
Anyone can run for president. Yeah.
But
it was Larry Flint and Net Positive or Net
I will
Negative.
say that unless you win.
Larry Flint.
He was not what?
He played a cameo. He played the judge in the movie that sentences him. He's sentencing Woody Harrelson playing Larry Flint.
Yep, he was the judge.
Larry Flint gives him, I forgot, like 18 months in a mental prison. And he was like, and then Woody Harrelson's playing him. He goes, "You motherfucker!" Then he spent 18 months in a mental prison, and dude, that's about as horrible as it gets.
My mom said he lied a few times in that movie.
I know that he did some time for real when he wouldn't give up his source in the DeLorean case. He's the dude that got the tape of DeLorean buying that fucking suitcase full of cocaine, and the feds entrapped him. And that freed the dude. I just say his name? DeLorean. It freed DeLorean from this massive coke case. DeLorean was so desperate to get his car company going that he got right to the end, and he was going to buy the coke and flip it and make like $500,000 or something. And these feds entrapped him. And Larry Flint had it on tape. He showed it to a reporter, and then Larry Flint would never give up the source how he got the tape, and that's why they put him in prison.
Stacey, why do you know so much about Larry
Flint? I know, because he's the wealth of knowledge.
That I'm interested in. I study them.
Wealth of knowledge.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I got off on Napoleon. I was like, "What's with this little motherfucker?" And
my grandpa's really famous, though.
Yo, he is. He did a lot of. He was laying down bets in Vegas, and they talked about he had a private line he'd just pick up. And this is a fact. I've talked to a dude in Vegas because this is God's honest truth. He worked at Bellagio. He said, Larry Flint, pick up the phone, and 5-10 minutes before a game, it was like a minimum $1 million. I'll take, and he just said, he goes, I can't tell you his record, but it's pretty damn good. He's lost before. He goes, but he wins a lot more than he loses. And I was like, damn. He goes, yeah. So he was talking about high rollers.
His net worth was like $600 million when he died, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And you're going on dinner dates for $500. Someone didn't love
I know. I know,
Into
right?
that will, Marilyn, what happened?
What happened?
My mom wrote a book and she was against him. She was a total opposite against pornography and against all that stuff. So he disowned her. So when he died, all she got was like $100,000,
So
like
he married
nothing.
Thea. I mean, yeah, he married her after.
No, he married my grandma before Althea.
Before.
She was like 15, 16. He was in the Navy then before he started his first strip club in
Yeah.
Columbus.
Yeah, he's got a club in Nashville still. He used to have one in Dallas too. I think he still does.
I can go to any one of them and get in cover free and free bar, open bar.
Isn't this guy dead? Is he still alive?
No,
He's dead. He's dead. He died.
He died probably 25 years ago.
No, he died in 21.
So
He
Marilyn,
died in
if you go to
21.
one of these clubs, did they recognize you, or are you just like, "Hey, I'm Larry Flint's granddaughter"? Like, how does that work?
She probably has to
Last time I went, they were like, "Who's his brother?" And I was like, "Jimmy."
Jimmy.
And they're like, "Yeah." They're
but
like,
I
"Yep."
feel like
I'm
Stacy
like,
has
"That's too
demonstrated
easy."
Stacy has demonstrated enough knowledge that he could get free drinks
could
at all
say-
these clubs, right?
No, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
but he-
propose her like that. I'm a fan, and if Larry was alive, if he knew how I was such a fan, he would want me to have free drinks. But I'm not gonna ask him for it. You know?
No, but I'm saying, Marilyn, what are you saying? Like, how does this actually work? I'm curious.
He's my grandpa.
No, I know, but what do you prove to like a bouncer at a club? Like, any random chick could be like, "Oh, I'm related to Larry Flint." Like,
probably knows some.
The last time I went, they asked me that question, and I knew the answer, and so he let me in.
That's on Wikipedia. Am I crazy?
What kind of girl would know that information about Larry Flint?
A girl who does like foodie calls, who like wants to get a lot of like free drinks and stuff. You know.
Do think about it. They
bouncer.
And there go. I'm Larry Flint's granddaughter. Can y'all hook me up? Think about it. Who the fuck?
I didn't say, "Can you hook me up?" I just told them, and they let me right through.
I celebrate Mr. Flint's success, but he made his money off the backs of women and whore behavior. So overall, he takes the L.
Yep, just a vow.
Yeah, I don't know. The women were going to be on their backs anyway, so why not take advantage of it?
Because it takes a feminine man to make money off the back of another woman.
I told a photographer one time who said, "You can't." He said, "I want you to shoot that," and the dude's like, "Sir, you cannot shoot that." And he said, "Who the fuck are you to determine what can be shown on a woman's body? Shut the fuck up and shoot." And he put the first wide open spread. This is the real deal. See down the canyon. Hello. He was the first to do it, man.
Yeah, a true pioneer.
Yeah.
a real hero.
Well, I really appreciated his work starting at about the age of 15. So.
Oh my God!
I was a kid. I found him in Dad's closet, and I was like, "Now this."
So he paved the road for Israel to own Pornhub, right?
Wow.
I've heard that. I don't know.
He fought for free speech so hardcore.
He fought for his money, ma'am.
So hard.
A lot of DJs really love free speech absolutism. That's what I've noticed.
When he was incarcerated, he had a cartoon. His last episode before he got that conviction, and it shows Jerry Falwell.
Yep.
Having sex with his mother, and I forgot what the caption. Jerry Falwell they showed it to him, and he printed that cartoon and sent it out to all his donors and said, "I am suing this man, and look at what the previous, how despicable this is." Well, they came to Flint and they said, "Dude, he's suing you for $100 million," and Flint was like, "Oh shit!" And without missing a beat, they said he looked at his lawyer and said, "He didn't get permission, did he?" And he said, "For what?" And he goes, "Copyright." And he said, "No." He goes, "Sue him for fucking $300 million." And so he countersued.
Stacey, you know a weird amount about Larry Flint. I'm just gonna say that. I understand he's like he has a wiki page. I understand he's like a famous guy. You just know like way too many weird anecdotes about this guy. It's just
No, you don't get it. Compliments, you don't get it. You're not old enough to get it.
How old are all of we? Marilyn, how old are you? Are we like the same age?
Disavow.
We're like the same age, are we?
Disavow.
You never.
I think Maryland's got some more age than you do, but Confluence, you don't have any room to talk, man. I mean, You were like spouting knowledge about some gravitational constant bullshit formula that you just made up on the spot. Now you're like this is like, you know, modern American history. We're
No,
having a
I'm saying
conversation about like a prominent figure in American culture who guided our society in the
Oh
direction
my God.
Guided our society.
One of the greatest cinematographers of our time.
Fuck off. Shut the
You're
fuck
like,
up.
why do we know stuff about this guy?
I cannot.
No, someone said something that I'm like too young to understand this. I don't. Someone else said that the guy died 20 years ago. So why the fuck would I know about this?
He died in 2021, like 4 or 5, 6 years ago.
Who said? Someone said he died 20 years ago. I don't know who that
5
was.
years ago. 5 years ago.
He turned women into whores. Congratulations on your tremendous contribution to society, Mr.
Hold on.
He protected free
Him and
speech.
Farwell went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the argument was they argued against Flint. Said you can't just come out and say this shit about somebody, and basically Flint's lawyers were like, "Yeah, you can." In fact, we have a long history of satire going back to our founding fathers. And so they prove the point is you can make fun of a public. That's where the idea of a public figure can't just turn around and sue somebody. They have to prove all this crazy shit. But the bottom line was this is you should have the freedom of speech to show pornography. That doesn't mean people have to buy it. You should have
the thing is, wait, I got to jump in here though. And like, the thing is, I said this before. Okay, this is probably also Larry Flint, I guess. So I'll just put this full screen. But the problem is, if you are like a fucking degenerate, you also have a motive to support free speech. So I don't know enough about Larry Flint. Obviously, not as much as Stacy does or Marilyn.
That's my
you know,
papa.
but I would say that defending free speech doesn't mean a whole lot to me if you're defending it for your right to do a bunch of degenerate nonsense. Like there's a lot of people in American history that have like stood on the grounds of free speech, but they just want their particular brand of degeneracy to be allowed. But they don't actually care about free speech. They just care about them being able to do what they're actually doing.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Case was considered by law scholars as a presence of like setting a standard of free speech.
I know, but there's like an endless amount of pornographers that have done the same thing, but they're not. The pornography comes first, and then the free speech comes to justify the previous thing, so that they don't get hit by like obscenity laws and stuff, right? Like it doesn't start with you care so much about the First Amendment, and then you end up doing pornography. It's always the other way around. That's my point.
It was a public figure. It was Jerry Falwell, and his thing was he has damaged me, and it came down to the Supreme Court deciding where like pornography. I can't describe it, but I know it when I see it. That kind of thing. And
I do remember that SCOTUS case, actually.
Okay, but
I do remember that.
That was law scholars, not me, are the ones that said, forget the pornography. This case was taken all the way to the Supreme Court, and it was a landmark case.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't know Larry Flint again as much as you guys do, but I don't think any of these people actually are like super. I don't think their main impetus is to care about like free speech. I don't believe that. I think they just want to get away with what they can get away with, right? Same with like Max Hardcore, all these other like famous degen pornographers, right? I think the free speech comes after when they realize they can be hit with different lawsuits, civil or criminal in the case of obscenity laws, and now they punt to free speech. But I don't think that's what they actually care about.
In Cincinnati, they gave him prison sentences and said that he was violating the community standard, and he appealed it and said, "I have the freedom of speech to do. You don't have to buy it."
That proves my point. Why did he appealed it? And he's using free speech to get away with the nonsense he's doing. That's kind of my point. That's what all these people do, right? Like it's not like they care about the free speech. They're using free speech to allow what they've already accepted, like some immoral standard. They're trying to get out of some either civil or criminal liability, right?
Listen. It's the same thing as this. It's like so many people today go, well, you can say this, but it's not appropriate for you to say that. Freedom of speech defined by the Supreme Court states that it literally is stuff that is so hideous, so horrible. It's still free speech up to the point of you are and you're incurring violence on another.
We're talking past each other. I don't disagree with that. I'm saying the reason why a lot of these cases happen is because someone is in shit for doing something untoward,
Well, name
and
somebody.
so they punt to free speech. I'm just saying the order of events is always the degeneracy and then post hoc a free speech argument to justify the prior degeneracy.
That's
so
fine.
I'm not saying it's not important. I'm not saying they're not landmark SCOTUS cases. I agree with you on both of those fronts. I'm just saying the actual, like, the reason that these people go to free speech is it's the kind of the last refuge for them to get away with what they've done, is what I'm saying. Right?
He didn't have a moral issue with what he has done.
No, I know the country at the time did,
Well,
and so
I don't know.
he's using
Like,
free speech.
So, Complo, you don't think that all of his work is art? I mean, from my perspective, the female form is the most exquisite, kind of natural art, and putting that on paper and disseminating it so that so many men can enjoy this work of nature. Like I am a huge fan of the picturesque, natural, beauty that women possess.
If it was, if all these people did was like tasteful nudes, then maybe I would still disagree, but at least I could understand the argument. But that's obviously not what these people did, right?
Look, not tasteful.
If they could censor that, if they could censor that, then where does it stop?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. That sounds like him.
It has to be where you look at it and you go, okay, well that's something I would not.
I mean, I will just say, and actually, I don't know, anyone can jump in on this. I am fully for obscenity laws. I think we need way more obscenity laws, and they're still on the books, but they're rarely enacted. I think we need way more of them, and they should be used way more liberally.
No.
I'm just saying I mean, tell me why I'm wrong, Anston, if you think I'm wrong, because I am a full believer in that shit.
Because who defines what obscenity is?
There's a literal standard, right, on what obscenity is. Isn't it called the Miller test or something? I'm not Googling right now, but there's an actual standard for obscenity.
The left says this: words are what is it? Their words are hurtful, or words are no, fuck that shit. According to the Supreme Court, I can say some shit that's so fucking raw.
Yeah, but you're talking words. Like I can't. We have to be careful to not talk TOS, but obviously there's some type of content, adult content, that involves people that are too young to engage in that doesn't fall into free speech. And that's us basically just saying we think that's so wrong that we're going to make like special laws to make that illegal.
No, it's a matter of
what
consent.
happens.
It's a matter of consent.
You still had
no, it's not. No,
it is.
Anson, you're wrong.
It is, because if you're not an adult, you can't consent.
You're wrong, Anson. I'll tell you why you're wrong. You are, because under U.S. law, even AI stuff, so there's no consent issues there. That's still illegal.
Yeah, I know, and that's stupid.
That's not
and you're making a legalistic argument. I'm going to argue that that's a stupid interpretation.
Well, I'm just telling you how obscenity laws work and how the law works.
Yeah, no, that's a new thing, right? That's a new thing, and that's wrong.
No, it's not a new thing. That happens even with drawn stuff. Even with drawn stuff, that's still
it's new.
And even with depictions, it's not new. I can give you a case from 40 years ago that has been prosecuted on this ground. 40 years ago. It's not new. This is not new.
It is new as being a universally accepted thing. You are wrong.
I'm saying in the U.S., it goes back at least 40 years ago.
You're citing an obscure case law that may not have been enforced throughout the entire country, which you have a tendency to do, where you're like, let's find some little esoteric thing that doesn't apply.
No, I'm not citing. No, I'm citing actual.
40 years.
I don't know.
That's usually what you do.
No, it's not. No.
And now we're going to do a quibble fluence hour where you.
We're not quibbling. I'm saying this is actually the law. It is illegal to depict someone in the same circumstances.
I agree.
So to depict, it could be by drawing, it could be by any create. So that does go back, and it has been.
That doesn't confound my point that I was making.
It's not. That's not an obscure case law. That's the actual law. That's the statutes on the book. You said I was going to punt to some obscure case law.
Yeah. Okay. It still doesn't confound the point that I was making.
What? How does it not? And what is the point?
It's a
The point is that the reason why it's important in the situation that you were describing, where there are people involved who are not of a certain age, is because there's consent involved. And
So
then
why
you
wouldn't-
punted, and then you punted to this obscure
No.
thing that's unrelated to consent.
It's not unrelated.
It
the
is,
law,
because
the
there's
law.
no one there that can consent, so it's unrelated.
It's not unrelated because the way the law is worded, and you can disagree with the law, that's fine. It's not quibbling. This is actually the law. It's not obscure case law. It is the law. It is illegal to depict it. It doesn't matter about the actual real age. It's illegal to depict what we're talking about.
No, it's not, or Kill Bill 2 would have never been made and shown in theater.
No, Kill Bill is not. No, that's yeah. Tell me you don't understand without telling me you don't understand, Anson.
No,
That is
you
like
tell me, because there's a depiction in there of what you're describing.
No, there's not.
Yeah,
there's
is.
not.
If you
no,
watch
there's
the
not.
original, if you watch the original, there is. It's been scrubbed out.
There's not.
There is.
I don't know how much we can have this conversation without, like, I don't know how much I can say. And I know, Anson, you're sensitive to TOS, which I appreciate because I'm the one hosting it, but I don't know. But there's not. Under the technical definitions, there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
Minors.
No, there's
I've
not.
seen it.
There's just, I don't know how to say, but there isn't.
There is, yeah.
There's a community standard having to do with minors, and that's completely acceptable. What we're talking about was 18 years and above, and consensual provable models, in this case, that were of age. So age and minors never came into play. That's a different animal.
It is. I'm the whole point of that is I'm saying that.
Can I give you an example? Like
the reason. Wait, just to clear it. No. Stacy, let me go first. Stacy, let me go.
Quibble.
I'm not quibbling. The reason I brought this up is because we were talking about how, like, oh, we could consider this art, and I'm saying this was an example where it doesn't matter if you want to consider the stuff we're kind of alluding to as art. That would be something that the U.S. puts, and most of the world puts, a law on that is illegal, right? So it doesn't matter if anyone considers it art. It's illegal, right? And so I'm saying I'm just extending that a bit further with obscenity laws under the Miller test. At least I think that's what it's called, where it would be an obscene thing to produce regardless. So I'm saying just because someone considers something art, it doesn't mean it's First Amendment protected. That's my whole point with that.
Yeah, and you just made a legalistic argument where you're saying that art isn't art because the law said that it's illegal. That's stupid.
We're talking about the law, Anson. So I'm sorry if I make a legalistic argument when we're talking about the law.
Yeah, no, you're
we
saying
were
that
talking
art
about
isn't art
obscenity
because
laws.
the government said that art is illegal.
We were
It's still
Anson,
art.
we were talking.
It's just that we're suffering censorship, right? There's a difference.
That's fine, but again, this whole thing started because I said I'm pro obscenity laws.
Right.
What's the second half of that? Laws.
And my point was, how
I'm not
can you
trying to
enforce it
argue
because you don't know
what could be
obscenity
considered
is?
art. I'm saying I'm pro obscenity laws.
Obscenity
We're talking legalism.
And my remark on that is that you don't know what obscenity is, right?
And
the
I'm
law
saying
says a
there
certain
is-
thing now, but the law can change. Because your
again,
standard
the Miller
is the law.
test.
And
I
in
hope I have
5
that name
years,
right.
in 5 years, you'll have a bunch of libtards changing the law so that
No, the
it would
Miller
be
test-
obscenity to not trans your children.
No, that's not how. No, that you just
Yeah,
you
no,
don't
I just
understand
mean to say
what
that.
the test for
No,
obscenity
you're being obscene.
is.
I'm sorry, that's obscenity.
That's Anson. You just don't. You need to
No,
Google
you're
this
being, why are you
after.
being so obscene? That's gross, dude.
You Anson, Google this later,
No,
and
you're
then
missing my
talk to me
point.
next stream, and you will
You're
understand
missing my
what I'm
point.
saying. No, I get your point.
Oh my god!
But it's not the law of obscenity allows for cultural change.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You can continue to appeal to the law, and that's unrelated to the conversation.
We're talking about the
No, we're
law,
not.
brother.
No, we're not.
The conversation started because I said I agree with obscenity laws.
Yes.
The context of this entire thing,
No.
as has been talked about, is the law.
No.
They pertain to people if they're partaking in minors. Minors is what that is set up for.
No, it's not. No, obscenity. There's people that are charged under obscenity laws that have nothing to do with minors.
Where are they
Obscenity
charged
laws go beyond that. That's what I'm saying. And they're still on the books. They're just rarely enforced.
Pornography legally and not be charged with obscenity laws. If it's
there is obscenity laws go way beyond the purview of just who is beyond the age of majority.
Okay,
that is just a fact.
Okay, where are they gonna? Where's the prosecution happen at? Because
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're rarely enforced. They have been enforced in the past. They're rarely enforced now.
The Supreme Court ruled on the Flint case that pornography is free speech.
Not all pornography though.
No,
like
not minors.
No, but even beyond that, not all.
Well,
like there is stuff you can still do that is still obscene. And again, I can't like say too much because we're on YouTube, but there is stuff even not talking about the actual like illegal stuff we're talking about. There is obscenity laws that apply. And as I see your quibble stuff, it's not quibbling. It's not quibbling. We're talking about laws. Okay, we're talking about laws.
Right.
I'm saying there is stuff. Yeah, there is stuff beyond what we are hinting at that is still subject to obscenity laws. Right? It's rare. I would say it's rarely enforced. I already said that. It's rarely prosecuted on, but the laws are on the books still.
There's an art display that they had in Dallas, Texas, and I won't describe it, but it is consensual males, and it's photos, and it. When I say I don't butter my biscuit that way, I can't emphasize that enough. But they were able to do this display. There was a community standard, they said, that was being obstructed, and it went to court, and they said no. Basically, the Supreme Court's ruled on this, and that's not obscene to the community because it's in a setting where you have the choice to go in and see it, and it's not forced upon the community. It's voluntary. And so,
exactly. So what you're saying, though, you're kind of admitting my point in that, right?
No.
There is a degree where something is either so obscene in the sense that it's public enough, or it's so obscene even in a private context that it meets the obscenity criteria. That's my whole point.
But it's still constitutional to show it just in a setting.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Obscenity laws have not been overruled. They're still on the books. Again, they're just because something is not prosecuted on often, it doesn't mean that law doesn't still exist.
Well, see, the state of Cincinnati said the same thing on Flint. They said that you breached our state standard, and he took them to Supreme Court and won. So,
yeah, that's fine. There's cases where people win. There's cases where people lose, right? Like we can talk about both.
Yeah,
there's cases where people have used the First Amendment to justify something that courts have deemed obscene, and they have lost those cases. And you're right. There's times where it's declared obscene and they appeal, and it ends up being that it's First Amendment. I'm saying both of those things happen.
Right. But
so it's not a blanket thing that everything is just allowed as long as you can call it art, or as long as it's 18 plus. That's not true.
Okay. Well, the Flint case was considered a landmark case, not because I say so.
I know it's a landmark. I agree with you. It's a landmark case.
So it cleared the
it doesn't clear all of pornography. That's all I'm trying to communicate. It doesn't clear all of it.
Well, they have sodomy laws still on the books in Texas. They still have a law in Texas that it's
no, they don't. No, that's not right. That's not right. No, they have. Well, the only time. No, that's not right.
Yeah, no. According to Confluence's standard, if there's a law that exists, it's proof of something. So yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, we still have sodomy laws. So being gay is illegal.
Yeah, you would be right, Anson, if you weren't horrifically wrong. Yeah, we don't have sodomy laws.
No, I only time Confluence. So if you just spend 5 minutes researching it, I'm sure that you'll find that there's a sodomy law somewhere.
The only, if you let me finish, the only sodomy laws that exist would be in cases of Romeo and Juliet laws. That's the only time sodomy laws come into place in the United States. That's the only time they do. Okay, sodomy is never in any state is not illegal. That's not the case. There is certain states where it's yes, if you're under the age of 18, if you understand what Romeo and Juliet is, right? The little like plus 3 years, right? That whole thing. That there's certain states where that differs on. There's no state where sodomy is just illegal. That's not the case.
Dude, I get you, but let me finish. Then why in a sexual assault case is sodomy specifically stated?
That's a different question.
Okay, well it's got its own classification.
It does, but I'm saying I'm just trying to say there's no state where sodomy itself is like fully illegal. That's not the case.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. It is illegal in Texas.
It's not illegal. You can Google this right now, Stacey.
I'm Googling it, and I see a bunch of states that are.
There's a law in Texas that if you have wire cutters in your front pocket, either one or back pocket, and it's not completely half of it out, that is literally a felony.
Yeah. And so if the law exists, that must be indecency, right? And so if you use wire cutters and you don't cover them properly in your Larry Flint videos, then you're committing indecency.
Anson, you're not even wrong.
No,
you're not even wrong.
Bob wire. in the range wars. They would cut box. There was big range wars in Texas, and they you were concealing an instrument of destruction because you could cut. So you had to disclose or show that you were carrying wire cutters, and that was the law. And that law is still on the books.
Yeah.
And Ted Cruz was verified. Ted Cruz was considered Alan Dershowitz's greatest student, according to him, and he's confirmed, or he did a short time ago, that law that I just told you about, the wire cutters and the sodomy laws, is what he said. Now, I don't know. I'll believe what you're saying, but he also stated that.
So, y'all are actually both right. The sodomy laws exist, but they're irrelevant because of Supreme Court precedent. So both of you are actually true.
Yeah, I don't think Texas goes around and goes, "Did you just sodomize that dude?" I don't think they're doing that.
They used to be enforced before the Supreme Court went all liberal, but the laws still exist on the books. They're just irrelevant because of federal precedent, court precedent.
That's saying like a trigger law is an active law. That's just a misunderstanding of like how laws work.
No, it's not. It's still a law.
It
It's still
is.
on the books.
No, it's a trigger law.
No, it's not. It's
yes, it is.
Oh my God. Okay.
No, that's how a trigger law works, Anson.
I wish I had like I could make the quibble pulsate on my image when you're quibbling.
How am I quibbling? I'm literally saying how law works, and you're saying if I speak about how law works and I talk about specifics of law, then I'm quibbling. I'm just telling you how the law works. It's the same with Roe v. Wade. A bunch of states had trigger laws to ban abortion, and right. So there's states that have trigger laws for homosexuality, but since Oberge fell, you can get gay married. If Oberge overturns, trigger laws would come into place. I don't know why I'm teaching law to you, Anson, right now.
No, you're wrong, man.
I'm starting to get scared. Can we stop?
Yeah, I want to stop too. First, I want to know what Marilyn thinks about wire cutters, though, because you brought up wire cutters, and Marilyn hasn't talked about them.
Well, I was just gonna talk about the mob rule because I don't think Confluence is getting it. Like, I know my grandpa. It reminded me of my grandpa saying that quote about you can't have 5 wolves and 1 sheep for dinner and pick what they're gonna have for dinner. You can't have 5 wolves and 1.
You fucked up that quote worse than I've ever.
You know what
heard
I mean?
Fuck. I know. First of all, your grandpa didn't come up with that quote. Second of all, you're like
I said he quoted it. I said he quoted it. I did not say he came up with it. I said he quoted it. No, you can't have 5 wolves and 1 sheep for dinner and decide what they're having for dinner.
That's a Larry Flint quote.
But it's not a Larry Flint quote, but he definitely said it. Used it. He definitely used it. Yeah, and it's basically talking about the mob rule. It's talking about how you can't have these people like the government and stuff overriding fundamental rights.
Right.
It's just
what's a fundamental right in this case?
Oh, dude.
Free speech is a fundamental right.
It is.
You can't have the law mobbing that situation.
If we define free speech to mean anything visual and then I would completely disagree that free speech is a fundamental right.
On free speech, I mean, it literally says it goes to the limits. I mean, it's horrible shit. As long as you don't invoke immediate violence on yourself or another person.
No, that's no. In fact, I have read it, and in fact, that's not what it says.
Well, then look it up and read it.
I thought it said that. Don't listen to Confluence.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't exactly that. It doesn't say that.
What does it say then?
You're talking about the standard of incitement. That's an entirely different level of what we're talking about.
Freedom of speech, according to the Supreme Court.
No,
you can't yell fire.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't fall under free speech that is not incitement to violence.
I put the Larry Flint quote up there. It's you can't have 5 wolves and 1 sheep voting on what to have for dinner. See, Larry Flint's name is on there because that's
Larry Flint. Yeah, I guess Larry Flint
quoted it before. I'm saying he's quoted it before. I know it's not his quote, but he quoted it for a reason.
Yeah,
he was a great man.
Yeah, he was a great free speech defender, I guess. Fucking hell.
Oh my God.
But he's listed it.
Uh-oh.
Well, I feel like I fucked up the group tonight somehow.
Yeah, you did.
I know.
No, Heck no, you
group
were
was
amazing.
Fucked up. Yeah, you've been great, Stacy. Group's been fucked up way before you came
Don't
in. Okay?
listen to them. You fucked it up.
That's what I'm thinking.
This was a good talk. Good talk.
This was a good talk, and I'm just gonna remember Stacy's story about throwing what was his name, Jimmy, balcony, and then hitting the car and the car alarm going off. I'm just gonna remember that. Okay,
that little fucker's probably rolling in a Ferrari right now, going with a list going, yeah, and everybody still digs him because.
Did he get money from that case?
Not from me.
Not for me. Fitting in my damn belt.
Yeah,
I just pay restitution. Shit.
That was I had to pay no restitution. I didn't even have to pay the restitution for the car.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
And it was fucked up.
I bet.
Well, Stacy, I'm never going to accidentally spit in your mouth when I'm next to a stripper and also on a third-story balcony in which you can push me off. I will never do that.
It was, you know what? And I said I was a youngster. It was a knee-jerk reaction. I can't explain it. It's just it's a fear of flight thing. Whatever, you just do it. And
no, I'm not giving you. You said it was like 20 years ago. I'm not. I'm fucking with you.
I feel bad about it. To be honest with you, I feel bad about it because I can tell you something. When you lose 38 months or 39 months. Dude, times an asset you cannot get back. They're not making more.
But what did you say earlier you would do to him if you saw him again?
Oh, no, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
I mean,
plus, but I'm saying hypothetically, I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Well,
if I could get away with it, maybe, but
that's not really feeling that bad about it.
Well, goddamn, man, I kind of equate like I had to think every day, why am I here? And I took
to destroy Jimmy. That's why you're here.
But I kept going back to that thing. That little fucker wasn't standing in the fucking door wearing that stupid fucking Adidas dude. I lost my fucking car. Adidas red fucking suit and sitting there with a red braided fucking.
It sounds like you really don't like
on this
Jimmy.
Fucking ginger ass fucking white. It just pissed me off, dude.
We have a dono from
It sounds like you've gotten over it.
Yeah. My therapist said I've made a lot of progress.
You Blue Jays, K2, you came at such a good time. K2, you think you're the master derailer? You don't even. You have to study. You have to study more, brother. Okay.
I don't know. I just know I learned my lesson. I told everybody I know. I set up my commissary money, so I had money coming in, and I got in.
I'm gonna get out, and I'm gonna throw this bitch under a bus.
Dude, well, I thought about it. I thought like, why? When you think about it, so why you're like, what caused this chain of events? And it was me. At the end of the day, it was me.
No, it was the Adidas. It was the Adidas.
Well, that was the trigger, but I didn't have to act on it.
That's true. That's true.
And I just had a trigger. I had a trigger then that was like, it's a miracle I didn't. It might have been God's way of getting me out of situations where it could have gone a lot worse. That's the way I ended up looking at it. He said, "Hey, Stace, you need to go do some time out." And I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" And he's like, "Yeah."
I mean, I can think of ways that could have gone a lot better, too.
Well, yeah,
but
theoretically.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it happened, and it's best to just kind of move on.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. If I just sat down and thought about it, okay, what if I just knocked the shit out of him 3 or 4 times? We call it a day. That would have been more reasonable. It was excessive. It was an excessive act the way they described it.
It does sound a bit excessive. Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't know. I thought it was perfect. I mean, you don't know. Like, it could have been like 2 seconds later, and he could have lunged and done the same thing to you. I mean,
well, you know what?
The way you described him, he was obviously defective mentally. He probably just had it coming.
No, he was coding. He was
Control.
Yeah.
K2, get fine. K2, I should charge you more than $2 for me to read all this degen shit you post, but fine. K2 says Coonfluence Zux Tootsie. Okay, $2. Holy shit. Okay.
Do
Thank
what?
you,
K2 stop
K2,
for the night.
for the $2, but
You made
So-
$2 tonight?
I'm gonna have to add some like censor words to like to stop the degeneracy a little bit in the
Oh, did I
super
say
chats. But
you're not supposed to?
no,
We
no, no,
never-
no, no, no. I'm talking about the dono that I have on screen right now. K2 is just always fucking with me. Always has, always will. To his nature.
Oh, okay.
So we never got to the bottom of how Marilyn feels about the pliers. You know, we
Oh,
discovered
that's true.
that
Wire
Yeah,
cutter.
the wire
Wire
cutters.
cutter.
Yeah.
wire
I
cutters.
mean,
yeah.
above all things, yes, we didn't get to the bottom of that.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shield, she might say, "Are you happy to see me?"
Not, do you like the wire cutters with the big grip? You know, something girthy you can get your hands around, or do you like the thin wire cutters? You know, like,
You gotta
like the
use the
needle,
word
the needle
girthy.
nose. You know,
That's
I've been
personal.
suspended from school for a box cutter. I don't like the law at all. I don't like anything they got going on.
well, I was talking about more like the size and the shape of the wire cutters and how well they fit in your hand. I mean, do you like the big black
Ugh.
handled
Let me
wire
tell you-
cutters?
Oh my
Shake my
god.
head.
know the truth. Women will tell you, yes, size matters and girth, motherfucker. I don't know. It's just what I've heard.
That's not true. I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter
Now, I saw a chick
at all.
a friend of mine. She did went on Playboy. She posed for Playboy, not centerfold, but she would go to these contests they have like in the Bahamas where they had the different countries,
Yeah.
and she was Miss Ireland because she's a beautiful redhead, and so
Oh.
she went on the Playboy channel with her husband, and it was like swinger type deal, and so she was talking. She said they had this. I forgot what his name was. He was a famous porn star, and these two porn actresses go to their house because they lived in this high-end place in Dallas, and they shot a scene. And they showed afterwards that one of the girls was talking to the answering questions, and she was telling that the best fuck she ever had was this dude, and she goes, he only had a like a 4.5, 5-inch dick, and the porno star sitting next to her, and
Right?
he goes, that's fucking bullshit. She has like a 10.5, 11-inch dick. And he's like getting all mad. And she goes, no, dude, it's true. Okay.
It's true.
And that's what she was telling this dude. And he was getting, it was funny because he was all pissed off. He was like, this is bullshit. And she was like, don't tell me what I know. And it was
Yeah.
just funny because it was just
It's
like,
true.
what the dude had no reason to get upset. You know, if that's what happened for her, cool. You know, who knows?
Ag, your thoughts?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
You're supposed to say, you're telling me there's a chance.
Do you agree? Do you disagree?
Agree with what? What's the question? He just said a bunch of stuff about someone's dick size.
I'm asking your thoughts on that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to like loop you in, Ag. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, cool, all right.
I thought you were talking about the size of the wire cutters and are they needle
The
nose?
smaller the tool, the
I'm
more
sorry.
female orgasm.
Let me word that right. You got me on that one.
Okay, because it sounded like you were going for the size of the wire cutters, and that's a metaphor.
Yeah, I was talking about wire cutters. I was wanting to know how Marilyn felt about.
I thought we were talking
grip.
about crimping tools, not wire cutters.
Yeah,
I
Marilyn
apologize.
got really degen on that.
Yeah,
on that one.
I don't know what the deal
We're just
is.
trying to talk about like tools and
But
stuff.
since we're on the topic, like tell us about your favorite size for orgasm, right? Like, you said size doesn't matter, but like so like you've gotten orgasms with all various sizes.
Yeah,
or
we have
what?
a super chat that came in from K2, so I have to interrupt. I don't know what this means, K2. So Coonfluence was in the pool 8 minus. I don't know what that means, K2. I don't know. So I think I like it because I don't know what it means, but
what?
Yeah. Influence was in the pool 8 minus. I don't know what I'm supposed to get from that, but I appreciate the $2 K2.
And he means
and
it.
I think I'm glad I don't understand what this means because it's probably something negative against myself. But
well, I'm not going to speak for Marilyn, but Marilyn, correct me if I'm wrong here. But
it was supposed to be topic change. That was. Are we
I'm not
not more? No, Anson. No, fuck all of y'all. Fuck your banana.
Whoa.
Okay. What? No, I was just saying I wanted to play a gynecologist on TV. I didn't, but when it comes to the
Say the
spot,
most insane shit I've ever heard in my
hold
life.
on, listen.
You're
Two
just gonna say
fingers.
that.
Listen, 2 fingers up over to the left and kind of back in.
Listening isn't making it better. You told me listening is making it worse.
Well, no,
I'm just gonna say that.
Spot, dude.
Like the more I listen, the just worse
Up,
it
down,
is.
left, right, left,
No,
down,
it's up.
right.
It's
2 fingers up, you take a
up
left, you
to
go
the
back,
left.
you pull around.
You know when you hit it. You know. Am I right?
So I feel like Marilyn ducks the question again about like the
That's what
preferred
K2
size.
means. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Anson. We have another super chat. We actually
Up,
do.
down, left, right.
Confluence
right
means
down.
really bad shrinkage, cold water. Oh, so that's what the 8 is. The 8. Oh, I see now. Okay, I get it. Eight's the testicles. Oh yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm retarded. I should have got that. Confluence is in the pool, and then 8 is the balls, and then the little minus is a little penis. That's okay. So there we go. There we go. I understand.
That was on an episode of Seinfeld. They were talking about shrinkage because his girlfriend, George's girlfriend, saw him, and he was like, "It's not fair because I just got out of the pool."
I think you're
right back.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
So
like it's
every
not
time
fair.
Marilyn says that, she is not right back. So Marilyn is peaced out for the night. That's her polite way of saying I'm done with y'all. So
I was just
I've
going to
learned
say
that.
lies.
Yeah, I'm Marilyn coded. I
Totally
understand.
gonna come back. She didn't answer my question. She wants to talk about penis size and the female orgasm.
I'm sure. Yeah. Oh wait.
You
she
just
is
wanted
back.
to
Wait,
include
she is
cum and back in
Oh
the
wait.
same
Okay, wait.
sentence.
Marilyn's proving me wrong. Marilyn, you came back because you heard me say that.
What did you
That's why you came
say?
back.
What did you say?
Cum and back.
Marilyn's pretending like she didn't hear me. Marilyn, you know what I said.
Marilyn, he said you weren't going to come back.
Yeah. Anson said that no matter what, he's always behind you on whatever you.
I am. Yeah, I'm right there.
I didn't even hear Anson say that, but that does sound like something Anson would say. So
bringing up the rear.
Yeah. I especially love women's rights. You know, when they march, I march right behind them.
Amazing.
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 Yep.
Alpha coded.
What she said.
Yeah.
We didn't finish that video about accountability or
Well, we haven't
actualization.
finished any videos.
Talking to Larry
Accountability.
Fitz,
That is what
about
that
making
video was
I'm
about.
all
Accountability.
I'm all ears.
Tomorrow we'll go through accountability by Alex O'Connor.
I heard, you remember Sam Kinison?
Yeah.
Okay, I saw him. He was on the show and he was giving, or Howard Stern, and he was talking about his house. And Howard's like, "You have this beautiful house in L.A. now. It's just so gorgeous." And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Actually, I lent it out to a friend of mine to shoot a porno." And he goes, "It's the worst mistake I ever made in my life." And Howard Stern's like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Dude, I can never watch pornography again. I've ruined." And he goes, "Why?" And he goes, "It is so fucking technical. It is so step by step. The finished product is nothing like what you see." And he goes, "It just took everything out of it." He goes, "If I would known it was that technical and that mechanical, and yeah, you see some sex and shit, but," he goes, "you have no idea of everything involved around that. And it's just such a business, thing that it takes all the joy out of it."
Yeah, but OnlyFans really fixed that, right? I mean, we've got it down to like the individual creator level now with the real thing. I mean, that's true art, right? Natural art of the female form.
Well,
True art.
It's a pay for play kind of thing. But yeah, it was just funny because people don't really think about that.
I can't imagine having such a lack of theory of mind where I wouldn't think of that thing.
I don't know. When you look at pornography, a lot of times you don't think about it. They're like, "Okay, can I get the fluffer over here? Okay, can you?" It's just real technical.
I can see in a moment maybe, but like with any thoughts about it, then you
Get
have
some ice cubes on those nipples. Quick.
Yeah, you would have to think about everything, the cinematography and the lighting and the camera guy.
Well, I know,
like,
but his point was from his perspective. He's just sitting there observing all of it, and it ruined. He said it ruined the whole thing. He was expecting, oh, cool, you're gonna shoot a porn in my house. Cool, yeah, bring it on. And because Stan was real degenerate at this time, and he was like, yeah, cool, let's see that shit. And then he said, once he saw it, it ruined it for him. He was like, dude, that didn't even leave me with what I thought it would. You know, it was just
That
funny.
would never make me feel like that's a good idea ever.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't want to do that just to see what it was like? I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
No.
I had a friend that was he was in LA, and he was getting all fucked up, and he was pretty rich, dude. And he's kind of a weirdo, but he said, he goes, you know, got off the plane and I went and saw so-and-so and I was in a bar and high-end bar, and then next thing I know, I'm in fucking Anaheim shooting a porn with these people. And I was like, what the fuck? You know? So, but that was back in the 80s.
A lot of porn talk. This panel.
You know,
Okay.
if you weren't able to go to LA, like from 82 to 86,
I wasn't even alive then, brother.
That was the last golden age of.
I'm glad I missed it. I'm very glad
no,
I
it was
missed
awesome, dude. It was awesome. LA was hot happening. The Whiskey a Go Go. It was cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not convinced that you've done anything cool, Stacy. I'm sorry.
I didn't say it was cool. It was just cool to me at the time. I didn't say I was cool. I'm just saying I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
But I was a hick from the sticks, dude. You know, shit.
Yeah.
First time walking into the Rainbow Room, I was like, holy shit, oh my God, that's.
Whoa, I don't want to know any more about that.
Why? It's just rock stars, dude.
The Rainbow Room? Maybe that hits different now than it did in the 80s, but I don't want to go into a Rainbow Room. I'm just going to say that.
The Rainbow Room right next the Rainbow. You call it the Rainbow, but it's really the Rainbow Room, but it's the bar that's right there close to the whiskey.
You've never heard of the Rainbow Room, Confluence?
Tell us about the Rainbow Room, Marilyn. Tell us about it.
I haven't. It sounds
It's
a
not
little
gay.
like well, okay, yeah.
You know who
Stacey
Lemmy
said,
is of Motorhead?
It sounds a little gay.
Lemmy, do you know who Lemmy is? Lemmy of Motorhead. He's a famous rock star.
I've heard of Motorhead, but no, I don't like.
Okay, you've heard of the Foo Fighters, right? The Foo Fighters.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
big Nirvana fan. So
well, Dave, the lead guy, he gave the eulogy at Lemmy's funeral because they were good friends, and he was talking about how Lemmy was a really nice person. He goes, but I want to be clear. He goes, the motherfucker got his mail delivered at the Rainbow Room, and everybody, you know, you had to be a rock star to kind of get it, but they just thought that was hysterical because you had to be somebody of substance to get your fucking mail delivered to the Rainbow Room. You know, it's like the biggest of the biggest went there, man. You know, Guns N' Roses,
Yeah.
you name it, Motley Crue, whoever. This is where
Biggest
they went.
of the biggest.
Yeah. The biggest of the biggest hung out here. And so I got to go in there and I was just like, oh shit. You know, it was intimidating.
So now I'm having trouble following this.
You're about to say something degenerate. I know it. Anson.
No, I'm trying to understand. Like the Rainbow Room apparently is a place for famous people to go.
Famous rock star.
Stacy was in the Rainbow Room at one point in time, and he feels good about it now.
Yeah, because I was a kid.
Okay.
And I got to go in.
Whoa.
I got to go in, and it was the kind of place where rock stars would get blowjobs under the table, and it's no big deal.
Yeah. Then we were talking about the Alexander video and.
Yeah, and then Marilyn still hasn't talked about the female climax. And, explaining like how she orgasms and that sort of stuff. And I thought we were going to go there for.
Oh my God.
You know, I was about to go to bed, and so the last two comments I think kind of sealed the deal on that one.
Yeah.
God.
I need to go to bed
in a
too.
specific way, but it is. Yeah, I was. It's been great. Stacy, thank you for stopping by, Stacy.
All right,
thank you, Ag. Thank you, Anson. Thank you, Marilyn. Of course.
Of course, a compliment.
I knew the female orgasm was a myth.
Oh my God.
We will say no more about that. 07s.
Not a myth.
Well, you all take it easy and be safe.
Wesley is the final chat. Yeah, God bless everyone, including Wesley.
Marilyn,
K2, you too.
Pleasure meeting you.
Yes. Pleasure meeting you too.
Pleasure meeting you,
Come
Stacey.
back again.
All right.
Take care.